Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Carrion Comfort by Dan Simmons, performed by Mel Foster and Laurel Merlington. This is for Ed Bryant. I'll not, Carrion Comfort, despair, not feast on thee, not untwist, slack they may be, these last strands of man in me, or, most weary, cry, I can no more. Gerard Manley Hopkins. Prologue. Chelmno, 1942. Saul Lasky lay among the soon-to-die in a camp of death, and thought about life. Saul shivered in the cold and dark, and forced himself to remember details of a spring morning, golden light touching the heavy limbs of willows by the stream, a field of white daisies beyond the stone buildings of his uncle's farm. The barracks was silent except for an occasional rasping cough and the furtive burrowings of Musselmänner, the living dead, vainly seeking warmth in the cold straw. Somewhere an old man coughed in a racking spasm, which signaled the end of a long and hopeless struggle. The old one would be dead by morning, or even if he survived the night, he would miss the morning roll call in the snow, which meant that he would be dead before morning ended. Saul curled away from the glare of the searchlight pouring in through frosted panes and pressed his back against the wooden mortises of his bunk. Splinters scraped at his spine and ribs through the thin cloth he wore. His legs began to shake uncontrollably as the cold and fatigue worked at him. Saul clutched at his thin thighs and squeezed until the shaking stopped. I will live. The thought was a command, an imperative he drove so deep into his consciousness that not even his starved and sore-ridden body could defy his will. When Saul had been a boy a few years earlier, an eternity earlier, and his uncle Moshe had promised to take him fishing at his farm near Krakow, Saul had taught himself the trick of imagining, just before he fell asleep, a smooth oval rock upon which he wrote the hour and minute at which he wished to awake. Then, in his mind's eye, he would drop the rock into a clear pond and watch it settle into the depths. Invariably, he would awake the next morning at the precise moment, alert, alive, breathing in the cool morning air, and savoring the pre-dawn silence in that fragile interval before his brother and sisters woke to break the perfection. I will live. Saul squeezed his eyes shut and watched the rock sink into clear water. His body began to shake again, and he pressed his back more firmly against the rough angle of boards. For the 1000th time he tried to nestle more deeply in his depression of straw. It had been better when old Mr. Shistruk and young Ibrahim had shared the bunk with him, but Ibrahim had been shot at the mine works, and Mr. Shistruk had sat down 2 days before at the quarry and refused to rise, even when Gluix, the head of the SS Guards, had released his dog. The old man had waved his bony arm, almost merrily, a weak farewell to the staring prisoners, in the 5 seconds before the German shepherd ripped his throat out. I will live. The thought had a rhythm to it that went beyond the words, beyond language. The thought set a counterpoint to everything Saul had seen and experienced during his 5 months in the camp. I will live. The thought pulsed with a light and warmth which partially offset the chill, vertiginous pit which threatened to open wider inside him and consume him. The pit. Saul had seen the pit. With the others, he had shoveled cold clods of black soil over the warm bodies, some still writhing, a child feebly moving its arm as if waving to a welcoming relative in a train station or stirring in its sleep. Shoveled the dirt and spread the lime from bags too heavy to lift, while the SS guard sat dangling his legs over the edge of the pit, his hands soft and white on the black steel barrel of the machine pistol, a piece of plaster on his rough cheek where he had cut himself shaving, the cut already healing, while naked white forms stirred feebly as Saul poured dirt into the pit, his eyes red-rimmed from the cloud of lime hanging like a chalky fog in the winter air. I will live. Saul concentrated on the strength of that cadence and ignored his shaking limbs. 2 levels above him, a man sobbed in the night. Saul could feel the lice crawling up his arms and legs as they sought the center of his fading warmth. He curled into a tighter ball, understanding the imperative which drove the vermin, responding to the same mindless, illogical, incontestable command to continue. The stone dropped deeper into the azure depths. Saul could make out the rough letters as he balanced on the edge of sleep. I will live. Saul's eyes snapped open as a thought chilled him more deeply than did the wind whistling through the ill-fitted window frames. It was the 3rd Thursday of the month. Saul was almost sure it was the 3rd Thursday. They came on the 3rd Thursday. But not always. Perhaps not this Thursday. Saul pulled his forearms in front of his face and curled into an even tighter fetal position. He was almost asleep when the barracks door crashed open. There were 5 of them, 2 Waffen SS guards with submachine guns, a regular Army non-com, Lieutenant Schaffner, and a young Oberst whom Saul had never seen before. The Oberst had a pale Aryan face with a strand of blonde hair falling across his brow. Their hand torches played over the rows of shelf-like bunks. Not a man stirred. Saul could feel the silence as 85 skeletons held their breath in the night. He held his breath. The Germans took 5 strides into the barracks, the cold air billowing ahead of them, their massive forms silhouetted against the open door, while their breath hung in icy clouds around them. Saul pulled himself even deeper into the brittle straw. "Do!" came the voice. The torch beam had fallen on a capped and striped figure crouched in the depths of a lower bunk 6 rows from Saul. "Komm, schnell!" When the man did not move, the SS guards dragged him roughly into the aisle. Saul heard bare feet scraping on the floor. "Du, raus!" And again, "Du!" Now 3 Musselmänner stood like weightless scarecrows before the massive silhouettes. The procession stopped 4 bunks from Saul's row. The SS guards turned away to play their lights up and down the center row of bunks. Red eyes reflected back like startled rats staring from half-opened coffins. I will live. For the first time, it was a prayer rather than an imperative. They had never taken more than 4 men from a single barracks. "Du!" The man with the hand torch had turned and was shining the light full in Saul's face. Saul did not move. He did not breathe. The universe consisted of the back of his own hand, centimeters in front of his face. The skin there was white, grub white, and flaking in spots. The hairs on the back of his hand were very dark. Saul stared at them with a deep sense of awe. The torch beam made the flesh of his hand and arm seem almost transparent. He could see the layers of muscle, the elegant pattern of tendons, the blue veins softly pulsing to the wild beating of his heart. "Du, raus!" Time slowed and pivoted. All of Saul's life, every second, every ecstasy and banal forgotten afternoon had led to this instant, this intersection. Saul's lips cracked open in a mirthless grin. He had long ago decided that they would not take him into the night. They would have to kill him here in front of the others. If nothing else, he would dictate to his murderers the time of his murder. A great calm descended over him. "Schnell!" One of the SS men screamed at him, and both stepped forward. Saul was blinded by the light, smelled wet wool and the sweet scent of schnapps on the man's breath, felt the cold air against his face. His skin contracted, waiting for their rough hands to fall on him. "Nein!" snapped the young Oberst. Saul saw him only as a black simulacrum of a man against the white glare of light. "Zurücktreten!" The Oberst took one step forward as the SS men stepped quickly back. Time seemed frozen as Saul stared up at the dark shape. No one spoke. The fog of their breath hung around them. "Komm," said the Oberst softly. It was not a command. It was said softly, almost lovingly, the way one would call a favorite dog or urge one's infant to take his first tottering steps. "Komm here." Saul gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He would bite them when they came. He would go for their throats. He would chew and rip and tear at veins and cartilage until they would have to shoot. They would have to fire. They would have to fire. They would be forced to... Come! The oberst tapped his knee lightly. Saul's lips drew back in a snarl. He would leap at the fuckers, tear the motherfucking son of a bitch's fucking throat open in front of the others, rip his fucking bowels out of his... Come! Saul felt it then. Something hit him. None of the Germans had moved, not so much as an inch. But something struck Saul, a terrible blow at the base of the spine. He screamed. Something hit him, and then it entered him. Saul felt the intrusion as sharply as if someone had rammed a steel rod up his anus. Yet nothing had touched him. No one had come close to him. Saul screamed again, and then his jaws were clamped shut by some invisible force. "Come here, du Juda." Saul felt it. Something was in him, ramming his back straight, causing his arms and legs to spasm wildly. In him. He felt something close on his brain like a vice, squeezing, squeezing. He tried to scream, but it would not let him. He flopped wildly on the straw, nerves misfiring, urinating down his own pant leg. Then he arched wildly, and his body flopped out onto the floor. The guards stepped back. "Steh auf!" Saul's back arched again so violently that it threw him up on his knees. His arms shook and waved of their own volition. He could feel something in his mind, a cold presence wrapped in a blazing corona of pain. Images danced before his eyes. Saul stood up. "Yay!" There was heavy laughter from one of the SS men, the smell of wool and steel, the distant feel of cold splinters underfoot. Saul lurched toward the open door and the white glare beyond. The oberst followed quietly behind, calmly slapping a glove against one thigh. Saul stumbled down the outside stairs, almost fell, was righted by an invisible hand that squeezed his brain and sent fire and needles racing through every nerve. Barefooted, not feeling the cold, he led the procession across the snow and frozen mud toward the waiting lorry. "I will live," thought Saul Lasky. But the magical cadence shredded and fled before a gale of silent, icy laughter, and a will much greater than his own. Book 1. Openings.
1. Charleston, Friday, December 12, 1980. Nina was going to take credit for the death of that beetle, John. I thought that was in very bad taste. She had a scrapbook laid out on my mahogany coffee table, newspaper clippings neatly arranged in chronological order, the bold statements of death recording all of her feedings. Nina Drayton's smile was as radiant as ever, but her pale blue eyes showed no hint of warmth. "We should wait for Willie," I said. "Of course, Melanie. You're right as always. How silly of me. I know the rules." Nina stood and began walking around the room, idly touching the furnishings or exclaiming softly over a ceramic statuette or piece of needlepoint. This part of the house had once been the conservatory, but now I used it as my sewing room. Green plants still caught the morning light. The sunlight made it a warm, cozy place in the daytime, but now that winter had come, the room was too chilly to use at night. Nor did I like the sense of darkness closing in against all those panes of glass. "I love this house," said Nina. She turned and smiled at me. "I can't tell you how much I look forward to coming back to Charleston. We should hold all of our reunions here." I knew how much Nina loathed this city, this house. "Willie would be hurt," I said. "You know how he likes to show off his place in Beverly Hills. And his new girlfriends." "And boyfriends," said Nina, and laughed. Of all the changes and darkenings in Nina, her laugh has been least affected. It was still the husky but childish laugh that I had first heard so long ago. It had drawn me to her then. one lonely adolescent girl responding to the warmth of another like a moth to a flame. Now it only served to chill me and put me even more on my guard. Enough moths had been drawn to Nina's flame over the many decades. "I'll send for tea," I said. Mr. Thorne brought the tea in my best Wedgwood china. Nina and I sat in the slowly moving squares of sunlight and spoke softly of nothing important, mutually ignorant comments on the economy, references to books which the other had not got around to reading, and sympathetic murmurs about the low class of persons one meets while flying these days. Someone peering in from the garden might have thought they were seeing an aging but attractive niece visiting her favorite aunt. I draw the line at suggesting that anyone would mistake us for mother and daughter. People usually consider me a well-dressed, if not stylish, person. Heaven knows I have paid enough to have the wool skirts and silk blouses mailed from Scotland and France. But next to Nina I always felt dowdy. This day she wore an elegant light blue dress which must have cost several $1,000s if I had identified the designer correctly. The color made her complexion seem even more perfect than usual and brought out the blue of her eyes. Her hair had gone as gray as mine, but somehow she managed to get away with wearing it long and tied back with a single barrette. It looked youthful and chic on Nina, and made me feel that my short artificial curls were glowing with a blue rinse. Few would suspect that I was 4 years younger than Nina. Time had been kind to her, and she had fed more often. She set down her cup and saucer and moved aimlessly around the room again. It was not like Nina to show such signs of nervousness. She stopped in front of the glass display case. Her gaze passed over the Hummels, the pewter pieces, and then stopped in surprise. "Good heavens, Melanie! A pistol! What an odd place to put an old pistol!" "It's an heirloom," I said. "Quite expensive. And you're right, it is a silly place to keep it. But it's the only case I have in the house with a lock on it, and Mrs. Hodges often brings her grandchildren when she visits." "You mean it's loaded?" "No, of course not," I lied. "But children should not play with such things." I trailed off lamely. Nina nodded, but did not bother to conceal the condescension in her smile. She went to look out the south window into the garden. Damn her! It said volumes about Nina Drayton that she did not recognize that pistol. On the day he was killed, Charles Edgar Larchmont had been my beau for precisely 5 months and 2 days. There had been no formal announcement, but we were to be married. Those 5 months had been a microcosm of the era itself, naive, flirtatious, formal to the point of precocity, and romantic. Most of all, romantic. Romantic in the worst sense of the word, dedicated to saccharine or insipid ideals that only an adolescent, or an adolescent society, would strive to maintain. We were children playing with loaded weapons. Nina, she was Nina Hawkins then, had her own beau, a tall, awkward, but well-meaning Englishman named Roger Harrison. Mr. Harrison had met Nina in London a year earlier during the first stages of the Hawkinses' grand tour. Declaring himself smitten, another absurdity of those childish times, the tall Englishman had followed her from one European capital to another until, after being firmly reprimanded by Nina's father, an unimaginative little milliner who was constantly on the defensive about his doubtful social status, Harrison returned to London to settle his affairs, only to show up some months later in New York just as Nina was being packed off to her aunt's home in Charleston in order to terminate yet another flirtation. Still undaunted, the clumsy Englishman followed her south, ever mindful of the protocols and restrictions of the day. We were a gay group. The day after I met Nina at Cousin Celia's June ball, The four of us were taking a hired boat up the Cooper River for a picnic on Daniel Island. Roger Harrison, serious and solemn on every topic, was a perfect foil for Charles's irreverent sense of humor. Nor did Roger seem to mind the good-natured jesting, since he was soon joining in the laughter with his peculiar haw, haw, haw. Nina loved it all. Both gentlemen showered attention on her, and while Charles never failed to show the primacy of his affection for me, it was understood by all that Nina Hawkins was one of those young women who invariably becomes the center of male gallantry and attention in any gathering. Nor were the social strata of Charleston blind to the combined charm of our foursome. For 2 months of that now distant summer, no party was complete, no excursion adequately planned, and no occasion considered a success unless we 4 merry pranksters were invited and had chosen to attend. Our happy dominance of the youthful social scene was so pronounced that Cousins Celia and Lorraine wheedled their parents into leaving 2 weeks early for their annual August sojourns in Maine. I am not sure when Nina and I came up with the idea of the duel. Perhaps it was during one of the long hot nights when the other slept over, creeping into the other's bed, whispering and giggling, stifling our laughter when the rustling of starched uniforms betrayed the presence of our colored maids moving through the darkened halls. In any case, the idea was the natural outgrowth of the romantic pretensions of the time. The picture of Charles and Roger actually dueling over some abstract point of honor related to us thrilled both of us in a physical way, which I recognize now as a simple form of sexual titillation. It would have been harmless except for our ability. We had been so successful in our manipulation of male behavior, a manipulation which was both expected and encouraged in those days, that neither of us had yet suspected that there lay anything beyond the ordinary in the way we could translate our whims into other people's actions. The field of parapsychology did not exist then. Or rather, it existed only in the rappings and knockings of parlor-game seances. At any rate, we amused ourselves with whispered fantasies for several weeks, and then one of us, or perhaps both of us, used the ability to translate the fantasy into reality. In a sense, it was our first feeding. I do not remember the purported cause of the quarrel, perhaps some deliberate misinterpretation of one of Charles's jokes. I cannot recall who Charles and Roger arranged to have serve as seconds on that illegal outing. I do remember the hurt and confused expression on Roger Harrison's face during those few days. It was a caricature of ponderous dullness, the confusion of a man who finds himself in a situation not of his making and from which he cannot escape. I remember Charles and his mercurial swings of mood, the bouts of humor, periods of black anger, and the tears and kisses the night before the duel. I remember with great clarity the beauty of that morning. Mists were floating up from the river and diffusing the rays of the rising sun as we rode out to the dueling field. I remember Nina reaching over and squeezing my hand with an impetuous excitement that was communicated through my body like an electric shock. Much of the rest of that morning is missing. Perhaps in the intensity of that first subconscious feeding, I literally lost consciousness as I was engulfed in the waves of fear, excitement, pride, of maleness that was emanating from our two beaux as they faced death on that lovely morning. I remember experiencing the shock of realizing this is really happening as I shared the tread of high boots through the grass. Someone was calling off the paces. I dimly recall the weight of the pistol in my hand, Charles's hand, I think. I will never know for sure. And a second of cold clarity before an explosion broke the connection, and the acrid smell of gunpowder brought me back to myself. It was Charles who died. I have never been able to forget the incredible quantities of blood which poured from the small round hole in his breast. His white shirt was crimson by the time I reached him. There had been no blood in our fantasies, nor had there been the sight of Charles with his head lolling, mouth dribbling saliva onto his bloodied chest, while his eyes rolled back to show the whites, like two eggs embedded in his skull. Roger Harrison was sobbing as Charles breathed his final shuddering gasps on that field of innocence. I remember nothing at all about the confused hours which followed. It was the next morning that I opened my cloth bag to find Charles's pistol lying with my things. Why would I have kept that revolver? If I had wished to take something from my fallen lover as a sign of remembrance, why that alien piece of metal? Why pry from his dead fingers a symbol of our thoughtless sin? It said volumes about Nina that she did not recognize that pistol. "Willie's here." It was not Mr. Thorne announcing the arrival of our guest, but Nina's amanuensis, the loathsome Miss Barrett Kramer. Kramer's appearance was as unisex as her name. Short-cropped black hair, powerful shoulders, and a blank, aggressive gaze which I associated with lesbians and criminals. She looked to be in her mid-30s. "Thank you, Barrett, dear," said Nina. I went to greet Willie, but Mr. Thorne had already let him in, and we met in the hallway.
"Melanie, you look marvelous. You grow younger each time I see you. Nina!"
The change in Willie's voice was evident. Men continued to be overpowered by their first sight of Nina after an absence. There were hugs and kisses. Willie himself looked more dissolute than ever. His alpaca sports coat was exquisitely tailored. His turtleneck sweater successfully concealed the eroded lines of his wattled neck. But when he swept off his jaunty sports car cap, the long strands of white hair he had brushed forward to hide his encroaching baldness were knocked into disarray. Willie's face was flushed with excitement, but there was also the telltale capillary redness about the nose and cheeks, which spoke of too much liquor, too many drugs.
"Ladies, I think you've met my associates, Tom Reynolds and Jensen Luha."
The two men added to the crowd in my narrow hall. Mr. Reynolds was thin and blond, smiling with perfectly capped teeth. Mr. Luha was a gigantic Negro, hulking forward with a sullen, bruised look on his coarse face. I was sure that neither Nina nor I had encountered these specific cat's paws of Willie's before. "Why don't we go into the parlor?" I suggested. It was an awkward procession, ending with the three of us seated on the heavily upholstered chairs surrounding the Georgian tea table which had been my grandmother's. "More tea, please, Mr. Thorne." Miss Kramer took that as her cue to leave, but Willie's two pawns stood uncertainly by the door, shifting from foot to foot and glancing at the crystal on display as if their mere proximity could break something. I would not have been surprised if that had proven to be the case.
"Jensen!"
Willie snapped his fingers. The Negro hesitated and then brought forward an expensive leather attaché case. Willie set it on the tea table and clicked the catches open with his short, broad fingers.
"Why don't you two see Miss Fuller's man about getting something to drink?"
When they were gone, Willie shook his head and smiled at Nina.
"Sorry about that, love."
Nina put her hand on Willie's sleeve. She leaned forward with an air of expectancy. "Melanie wouldn't let me begin the game without you. Wasn't that awful of me to want to start without you, Willie dear?" Willie frowned. After 50 years, he still bridled at being called Willie. In Los Angeles, he was Big Bill Borden. When he returned to his native Germany, which was not often because of the dangers involved, he was once again Wilhelm von Borchardt, Lord of Dark Manor, Forest and Hunt. But Nina had called him Willie when they had first met in 1925 in Vienna, and Willie he had remained. "You begin, Willie," said Nina. "You go first." I could remember the time when we would have spent the first few days of our reunion in conversation and catching up with each other's lives. Now there was not even time for small talk. Willie showed his teeth and removed news clippings, notebooks, and a stack of cassettes from his briefcase. No sooner had he covered the small table with his material than Mr. Thorne arrived with the tea and Nina's scrapbook from the sewing room. Willie brusquely cleared a small space. At first glance, one might see certain similarities between Willie Beauchert and Mr. Thorne. One would be mistaken. Both men tend to be florid, but Willie's complexion was the result of excess and emotion. Mr. Thorne had known neither of those for many years. Willie's balding was a patchy, self-consciously concealed thing, a weasel with the mange, while Mr. Thorne's bare head was smooth and unwrinkled. One could not imagine Mr. Thorne ever having had hair. Both men had gray eyes, what a novelist would call cold gray eyes. But Mr. Thorne's eyes were cold with indifference, cold with a clarity coming from an absolute absence of troublesome emotion or thought. Willie's eyes were the cold of a blustery North Sea winter, and were often clouded with shifting curtains of the emotions that controlled him: pride, hatred, love of pain, the pleasures of destruction. Willie never referred to his use of the ability as feedings. I was evidently the only one who thought in those terms, but Willie sometimes talked of the hunt. Perhaps it was the dark forests of his homeland that he thought of as he stalked his human quarry through the sterile streets of Los Angeles. Did Willie dream of the forest? I wondered. Did he look back to green wool hunting jackets, the applause of retainers, the gouts of blood from the dying boar? Or did Willie remember the slam of jackboots on cobblestones and the pounding of his lieutenant's fists on doors? Perhaps Willie still associated his hunt with the dark European night of the oven which he had helped to oversee. I called it feeding. Willie called it the hunt. I had never heard Nina call it anything. "Where is your VCR?" asked Willie. "I have put them all on tape." "Oh, Willie," said Nina in an exasperated tone. "You know Melanie. She's so old-fashioned. She wouldn't have a video player." "I don't even have a television," I said. Nina laughed. "God damn it," muttered Willie. "It doesn't matter. I have other records here." He snapped rubber bands from around the small black notebooks. "It just would have been better on tape. The Los Angeles stations gave much coverage to the Hollywood Strangler, and I edited in the... never mind." He tossed the videocassettes into his briefcase and slammed the lid shut. 23, he said. 23 since we met 12 months ago. It doesn't seem that long, does it? "Show us," said Nina. She was leaning forward, and her blue eyes seemed very bright. "I've been curious since I saw the Strangler interviewed on 60 Minutes. He was yours, Willie. He seemed so—"
Yeah, he was mine. A nobody. A timid little man. He was the gardener of a neighbor of mine. I left him alive so the police could question him, erase any doubts. He will hang himself in his cell next month after the press loses interest. But this is more interesting. Look at this." Willie slid across several glossy black and white photographs. The NBC executive had murdered the 5 members of his family and drowned a visiting soap opera actress in his pool. He had then stabbed himself repeatedly and written 50 share in blood on the wall of the bathhouse.
"Reliving old glories, Willie?" asked Nina. "Death to the pegs and all that?"
No, goddammit. I think it should receive points for irony. The girl had been scheduled to drown on the program. It was already in the script outline.
Was he hard to use? It was my question. I was curious despite myself. Willie lifted one eyebrow.
Not really. He was an alcoholic and heavily into cocaine. There was not much left, and he hated his family. Most people do.
Most people in California, perhaps, said Nina primly. It was an odd comment from Nina. Her father had committed suicide by throwing himself in front of a trolley car. I asked, "Where did you make contact?"
A party. The usual place. He bought the coke from a director who had ruined one of my...
Did you have to repeat the contact? Willie frowned at me. He kept his anger under control, but his face grew redder.
Yeah, I saw him twice more. Once I just watched from my car as he played tennis.
Points for irony, said Nina. But you lose points for repeated contact. If he was as empty as you say, you should have been able to use him after only one touch. What else do you have?
He had his usual assortment, pathetic Skid Row murders, 2 domestic slayings, a highway collision which turned into a fatal shooting. I was in the crowd, said Willie. I made contact. He had a gun in a glove compartment.
2 points, said Nina. Willie had saved a good one for last. A once-famous child star had suffered a bizarre accident. He had left his Bel Air apartment while it filled with gas and then returned to light a match. 2 others had died in the ensuing fire. You get credit only for him, said Nina.
Yeah.
Are you sure about this one? It could have been an accident.
Don't be ridiculous,
snapped Willie.
He turned toward me. This one was very hard to use, very strong. I blocked his memory of turning on the gas, had to hold it away for 2 hours, then forced him into the room. He struggled not to strike the match.
You should have had him use his lighter, said Nina.
He didn't smoke,
growled Willie.
He gave it up last year.
Yes, Nina smiled. I seem to remember him saying that to Johnny Carson. I could not tell if Nina was jesting. The 3 of us went through the ritual of assigning points. Nina did most of the talking. Willie went from being sullen to expansive to sullen again. At one point he reached over and patted my knee as he laughingly asked for help. I said nothing. Finally he gave up, crossed the parlor to the liquor cabinet, and poured himself a tall glass of bourbon from Father's decanter. The evening light was sending its final horizontal rays through the stained glass panels of the bay windows, and it cast a red hue on Willie as he stood next to the oak cupboard. His eyes were small red embers in a bloody mask. 41, said Nina at last. She looked up brightly and showed the calculator as if it verified some objective fact. I count 41 points. What do you have, Melanie?
Yeah,
interrupted Willie.
That is fine. Now let us see your claims, Nina.
His voice was flat and empty. Even Willie had lost some interest in the game. Before Nina could begin, Mr. Thorne entered and motioned that dinner was served. We adjourned to the dining room, Willie pouring himself another glass of bourbon, and Nina fluttering her hands in mock frustration at the interruption of the game. Once seated at the long mahogany table, I worked at being a hostess. From decades of tradition, talk of the game was banned from the dinner table. Over soup we discussed Willie's new movie and the purchase of another store for Nina's line of boutiques. It seemed that Nina's monthly column in Vogue was to be discontinued, but that a newspaper syndicate was interested in picking it up. Both of my guests exclaimed over the perfection of the baked ham, but I thought that Mr. Thorne had made the gravy a trifle too sweet. Darkness had filled the windows before we finished our chocolate mousse. The refracted light from the chandelier made Nina's hair dance with highlights, while I feared that mine glowed more blue than ever. Suddenly there was a sound from the kitchen. The huge Negro's face appeared at the swinging door. His shoulder was hunched against white hands, and his expression was that of a querulous child.
"The hell you think we are sitting here like—"
The white hands pulled him out of sight.
"Excuse me, ladies."
Willie dabbed linen at his lips and stood up. He still moved gracefully for all of his years. Nina poked at her chocolate. There was one sharp, barked command from the kitchen, and the sound of a slap. It was the slap of a man's hand, hard and flat as a small-caliber rifle shot. I looked up, and Mr. Thorne was at my elbow, clearing away the dessert dishes. "Coffee, please, Mr. Thorne, for all of us." He nodded, and his smile was gentle. Franz Anton Mesmer had known of it, even if he had not understood it. I suspect that Mesmer must have had some small touch of the ability. Modern pseudo-sciences have studied it and renamed it, removed most of its power, confused its uses and origins, but it remains the shadow of what Mesmer discovered. They have no idea of what it is like to feed. I despair at the rise of modern violence. I truly give in to despair at times, that deep, futureless pit of despair which Hopkins called Carrion comfort. I watch the American slaughterhouse, the casual attacks on popes, presidents, and uncounted others, and I wonder if there are many more out there with the ability, or if butchery has simply become the modern way of life. All humans feed on violence, on the small exercises of power over another, but few have tasted, as we have, the ultimate power. And without that ability, few know the unequaled pleasure of taking a human life. Without the ability, even those who do feed on life cannot savor the flow of emotions in stalker and victim, the total exhilaration of the attacker who has moved beyond all rules and punishments, the strange, almost sexual submission of the victim in that final second of truth when all options are cancelled, all futures denied, all possibilities erased in an exercise of absolute power over another. I despair at modern violence. I despair at the impersonal nature of it and the casual quality which has made it accessible to so many. I had a television set until I sold it at the height of the Vietnam War. Those sanitized snippets of death, made distant by the camera's lens, meant nothing to me. But I believe it meant something to these cattle which surround me. When the war and the nightly televised body counts ended, they demanded more, and the movie screens and streets of this sweet and dying nation have provided it in mediocre mob abundance. It is an addiction I know well. They miss the point. Merely observed, violent death is a sad and sullied tapestry of confusion. But to those of us who have fed, death can be a sacrament. "My turn, my turn." Nina's voice still resembled that of the visiting belle who had just filled her dance card at Cousin Celia's June ball. We had returned to the parlor. Willie had finished his coffee and requested a brandy from Mr. Thorne. I was embarrassed for Willie. To have one's closest associate show any hint of unplanned behavior was certainly a sign of weakening ability. Nina did not appear to have noticed. "I have them all in order," said Nina. She opened the scrapbook on the now-empty tea table. Willie went through them carefully, sometimes asking a question, more often grunting assent. I murmured occasional agreement, although I had heard of none of them. Except for the beetle, of course. Nina saved that for near the end. "Good God, Nina, that was you?" Willie seemed near anger. Nina's feedings had always run to Park Avenue suicides and matrimonial disagreements ending in shots fired from expensive, small-calibered ladies' guns. This type of thing was more in Willie's crude style. Perhaps he felt that his territory was being invaded.
"I mean, you were risking a lot, weren't you? It's so, damn it, so public."
Nina laughed and set down the calculator. Willie, dear, that's what the game is about, is it not? Willie strode to the liquor cabinet and refilled his brandy snifter. The wind tossed bare branches against the leaded glass of the bay window. I do not like winter. Even in the South it takes its toll on the spirit. Didn't this guy, what's his name, buy the gun in Hawaii or someplace? Asked Willie from across the room. That sounds like his initiative to me. I mean, if he was already stalking the fellow. Willie, dear. Nina's voice had gone as cold as the wind that raked the branches. No one said he was stable. How many of yours are stable, Willie? But I made it happen, darling. I chose the place and the time. Don't you see the irony of the place, Willie? After that little prank on the director of that witchcraft movie a few years ago, it was straight from the script. I don't know, said Willie. He sat heavily on the divan, spilling brandy on his expensive sports coat. He did not notice. The lamplight reflected from his balding skull. The muscles of age were more visible at night, and his neck, where it disappeared into his turtleneck, was all ropes and tendons. I don't know. He looked up at me and smiled suddenly, as if we shared a conspiracy. It could be like that, right, fella, eh, Melanie? It could be like that. Nina looked down at the hands on her lap. The well-manicured fingers were white at the tips. The Mind Vampires. That's what the writer was going to call his book. I sometimes wonder if he really would have written anything. What was his name? Something Russian. Willie and I received the telegram from Nina. Come quickly, you are needed. That was enough. I was on the next morning's flight to New York. The plane was a noisy, propeller-driven constellation, and I spent much of the flight assuring the over-solicitous stewardess that I needed nothing, that, indeed, I felt fine. She obviously had decided that I was someone's grandmother who was flying for the first time. Willie managed to arrive 20 minutes before me. Nina was distraught and as close to hysteria as I had ever seen her. She had been at a party in Lower Manhattan 2 days before. She was not so distraught that she forgot to tell us what important names had been there. When she found herself sharing a corner, a fondue pot, and confidences with a young writer, or rather, the writer was sharing confidences. Nina described him as a scruffy sort, wispy little beard, thick glasses, a corduroy sports coat worn over an old plaid shirt. One of the type invariably sprinkled around successful parties of that era, according to Nina. She knew enough not to call him a beatnik, for that term had just become passé. But no one had yet heard the term hippie, and it wouldn't have applied to him anyway. He was a writer of the sort that barely ekes out a living, these days at least, by selling blood and doing novelizations of television series. Alexander something. His idea for a book, he told Nina that he had been working on it for some time, was that many of the murders then being committed were actually the result of a small group of psychic killers. He called them mind vampires, who used others to carry out their grisly deeds. He said that a paperback publisher had already shown interest in his outline and would offer him a contract tomorrow if he would change the title to The Zombie Factor and put in more sex. So what? Willie had said to Nina in disgust. You have me fly across the continent for this? I might buy that idea to produce myself. That turned out to be the excuse we used to interrogate this Alexander somebody when Nina threw an impromptu party the next evening. I did not attend. The party was not overly successful, according to Nina, but it gave Willie the chance to have a long chat with the young would-be novelist. In the writer's own most pitiable eagerness to do business with Bill Borden, producer of Paris Memories, 3 on a Swing, and at least 2 other completely forgettable Technicolor features touring the drive-ins that summer, he revealed that the book consisted of a well-worn outline and a dozen pages of notes. However, he was sure that he could do a treatment for Mr. Borden in 5 weeks, perhaps 3 weeks if he was flown out to Hollywood to get the proper creative stimulation. Later that evening we discussed the possibility of Willie simply buying an option on the treatment, but Willie was short on cash at the time, and Nina was insistent. In the end, the young writer opened his femoral artery with a Gillette blade and ran screaming into a narrow Greenwich Village side street to die. I don't believe that anyone ever bothered to sort through the clutter and debris of his remaining notes.
It could be like that writer, yeah, Melanie?
Willie patted my knee. I nodded.
He was mine,
continued Willie.
And Nina tried to take credit, remember?
Again I nodded. Actually, he had not been Nina's or Willie's. I had avoided the party so I could make contact later without the young man noticing he was being followed. I did so easily. I remember sitting in an overheated little delicatessen across the street from the apartment building. It was not at all difficult. It was over so quickly that there was almost no sense of feeding. Then I was aware once again of the sputtering radiators and the smell of salami as people rushed to the door to see what the screaming was about. I remember finishing my tea slowly so that I did not have to leave before the ambulance was gone. "Nonsense," said Nina. She busied herself with her little calculator. "How many points?" She looked at me. I looked at Willie.
6,
he said with a shrug. Nina made a small show of totaling the numbers. 38, she said, and sighed theatrically. "You win again, Willie, or rather you beat me again. We must hear from Melanie. You've been so quiet, dear. You must have some surprise for us."
"Yes," said Willie. "It is your turn to win. It has been several years."
"None," I said. I had expected an explosion of questions, but the silence was broken only by the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece. Nina was looking away from me, at something hidden by the shadows in the corner.
"None?"
echoed Willie. "There was one," I said at last, "but it was by accident. I came across them robbing an old man behind. It was by accident." Willie was agitated. He stood up, walked to the window, turned a straight-backed old chair around, and straddled it, arms folded.
"What does this mean?"
"You're quitting the game?" asked Nina as she turned to look at me. I let the question serve as the answer.
"Why?"
snapped Willie. In his excitement it came out with a hard V. If I had been raised in an era when young ladies were allowed to shrug, I would have done so then. As it was, I contented myself with running my fingers along an imaginary seam on my skirt. Willie had asked the question, but I stared straight into Nina's eyes when I finally answered. "I'm tired. It's been too long. I guess I'm getting old."
"You'll get a lot older if you do not hunt,"
said Willie. His body, his voice, the red mask of his face, everything signaled great anger just kept in check.
"My God, Melanie, you already look older. You look terrible. This is why we hunt, woman. Look at yourself in the mirror. You want to die an old woman just because you're tired of using them? Ugh."
Willie stood and turned his back on us. "Nonsense!" Nina's voice was strong, confident, in command once more. "Melanie's tired, Willie. Be nice. We all have times like that. I remember how you were after the war, like a whipped puppy. You wouldn't even go outside your miserable little flat in Baden. Even after we helped you get to New Jersey, you just sulked around feeling sorry for yourself. Melanie made up the game to help you feel better, so quiet. Never tell a lady who feels tired and depressed that she looks terrible. Honestly, Willie, you're such a Schwarzenegger sometimes, and a crashing boor to boot." I had anticipated many reactions to my announcement, but this was the one I feared the most. It meant that Nina had also tired of the game. It meant that she was ready to move to another level of play. It had to mean that. "Thank you, Nina, darling," I said. "I knew you would understand." She reached across and touched my knee reassuringly. Even through my wool skirt I could feel the cold of her white fingers. My guest would not stay the night. I implored. I remonstrated. I pointed out that their rooms were ready, that Mr. Thorne had already turned down the quilts. "Next time," said Willie. "Next time, Melanie, my little love. We'll make a weekend of it as we used to. A week!" Willie was in a much better mood since he had been paid his $1,000 prize by each of us. He had sulked, but I had insisted. It soothed his ego when Mr. Thorne brought in a check already made out to William D. Borden. Again I asked him to stay, but he protested that he had a midnight flight to Chicago. He had to see a prize-winning author about a screenplay. Then he was hugging me goodbye. His companions were in the hall behind me, and I had a brief moment of terror. But they left. The blond young man showed his white smile, and the Negro bobbed his head in what I took as a farewell. Then we were alone. Nina and I were alone. Not quite alone. Miss Kramer was standing next to Nina at the end of the hall. Mr. Thorne was out of sight behind the swinging door to the kitchen. I left him there. Miss Kramer took 3 steps forward. I felt my breath stop for an instant. Mr. Thorne put his hand on the swinging door. Then the husky little brunette went to the hall closet, removed Nina's coat, and stepped back to help her into it. "Are you sure you won't stay?" "No, thank you, darling. I've promised Barrett that we would drive to Hilton Head tonight." "But it's late." "We have reservations." "Thank you anyway, Melanie. I will be in touch." "Yes." "I mean it, dear. We must talk. I understand exactly how you feel, but you have to remember that the game is still important to Willie. We'll have to find a way to end it without hurting his feelings. Perhaps we could visit him next spring in Carrion, or whatever he calls that gloomy old Bavarian place of his. A trip to the continent would do wonders for you, dear." "Yes." "I will be in touch. After this deal with the new store is settled, we need to spend some time together, Melanie, just the 2 of us, like old times." Her lips kissed the air next to my cheek. She held my forearms tightly for a few seconds. "Goodbye, darling." "Goodbye, Nina." I carried the brandy glass to the kitchen. Mr. Thorne took it in silence. "Make sure the house is secure," I said. He nodded and went off to check the locks and alarm system. It was only 9:45, but I was very tired. Age, I thought. I went up the wide staircase, perhaps the finest feature of the house, and dressed for bed. It had begun to storm, and the sound of the cold raindrops on the window carried a sad rhythm to it. Mr. Thorne looked in as I was brushing my hair and wishing it were longer. I turned to him. He reached into the pocket of his dark vest. When his hand emerged, a slim blade flicked out. I nodded. He palmed the blade shut and closed the door behind him. I listened to his footsteps recede down the stairs to the chair in the front hall where he would spend the night. I believe that I dreamed of vampires that night, or perhaps I was thinking about them just prior to falling asleep, and a fragment had stayed with me until morning. Of all of mankind's self-inflicted terrors, of all their pathetic little monsters, only the myth of the vampire had any vestige of dignity. Like the humans it fed on, the vampire responded to its own dark compulsions. But unlike its petty human prey, The vampire carried out its sordid means to the only possible ends which could justify such actions, the goal of literal immortality. There was a nobility there, and a sadness. Willie was right. I had aged. The past year had taken a greater toll than the preceding decade, but I had not fed, despite the hunger, despite the aging reflection in the mirror, despite the dark compulsion which had ruled over lives for so many years. I had not fed. I fell asleep trying to remember the details of Charles's face. I fell asleep hungry.
2. Beverly Hills, Saturday, December 13th, 1980. The front lawn of Tony Harrod's home featured a large circular fountain into which a sculpture of a cloven-hoofed satyr urinated while staring down the canyon toward Hollywood with a perpetual grimace, which might be interpreted as either pained aversion or sneering contempt. Those who knew Tony Harrod had no doubt as to which expression was the more appropriate. The home had once belonged to a silent screen actor who, in the prime of his career, and after much struggle, had made the difficult transition to talking pictures, only to die of throat cancer 3 months after his first talkie opened at Grauman's Chinese Theater. His widow refused to leave the sprawling estate and stayed on for 35 years as a de facto mausoleum caretaker, frequently sponging off old Hollywood acquaintances and previously spurned relatives in order to pay the taxes. When she died in 1959, the home was purchased by a scriptwriter who had done 3 of the 5 Doris Day romance comedies released by then. The writer complained about the gone-to-seed garden and a bad smell in the second-floor study. Eventually, the writer went deep into debt and blew his brains out in the potting shed, to be discovered the next day by a gardener who did not report the death for fear of being revealed to be an illegal alien. The corpse of the screenwriter was discovered again 12 days later by a lawyer for the Screenwriters Guild who had come out to discuss their upcoming defense in a plagiarism suit. Subsequent owners of the house included a famous actress who resided there for the 3-month interregnum between her 5th and 6th marriage, a special effects technician who died in a 1976 commissary fire, and an oil sheik who painted the satyr pink and gave it a Jewish name. The sheik was assassinated in 1979 by his brother-in-law while passing through Riyadh on pilgrimage, and Tony Harrod bought the estate 4 days later. "It's fucking wonderful," Harrod had told the realtor as they stood on the flagstone path and stared up at the urinating satyr. "I'll take the place." An hour later, he handed over a check for $600,000 in down payment. He had not yet been inside the house. Shayla Barrington knew the stories about Tony Harrod's impulsive acts. She knew about the time Harrod had insulted Truman Capote in front of 200 guests, and about the scandal in 1978 when he and one of Jimmy Carter's closest aides almost had been arrested for the possession of narcotics. No one had gone to jail, nothing had been proven, but it had been rumored that Harrod had set the hapless Georgian up as a prank. Shayla leaned over to catch sight of the satyr as her chauffeur-driven Mercedes glided up the curved drive toward the main house. She was acutely aware that her mother was not with her. Also missing on this particular outing were Lauren, her agent, Richard, her mother's agent, Cowles, her chauffeur bodyguard, and Esteban, her hairdresser. Shayla was 17 years old, a successful model for 9 years, and a movie star for the past 2. But as the Mercedes came to a stop in front of the elaborately carved front doors of Harrod's house, she felt like nothing so much as a fairy-tale princess who had been compelled to visit a fierce ogre. "No, not an ogre," thought Shayla. "What did Norman Mailer call Tony Harrod after Stephen and Leslie's party last spring? A malignant little troll. I must pass through this malignant little troll's cave before finding the treasure." Shayla felt tension pull at her neck muscles as she rang the bell. She consoled herself with the knowledge that Mr. Borton would be there. She liked the aged producer with his old-world courtliness and pleasant hint of accent. Shayla felt the tension rise again as she thought of her mother's reaction if the older woman ever discovered that Shayla had secretly arranged such a meeting. Shayla was about to turn and leave when the door swung wide. "Ah, Miss Barrington, I presume." Tony Harrod stood in the doorway, wearing a velvet robe. Shayla stared at him and wondered if he wore anything under the robe. A few gray hairs were visible in the black mat on his bare chest. "How do you do?" Shayla said, and followed her would-be associate producer into the foyer. At first glance, Tony Harrod was not an obvious candidate for trolldom. He was slightly shorter than average. Shayla was 5'11", tall even for a model, and Harrod could not have stood more than 5'7". And his long arms and oversized hands seemed out of proportion as they hung from his thin, almost boyish frame. His hair was very dark and clipped so short that black bangs curled down over his high, pale forehead. Shayla thought that perhaps the first hint of the hidden troll was the sallowness to his skin that seemed more appropriate to a denizen of some sooty northeastern city than to a 12-year resident of Los Angeles. Harrod's face was sharp-boned, sharp-edged, and not softened by a sardonic slash of a mouth that seemed filled with too many small teeth and a quick pink tongue that moved constantly to moisten his thin lower lip. His eyes were set deep and looked vaguely bruised, but it was the intensity of that shadowed gaze which made Shayla inhale deeply and pause in the tiled entryway. Shayla was sensitive to eyes. Her own had helped make her what she was, and she had never encountered a stare which struck her quite like Tony Harrod's. Languid, heavy-lidded, almost unfocused in their mocking disinterest, Harrod's small brown eyes seemed to project a power and a challenge quite in contrast to the rest of his appearance. "Come on in, kid. Jesus, where's your entourage? I didn't think you went anywhere without a mob that'd make Napoleon's Grand Army look like a rump session of Richard Nixon's fan club." Pardon me?" said Shayla, and immediately regretted it. Too much was riding on this meeting for her to get behind on points. "Forget it," said Harrod, and stood back to look at her. He jammed his hands in the pockets of his robe, but not before Shayla had time to notice extraordinarily long, pale fingers. She thought of Gollum in The Hobbit. "Christ, you're fucking beautiful," said the little man. "I knew you were a knockout, but you're even more impressive in real life. You must drive the Beach Boys apeshit." Shayla stiffened. She had been prepared to suffer some boorishness, but she had been raised to abhor obscenities. "Is Mr. Borden here yet?" she asked coldly. Harrod smiled, but shook his head. "'Fraid not," he said. "Willie had to go visit some old friends back east, somewhere in the south, Boggsville or Redneck Beach or someplace." Shayla hesitated. She had thought herself well prepared to make the deal she wanted with Mr. Borden and his associate producer, but the thought of dealing just with Tony Harrod made her shudder. She would have made some excuse then and left, but the movement was preempted by the appearance of a beautiful woman. "Miss Barrington, allow me to introduce my assistant, Maria Chen," said Harrod. "Maria, this is Shayla Barrington, a very talented young actress who may be the star of our new film." "How do you do, Miss Chen?" Shayla took the measure of the older woman. In her 30s, her Oriental ancestry apparent only in the beautifully sculpted cheekbones, a raven richness of hair, and the slightest turn of the eye, Maria Chen could easily have been a model herself. The slight tension, so natural between two striking women being introduced, was immediately dissipated by the warmth of the older woman's smile. "Miss Barrington, it's a great pleasure to meet you." Chen's handshake was firm and pleasant. "I've been a great admirer of your ad work for some time. You have a rare quality. I think the Avedon spread in Vogue was magnificent." "Thank you, Miss Chen. Please, call me Maria." She smiled, brushed back her hair, and turned to Harrod. "The pool is at the proper temperature. I've arranged to hold all calls for the next 45 minutes. Harrod nodded. "Since my accident on the Ventura Freeway last spring, I find it helpful to spend some time in the jacuzzi each day," he said. He smiled thinly as he saw her hesitate. "Pool rule, suits required." Herod unbelted his robe to show a pair of red trunks with his initials monogrammed in gold. "Shall Maria show you to a changing room, or would you prefer to discuss the film at some future date when Willie can be here?" Shayla thought quickly. She doubted if she could keep such a deal secret from Lauren and her mother for long. This might be her only chance to get the movie on her own terms. "I didn't bring a suit," she said. It was Maria Chen who laughed and said, "No problem there. Tony has suits for all shapes and sizes of guests. He even keeps several for his elderly aunt when she visits." Shayla joined in the laughter. She followed the other woman down a long hallway, through a room filled with comfortable sectionals which was dominated by a large television viewing screen, past shelves filled with electronic video equipment, and then down another short hall into a cedar-lined dressing room. Wide drawers slid out to reveal men's and women's swimsuits of various styles and colors. "I'll let you change," said Maria Chen. "Will you be joining us?" "Perhaps later. I have to finish typing some of Tony's correspondence. Enjoy the water. And, Miss Barrington, don't mind Tony's manner. He's a bit rough sometimes, but he's very fair." Shayla nodded as Maria Chen closed the door. Shayla looked through the stacks of bathing suits. The styles varied from skimpy French bikinis to strapless maillots to conservative two-piece suits. Tags bore the names Gotex, Christian Dior, and Cole. Shayla chose an orange bandeau that was less than outrageous, but cut high enough to show off her thighs and long legs to best advantage. She knew from experience how well her small, firm breasts would show, and how there would be just a hint of nipples swelling the thin lycra fabric. The color would complement the green in her hazel eyes. Shayla went out another door and emerged into a greenhouse setting enclosed on three sides by curved walls of glass, where a proliferation of tropical plants caught the light. The fourth wall held yet another large projection screen next to the door. Muted classical music came from unseen speakers. It was very humid. Shayla could see a much larger pool sparkling outside in the morning light. Inside, Tony Herod reclined in the shallow end of the spa and sipped at a tall drink. Shayla felt the hot, moist air press on her like a damp blanket. "What kept you, kid? I started without you." Shayla smiled and sat on the edge of the small pool. She remained about 5 feet from Herod, not so far as to convey insult, not so close as to suggest intimacy. She kicked idly at the frothing water, lifting her legs with her feet extended so as to best display her calf and thigh muscles. "Let's get to it, shall we?" suggested Herod. He showed his thin, faintly mocking smile, and his tongue darted out to wet his lower lip. "I shouldn't even be here," Shayla said softly. "My agent handles this kind of thing, and I always consult with Mother before deciding on any new project, even a weekend modeling assignment. I came today only because Mr. Borden asked me to. He's been very nice to us since—" Yeah, he's crazy about you, too," interrupted Herod, and set his drink on the tile. "Here's the deal. Willie's bought the rights to a paperback bestseller called The White Slaver. It's a piece of formalized shit written for illiterate 14-year-olds, and the kind of lobotomized housewife that lines up to buy the new Harlequin romances each month. Jack-off material for intellectual quadriplegics. Naturally, it sold about 3 million copies. We got the rights before it was published. Willie has someone at Ballantine who tips him off when one of these concoctions of pureed batshit promises to be a sleeper." "You make it sound very attractive," Shayla said softly. "Fucking right. Of course, the movie will throw out most of the book, keep the rough storyline and the cheap sex, but we'll have good people working on it. Michael May Drynan's already started work on the script, and Schubert Williams has agreed to direct." "Shu Williams?" Shayla was startled. Williams had just finished directing George C. Scott in a much-touted film for MGM. She looked down at the bubbling surface of the pool. "I'm afraid it doesn't sound like something we'd be interested in," said Shayla. "My mother, that is, we've been very careful as to the type of vehicle we've chosen in which to start my film career." Uh-huh, said Herod, and drained the last of his drink. 2 years ago, you starred in Shannerly's Hope with Ryan O'Neal. Dying kid meets a dying con man in a Mexican Laetrile clinic. Together, they give up their search for false cures and find real happiness in the few weeks left to them. Jesus fucking Christ! And I quote Charles Champlin, "The previews alone for this saccharine abomination would be sufficient to send diabetics into seizure." The distribution and promotion were poor and... You'd better be damn glad of that, kiddo. Then, last year, your mom got you into Wise's East of Happiness. You were going to be another Julie Andrews in that cheap shit rip-off of The Sound of Mucus. Only you weren't. And this isn't the Flower Child 60s, it's the mean-assed 80s. And I'm not your agent or anything, Miss Barrington, but I'd say that Mama and the crew have pulled you pretty far up shit creek as far as your film career goes. They're trying to turn you into a Marie Osmond type. Yeah, I know, you're a member of the Church of the LDS. So what? You were a class act on the cover of Vogue in 17, and now you're close to pissing it all away. They're trying to sell you as a 12-year-old ingenue, and it's too late for that kind of shit. Shayla did not move. Her mind was racing, but she could think of nothing to say. Her impulse was to tell this malignant little troll to drop dead. But no words came, and she continued to sit on the edge of the bubbling pool. Her future depended upon the next few minutes, and her mind was a muddle. Herod climbed out of the water and padded across the tiles to a wet bar set back among the ferns. He poured a tall glass of grapefruit juice and looked back at Shayla. "Want anything, kid? I got everything here, even some Hawaiian punch if you're feeling especially Mormon today." Shayla shook her head. The producer dropped back into the jacuzzi and rested the glass on his chest. He glanced up at a mirror on one wall and nodded almost imperceptibly. "All right," he said. "Let's talk about the white slaver, or whatever it ends up being called." I don't think that we would be interested." "You'll get $400,000 up front," said Herod, "plus a percentage of the picture, which you'll never see, bookkeeping being what it is. What you'll really get out of it is a name you can bank at any studio in town. This thing's going to be a fucking firecracker, kid, trust me. I can smell big box office before the second draft of the treatment gets typed. This is big." "I'm afraid not, Mr. Herod. Mr. Borden said that if I wasn't interested after hearing the initial proposal that we could—" "Shooting starts in March," said Herod. He took a long sip and closed his eyes. "Shoe figures about 12 weeks, so count on 20. Location shots'll include Algiers, Spain, a few days in Egypt, and about 3 weeks in Pinewood Studios for the palace stuff on the big sound stage there." Shayla stood up. Water glistened on her legs. She put her hands on her hips and glared at the ugly little man in the pool. Herod did not open his eyes. "You're not listening, Mr. Herod," she snapped. "I said no, I will not do your picture. I haven't even seen the script. Well, you can take your white slaver or whatever it is and shove it up my ass?" Herod opened his eyes. Shayla was reminded of a lizard awakening. The water frothed around Herod's pale chest. "Goodbye, Mr. Herod," said Shayla Barrington, and turned on her heel. She had taken 3 steps when Herod's voice stopped her. "Afraid of the nude scenes, kid?" She hesitated, then continued walking. "Afraid of the nude scenes," repeated Herod, and this time it was not a question. Shayla was almost to the door when she whirled around. Her hands clawed at the air. I haven't even seen the script." Her voice broke, and she was amazed to find herself near tears. "Sure, there are some nude scenes," continued Herod, as if she had not spoken, "and one love scene that'll make the little teeny boppers cream their pants. We could use a body double, but we won't have to. You can do it, kiddo." Shayla shook her head. She felt a rising fury that was beyond words. She turned and reached blindly for the doorknob. Stop. Tony Herod's voice was softer than ever, almost inaudible, but there was something in it that stopped her more surely than a scream. Cold fingers seemed to curl around her neck. Come here. Shayla turned and walked toward him. Herod lay with his long-fingered hands crossed over his chest. His eyes were only slightly opened, moist, heavy-lidded, a crocodile's lazy gaze. Part of Shayla's mind screamed in panic and protest, while another part merely watched in growing wonder. Sit down. She sat on the edge of the pool, 3 feet from him. Her long legs dropped into the jacuzzi. White foam splashed her tan thighs. She felt distant from her own body, staring down at herself with an almost clinical detachment. As I was saying, you can do it, kid. Jesus, there's a little bit of the exhibitionist in all of us. Only you'll be paid a fat fortune to do what you want to do anyway. As if fighting a terrible torpor, Shayla raised her head and looked into Tony Herod's eyes. In the dappled light, his irises appeared to have opened so far as to leave only black holes in his pale face. Like now, Herod said softly, so very softly. Perhaps he did not speak at all. The words seemed to slide into place in Shayla's brain, cold coins tumbling into dark water. It's really quite warm in here. You don't need that suit, do you? Of course not. Shayla stared. Distantly, far back in the tunnel of her mind, she was a small child on the verge of tears. She watched in quiet surprise as her arm rose and her right hand slowly loosened the top of the bandeau and slid under the elastic. She tugged lightly, and the lycra slid lower on her side, pulling tighter against the swell of her breasts. She pulled again on the right side. The fabric cut across her just above the nipple. She could see the faint red line fading where the elastic had pressed against her. She looked at Tony Herod. Herod smiled ever so slightly and nodded. As if given permission, Shayla pulled the suit down sharply. Her breasts bobbed softly as they came free of the orange fabric. She was very white there, with only a few freckles dotting the tender skin. Her nipples were taut, rising quickly in the cool air. The areolae were brown and very wide, and were outlined by a few dark hairs which Shayla found too beautiful to pluck. No one knew that, not even her mother. Shayla had not allowed anyone, not even Avedon, to photograph her breasts. She looked back at Herod, but his face was only a pale blur. The room seemed to tilt and spin around her. The noise of the pool recycler grew louder until it throbbed in her ears. At the same time, Shayla felt something stir inside her. A pleasant warmth began to fill her. It was as if someone had reached directly into her brain to softly stroke at the pleasure center there, as surely as palm and fingers would stroke the soft mound between her legs. Shayla gasped and arched involuntarily. "It's really quite warm," said Tony Herod. Shayla ran her hands over her face, touched her eyelids with something akin to wonder, and then ran her palms down her neck, across her collarbone, and stopped with her fingers pressing flat against her chest where the pale flesh began. She could feel her pulse fluttering in her throat like a caged bird. Then she slid her hands lower, arching again as her palms slid across her suddenly painfully sensitive nipples, lifting her breasts as Dr. Kemmerer had taught her when she was 14, but not examining them, merely pressing against herself with a pleasurable pressure that made her want to scream. "There's really no need for a suit at all," whispered Herod. Did he whisper? Shayla was confused. She was looking right at him, and his lips had not moved. His slight smile showed small teeth like sharp white stones. It did not matter. Nothing mattered to Shayla except getting free of the clinging maillot. She pulled the material lower, tugged it over the slight swell of her belly, and raised her buttocks to slide the elastic from under her. Then the suit was only a clinging fold of fabric on one leg, and she kicked it free. She looked down at herself, at the inward curving arc of thigh, and the vertical, not quite V-shaped line of pubic hair that rose toward the demarcation of her tan. For a second, she was dizzy again, this time with a distant sense of shock. But then she felt the stroking begin inside her once again, and she leaned back on her elbows. The jacuzzi frothed warm water at her thighs. She raised a hand and slowly traced a blue vein where it pulsed under the white skin of her breast. The slightest touch brought fire to her flesh. The soft mounds of her breasts seemed to contract and grow heavier at the same instant. The noise of the pool seemed to synchronize and then syncopate with her thudding heartbeat. She raised her right knee and dropped her hand to the inside of her leg. Her own palm slid higher, disturbing the water droplets that gleamed on the thin golden hairs of her upper legs. Warmth infused her, filled her, controlled her. Her vulva pulsed with a pleasure she had known only in that guilty twilight before sleep, known before only with a filter of shame, now missing, and never known with this overwhelming sense of heat and urgency. Shayla's fingers found the moistened folds of her labia, and she parted them with a soft gasp. "Too warm for a suit," said Tony Harrod, "for either of us." He took a final sip of his grapefruit juice, hoisted himself up on the tile, and set the glass far back from the edge of the pool. Shayla slid around, feeling the cool tiles under her hip. Her long hair tumbled around her face as she crawled forward, her mouth open slightly, using her elbows for leverage. Harrod was leaning back on his elbows with his feet kicking idly at the water. Shayla paused and looked up at him. Inside her mind, the stroking intensified, found her core, and slid slowly along it in teasing strokes. Her senses registered only the ebb and flow of oiled friction. Shayla gasped and involuntarily clenched her thighs together as wave after wave of preliminary orgasm rippled through her. The whispering grew louder in her mind, a teasing sibilance which seemed to be part of the pleasure. Shayla's breasts touched the floor as she leaned forward and tugged down Tony Harrod's swim shorts in a frenzied motion that was somehow both violent and graceful. She pulled the bunched fabric down over his knees and into the water. Black hair marched down from his belly. His penis was pale and flaccid, slowly stirring in its nest of dark hair. She looked up and saw that his smile was gone. Harrod's eyes were perforations in a pale mask. There was no warmth there, no excitement. There was only the intense concentration of a predator gazing at its kill. Shayla did not care. She did not know what she saw. She only knew that the stroking in her mind had intensified, going beyond ecstasy into pain. Pure pleasure flooded her nervous system like a drug. Shayla laid her cheek against Harrod's thigh and reached for his penis with her right hand. He idly batted her hand away. Shayla bit into her lip and moaned. Her mind was a maelstrom of sensation which registered only the goadings of passion and pain. Her legs twitched in random spasms, and she writhed against the edge of the pool. Shayla moved her lips along the salty expanse of Harrod's thigh. She tasted her own blood while she reached to cup Harrod's testicles in her palm. The little man raised his right leg and gently pushed her sideways into the pool. Shayla continued clinging to his legs, straining against him, making small noises while her mouth and hands sought him. Maria Chen entered, plugged a telephone into a wall outlet, and set it on the floor near Harrod. "It's Washington," she said, glanced once at Shayla, and walked out. The warmth and friction left Shayla's mind and body with a cold suddenness that made her cry out in pain. She stared blindly for a second, and then pushed herself backward in the foaming pool. She began trembling violently and covered her upper body with her arms. "Harry, dear," said the producer. He rose, took 3 steps, and slipped into his terry-cloth robe. Shayla watched with bruised disbelief as his pale loins were covered. She began to shake even more violently then. Chills coursed through her. She raked at her hair with her fingernails and lowered her face to the foaming water. "Yes?" said Herod. "God damn it to goddamn hell! When? Are they sure he was on board? Fuck. Yeah. Both of them? What about the other one? What's her name? Fuck. No. I'll take care of it. No. I said I'll take care of it. Yeah. No. Make it 2 days. Yeah, I'll be there." Herod slammed the receiver down, strode to a wicker chair, and threw himself into it. Shayla reached as far as she could and pulled the wadded maillot into the pool. Still shaking, nausea making her dizzy, she squatted in the bubbling water to pull on the suit. She was sobbing without being aware of it. "This is a nightmare," was the thought that echoed through her spinning mind. Herod picked up a remote control and clicked it at the large video projection screen set into one wall. Instantly, the screen lit with an image of Shayla Barrington sitting on the edge of a small pool. She looked to one side, stared vacantly, smiled as if enjoying a dream, and began pulling down the elastic of her swimsuit. Her breasts were pale, the nipples erect, the areolae large and visibly brown, even in the poor light. "No!" screamed Shayla, and beat at the water. Herod turned his head and seemed to notice her for the first time. His thin lips twisted into a simulacrum of a smile. "I'm afraid our plans have changed a bit," he said softly. "Mr. Borden won't be involved in this particular film. I'll be the sole producer." Shayla stopped her frantic slapping at the water. Her hair hung across her face in moist strands. Her mouth was open, and strings of saliva hung from her chin. Except for her uncontrolled sobs, the only sound was the purr of the pool recycler. "We'll keep to the original shooting schedule," Herod said almost absently. He glanced up at the big screen. Shayla Barrington was crawling naked across dark tiles. The naked torso of a man came into view. The camera zoomed in on Shayla's face as she rubbed her cheek against a hairy white thigh. Her eyes were glazed with passion, and her mouth pulsed roundly like that of a fish. "I'm afraid Mr. Borden won't be producing any more films with us," said Herod. His head rotated toward her, and the black beacons of his eyes blinked slowly. "From here on out, it's just you and me, kid." Herod's lips twitched, and Shayla could see the small teeth. They looked very white and sharp. "I'm afraid Mr. Borden won't be producing any more films with anyone." Herod turned his gaze back to the screen. "Willie's dead," he said softly.
3. Charleston, Saturday, December 13th, 1980. I woke to bright sunlight through branches. It was one of those crystalline, warming winter days which makes living in the South so much less depressing than merely surviving a Yankee winter. I could see the green palmettos above red rooftops. I had Mr. Thorne open the window a crack when he brought in my breakfast tray. As I sipped my coffee, I could hear children playing in the courtyard. Years ago, Mr. Thorne would have brought the morning paper with the tray, but I had long since learned that to read about the follies and scandals of the world was to desecrate the morning. In truth, I was growing less and less interested in the affairs of men. I had done without a newspaper, telephone, or television for 12 years, and had suffered no ill effects, unless one were to count a growing self-contentment as an ill thing. I smiled as I remembered Willie's disappointment at not being able to play his video cassettes. He was such a child. "It is Saturday, is it not, Mr. Thorne?" At his nod, I gestured for the tray to be taken away. "We will go out today," I said. "A walk, perhaps a trip to the fort, then dinner at Henry's and home. I have arrangements to make." Mr. Thorne hesitated and half stumbled as he was leaving the room. I paused in the act of belting my robe. It was not like Mr. Thorne to commit an ungraceful movement. I realized that he, too, was getting old. He straightened the tray and dishes, nodded his head, and left for the kitchen. I would not let thoughts of aging disturb me on such a beautiful morning. I felt charged with a new energy and resolve. The reunion the night before had not gone well, but neither had it gone as badly as it could have. I had been honest with Nina and Willie about my intention of quitting the game. In the weeks and months to come, they, or at least Nina, would begin to brood over the ramifications of that, but by the time they chose to react, separately or together, I would be long gone. Already I had new and old identities waiting for me in Florida, Michigan, London, southern France, and even in New Delhi. Michigan was out for the time being. I had grown unused to the harsh climate. New Delhi was no longer the hospitable place for foreigners it had been when I resided there briefly before the war. Nina had been right about one thing. A return to Europe would be good for me. Already I longed for the rich light and cordial savoir-vivre of the villagers near my old summer house outside of Toulon. The air outside was bracing. I wore a simple print dress and my spring coat. The trace of arthritis in my right leg had bothered me coming down the stairs, but I used my father's old walking stick as a cane. A young Negro servant had cut it for Father the summer we moved from Greenville to Charleston. I smiled as we emerged into the warm air of the courtyard. Mrs. Hodges came out of her doorway into the light. It was her grandchildren and their friends who were playing around the dry fountain. The courtyard had been shared by the 3 brick buildings for 2 centuries. Only my home had not been parceled into expensive townhouses or apartments. "Good morning, Miss Fuller." "Good morning, Mrs. Hodges. A beautiful day." "It is that. Are you off shopping?" "Just for a walk, Mrs. Hodges. I'm surprised that Mr. Hodges isn't out. He always seems to be working in the yard on Saturdays." Mrs. Hodges frowned as one of the little girls ran between us. Her friend came squealing after her, sweater flying. "Oh, George is at the marina already." "In the daytime?" I had often been amused by Mr. Hodges' departure for work in the evening, his security guard uniform neatly pressed, gray hair jutting out from under his cap, black lunch pail gripped firmly under his arm. Mr. Hodges was as leathery and bow-legged as an aged cowboy. He was one of those men who was always on the verge of retiring, but who probably realized that to be inactive would be a form of death sentence. "Oh, yes. One of those colored men on the day shift down at the storage building quit, and they asked George to fill in. I told him that he was too old to work 4 nights a week and then go back on the weekend, but you know George." "Well, give him my best," I said. The girls running around the fountain made me nervous. Mrs. Hodges followed me to the wrought-iron gate. "Will you be going away for the holidays, Miss Fuller?" "Probably, Mrs. Hodges. Most probably." Then Mr. Thorne and I were out onto the sidewalk and strolling toward the Battery. A few cars drove slowly down the narrow street, tourists staring at the houses of our old section, but the day was serene and quiet. I saw the masts of the yachts and sailboats before we came in sight of the water as we emerged onto Broad Street. "Please acquire tickets for us, Mr. Thorne," I said. "I believe I would like to see the fort." As is typical of most people who live in close proximity to a popular tourist attraction, I had not taken notice of it for many years. It was an act of sentimentality to visit the fort now, an act brought on by my increasing acceptance of the fact that I would have to leave these parts forever. It is one thing to plan a move. It is something altogether different to be faced with the imperative reality of it. There were few tourists. The ferry moved away from the marina and into the placid waters of the harbor. The combination of warm sunlight and the steady throb of the diesel caused me to doze briefly. I awoke as we were putting in at the dark hulk of the island fort. For a while I moved with the tour group, enjoying the catacomb silences of the lower levels and the mindless sing-song of the young woman from the park service. But as we came back to the museum with its dusty dioramas and tawdry little trays of slides, I climbed the stairs back to the outer walls. I motioned for Mr. Thorne to stay at the top of the stairs and moved out onto the ramparts. Only one other couple, a young pair with a baby in an uncomfortable-looking papoose carrier and a cheap camera, were in sight along the wall. It was a pleasant moment. A midday storm was coming in from the west, and it set a dark backdrop to the still sunlit church spires, brick towers, and bare branches of the city. Even from 2 miles away I could see the movement of people strolling along the Battery walkway. The wind was blowing in ahead of the dark clouds and tossing whitecaps against the rocking ferry and wooden dock. The air smelled of river and winter and rain by nightfall. It was not hard to imagine that day long ago. The shells had dropped onto the fort until the upper layers were little more than protective piles of rubble. People had cheered from the rooftops behind the battery. The bright colors of dresses and silk parasols must have been maddening to the Yankee gunners. Finally, one had fired a shot above the crowded rooftops. The ensuing confusion must have been amusing from this vantage point. A movement on the water caught my attention. Something dark was sliding through the gray water, something dark and shock-silent. I was jolted out of thoughts of the past as I recognized it as a Polaris submarine, old but obviously still operational, slipping through the dark water without a sound. Waves curled and rippled over the porpoise-smooth hull, sliding to either side in a white wake. There were several men on the dark tower. They were muffled in heavy coats with hats pulled low. An improbably large pair of binoculars hung from the neck of one man, whom I assumed to be the captain. He pointed at something beyond Sullivan's Island. I stared at him. The periphery of my vision began to fade as I made contact across the water. Sounds and sensations came to me as from a distance. Tension, the pleasure of salt spray, breeze from the north-northwest, anxiety of the sealed orders below, awareness of the sandy shallows just coming into sight on the port side. I was startled as someone came up behind me. The docks, flickering at the edge of my vision, fled as I turned. Mr. Thorne was there, at my elbow, unbidden. I had opened my mouth to command him back to the top of the stairs when I saw the cause of his coming closer. The youth who had been taking pictures of his pale wife was now walking toward me. Mr. Thorne moved to intercept him.
"Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Would you or your husband mind taking our picture?"
I nodded, and Mr. Thorne took the proffered camera. It looked minuscule in his long-fingered hands. 2 snaps, and the couple was satisfied that their presence there was documented for posterity. The young man grinned idiotically and bobbed his head. Their baby began to cry as the cold wind blew in. I looked back to the submarine, but already it had passed on, its gray tower a thin stripe connecting the sea and sky. We were almost back to town. The ferry was swinging in toward the slip when a stranger told me of Willie's death. "It's awful, isn't it?" The garrulous old woman had followed me out onto the exposed section of deck. Even though the wind had grown uncomfortably chilly, and I had moved twice to escape her mindless chatter, the foolish woman had obviously chosen me as her conversational target for the final stages of the tour. Neither my reticence nor Mr. Thorne's glowering presence had discouraged her. "It must have been terrible," she continued, "in the dark and all." "What was that?" A dark premonition prompted my question. "Why, the airplane crash. Haven't you heard about it?
It must have been awful falling into the swamp and all. I told my daughter this morning.
What airplane crash? When? The old woman cringed a bit at the sharpness of my tone, but the vacuous smile stayed on her face.
Why, last night. This morning I told my daughter.
Where? What aircraft?
Mr. Thorne came closer as he heard the tone of my voice. The one last night, she quavered. The one from Charleston? The paper in the lounge told all about it. Isn't it terrible? 85 people. I told my daughter.
I left her there by the railing. There was a crumpled newspaper near the snack bar, and under the forward headline were the sparse details of Willie's death. Flight 417, bound for Chicago, had left Charleston International Airport at 12:18 a.m. 20 minutes later, the aircraft had exploded in midair not far from the city of Columbia. Fragments of fuselage and parts of bodies had fallen into Congaree Swamp, where night fishermen had found them. There had been no survivors. The FAA, NTSB, and FBI were investigating. There was a loud rushing in my ears as I had to sit down or faint. My hands were clammy against the green vinyl upholstery. People moved past me on their way to the exit. Willie was dead. Murdered. Nina had killed him. For a few dizzy seconds I considered the possibility of a conspiracy, an elaborate ploy by Nina and Willie to confuse me into thinking that only one threat remained. But no, there would be no reason. If Nina had included Willie in her plans, there would be no need for such absurd machinations. Willie was dead. His remains were spread over a smelly, obscure marshland. It was all too easy to imagine his last moment. He would have been leaning back in his first-class comfort, a drink in his hand, perhaps whispering to one of his loutish companions. And the explosion, screams, sudden darkness, a brutal tilting, and the final fall to oblivion. I shuddered and gripped the metal arm of the chair. How had Nina done it? Almost certainly not one of Willie's entourage. It was not beyond Nina's powers to use Willie's own cat's paws, especially in light of his failing ability. But there would have been no reason to do so. She could have used anyone on that flight. It would have been difficult. The elaborate step of preparing the bomb, the supreme effort of blocking all memory of it, and the almost unbelievable feat of using someone even as we sat together drinking coffee and brandy. But Nina could have done it. Yes, she could have. And the timing could mean only one thing. The last of the tourists had filed out of the cabin. I felt the slight bump that meant we had tied up to the dock. Mr. Thorne stood by the door. Nina's timing meant that she was attempting to deal with both of us at once. She obviously had planned it long before the reunion and my timorous announcement of withdrawal. How amused Nina must have been. No wonder she had reacted so generously. Yet she had made one great mistake. By dealing with Willie first, Nina had banked everything on my not hearing the news before she could turn on me. She knew that I had no access to daily news, and only rarely left the house anymore. Still, it was unlike Nina to leave anything to chance. Was it possible that she thought that I had lost the ability completely, and that Willie was the greater threat? I shook my head as we emerged from the cabin into the gray afternoon light. The wind sliced at me through my thin coat. The view of the gangplank was blurry, and I realized that tears had filled my eyes. For Willie? He had been a pompous, weak-old fool. For Nina's betrayal? Perhaps it was only the cold wind. The streets of the old section were almost empty of pedestrians. Bare branches clicked together in front of the windows of fine homes. Mr. Thorne stayed by my side. The cold air sent needles of arthritic pain up my right leg to my hip. I leaned more heavily upon Father's walking stick. What would her next move be? I stopped. A fragment of newspaper, tumbled by the wind, wrapped itself around my ankle and then blew on. How would she come at me? Not from a distance. She was somewhere in town, I knew that. While it was possible to use someone from a large distance, it would involve great rapport, an almost intimate knowledge of that person, and if contact were lost, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to re-establish it at a distance. None of us had known why this was so. It did not matter now. But the thought of Nina still here, nearby, made my heart begin to thud. Not from a distance. Whoever she used would come at me. I would see my assailant. If I knew Nina at all, I knew that. Certainly Willie's death had been the least personal feeling imaginable, but that had been a mere technical operation. Nina obviously had decided to settle old scores with me, and Willie had become an obstacle to her, a minor but measurable threat which had to be eliminated before she could proceed. I could easily imagine that in Nina's own mind her choice of death for Willie would be interpreted as an act of compassion, almost a sign of affection. Not so with me. I felt that Nina would want me to know, however briefly, that she was behind the attack. In a sense, her own vanity would be my warning, or so I hoped. I was tempted to leave immediately. I could have Mr. Thorne get the Audi out of storage, and we could be beyond Nina's influence in an hour, away to a new life within a few more hours. There were important items in the house, of course, but the funds that I had stored elsewhere would be enough to replace most of them. It would be almost welcome to leave everything behind with the discarded identity that had accumulated them. No, I could not leave. Not yet. From across the street the house looked dark and malevolent. Had I closed those blinds on the second floor? There was a shadowy movement in the courtyard, and I saw Mrs. Hodges' granddaughter and a friend scamper from one doorway to another. I stood irresolutely on the curb and tapped Father's stick against a black-boxed tree. It was foolish to dither so, I knew it was. But it had been a long time since I had been forced to make a decision under stress. "Mr. Thorne, please go in to check the house. Look in each room. Return quickly." A cold wind came up as I watched Mr. Thorne's black coat blend into the gloom of the courtyard. I felt terribly exposed standing there alone. I found myself glancing up and down the street, looking for Miss Kramer's dark hair. But the only sign of movement was a young woman pushing a perambulator far down the street. The blinds on the second floor shot up, and Mr. Thorne's face stared out whitely for a minute. Then he turned away, and I remained staring at the dark rectangle of window. A shout from the courtyard startled me, but it was only the little girl. What was her name? Calling to a friend. Kathleen, that was it. The two sat on the edge of the fountain and opened a box of animal crackers. I stared intently at them and then relaxed. I even managed to smile a little at the extent of my paranoia. For a second I considered using Mr. Thorne directly, but the thought of being helpless on the street dissuaded me. When one is in complete contact, the senses still function but are a distant thing at best. "Hurry!" The thought was sent almost without volition. Two bearded men were walking down the sidewalk on my side of the street. I crossed to stand in front of my own gate. The men were laughing and gesturing at each other. One looked over at me. "Hurry!" Mr. Thorne came out of the house, locked the door behind him, and crossed the courtyard toward me. One of the girls said something to him and held out the box of crackers, but he ignored her. Across the street the two men continued on. Mr. Thorne handed me the large front door key. I dropped it in my coat pocket and looked sharply at him. He nodded. His placid smile unconsciously mocked my consternation. "You're sure?" I asked. Again the nod. "You checked all of the rooms?" Nod. "The alarms?" Nod. "You looked in the basement?" Nod. No sign of disturbance. Mr. Thorne shook his head. My hand went to the metal of the gate, but I hesitated. Anxiety filled my throat like bile. I was a silly old woman, tired and aching from the chill, but I could not bring myself to open that gate. Come. I crossed the street and walked briskly away from the house. We will have dinner at Henry's and return later. Only I was not walking toward the old restaurant. I was heading away from the house in what I inwardly knew was a blind, directionless panic. It was not until we reached the waterfront and were walking along the Battery wall that I began to calm down. No one else was in sight. A few cars moved along the street, but to approach us, someone would have to cross a wide, empty space. The gray clouds were quite low and blended with the choppy, white-crested waves in the bay. The open air and fading evening light served to revive me, and I began to think more clearly. Whatever Nina's plans had been, they had almost certainly been thrown into disarray by my day-long absence. I doubted if Nina would stay if there was the slightest risk to herself. No, she would almost certainly be returning to New York by plane even as I stood shivering on the Battery walk. In the morning I would receive a telegram. I could almost imagine the precise wording. Melanie, isn't it terrible about Willie? Terribly sad. Can you travel with me to the funeral? Love, Nina. I began to realize that my hesitation had come from a desire to return to the warmth and comfort of my home as much as anything else. I simply had been afraid to shuck off this old cocoon. I could do so now. I would wait in a safe place while Mr. Thorne returned to the house to pick up the one thing I could not leave behind. Then he would get the car out of storage, and by the time Nina's telegram arrived, I would be far away. It would be Nina who would be staring at shadows in the months and years to come. I smiled and began to frame the necessary commands. Melanie. My head snipped around. Mr. Thorne had not spoken in 28 years. He spoke now. Melanie. His face was distorted in a rictus grin that showed his back teeth. The knife was in his right hand. The blade flicked out as I stared. I looked into his empty gray eyes, and I knew. Melanie. The long blade came around in a powerful arc. I could do nothing to stop it. It cut through the fabric of my coat sleeve and continued into my side. But in the act of turning, my purse had swung with me. The knife tore through the leather, ripped through the jumbled contents, pierced my coat, and drew blood above my lowest left rib. The purse had saved my life. I raised Father's heavy walking stick and struck Mr. Thorne squarely in his left eye. He reeled, but did not make a sound. Again he swept the air with the knife, but I had taken 2 steps back and his vision was clouded. I took a 2-handed grip on the cane and swung again, bringing the stick down in an awkward chop. Incredibly, it again found the eye socket. I took 3 more steps back. Blood streamed down the left side of Mr. Thorne's face, and the damaged eye protruded onto his cheek. The rictus grin remained. His head came up. He raised his left hand slowly, plucked out the eye with a soft snapping of gray cord, and threw it into the water of the bay. He came toward me. I turned and ran. I tried to run. The ache in my right leg slowed me to a walk after 20 paces. 15 more hurried steps, and my lungs were out of air, my heart threatening to burst. I could feel a wetness seeping down my left side, and there was a tingling like an ice cube held against the skin where the knife blade had touched me. One glance back showed me that Mr. Thorne was striding toward me faster than I was moving. Normally he could have overtaken me in 4 strides. It is hard to make someone run when you are using them, especially when that person's body is reacting to shock and trauma. I glanced back again, almost slipping on the slick pavement. Mr. Thorne was grinning widely. Blood poured from the empty socket and stained his teeth. No one else was in sight. Down the stairs, clutching at the rails so as not to fall. Down the twisting walk and up the asphalt path to the street. Pole lamps flickered and came on as I passed. Behind me, Mr. Thorne took the steps in 2 jumps. I thanked God that I had worn low-heeled shoes for the boat ride as I hurried up the path. What would an observer think seeing this bizarre, slow-motion chase between 2 old people? There were no observers. I turned onto a side street, closed shops, empty warehouses. Going left would take me to Broad Street, but to the right, half a block away, a lone figure had emerged from a dark storefront. I moved that way, no longer able to run, close to fainting. The arthritic cramps in my leg hurt more than I could ever have imagined and threatened to collapse me on the sidewalk. Mr. Thorne was 20 paces behind me and quickly closing the distance. The man I was approaching was a tall, thin Negro, wearing a brown nylon jacket. He was carrying a box of what looked like framed sepia photographs. He glanced at me as I approached, and then looked over my shoulder at the apparition 10 steps behind. "Hey!" The man had time to shout the single syllable, and then I reached out with my mind and shoved. He twitched like a poorly handled marionette. His jaw dropped, his eyes glazed over, and he lurched past me just as Mr. Thorne reached for the back of my coat. The box flew into the air, and glass shattered on the brick sidewalk. Long brown fingers reached for a white throat. Mr. Thorne backhanded him away, but the Negro clung tenaciously, and the 2 swung around like awkward dance partners. I reached the opening to an alley and leaned my face against the cold brick to revive myself. The effort of concentration while using this stranger did not afford me the luxury of resting even for a second. I watched the clumsy stumblings of the 2 tall men and resisted an absurd impulse to laugh. Mr. Thorne plunged the knife into the other's stomach, withdrew it, plunged it in again. The Negro's fingernails were clawing at Mr. Thorne's good eye now. Strong teeth were snapping in search of Mr. Thorne's jugular. I distantly sensed the cold intrusion of the blade for a 3rd time, but the heart was still beating, and he was still usable. The man jumped, scissoring his legs around Mr. Thorne's middle while his jaws closed on his muscular throat. Fingernails raked bloody streaks across white skin. The 2 went down in a tumble. Kill him. Fingers groped for an eye, but Mr. Thorne reached up with his left hand and snapped his thin wrist. Limp fingers continued to flail. With a tremendous exertion, Mr. Thorne lodged his forearm against the other's chest and lifted him bodily above him like a child being tossed above his reclining father. Teeth tore away a piece of flesh, but there was no vital damage. Mr. Thorne brought the knife between them, up, left, then right. He severed half the Negro's throat with a second swing, and blood fountained over both of them. The smaller man's legs spasmed twice. Mr. Thorne threw him to one side, and I turned and walked quickly down the alley. Out into the light again, the fading evening light, and I realized that I had run myself into a dead end. Backs of warehouses and the windowless metal side of the Battery Marina pushed right up against the waters of the bay. A street wound away to the left, but it was dark, deserted, and far too long to try. I looked back in time to see the black silhouette enter the alley behind me. I tried to make contact, but there was nothing there. Nothing. Mr. Thorne might as well have been a hole in the air. I would worry later how Nina had done this thing. The side door to the marina was locked. The main door was almost 100 yards away and also would be locked. Mr. Thorne emerged from the alley and swung his head left and right in search of me. In the dim light, his heavily streaked face looked almost black. He began lurching toward me. I raised Father's walking stick, broke the lower pane of the window, and reached in through the jagged shards. If there was a bottom or top bolt, I was dead. There was a simple doorknob lock and cross-bolt. My fingers slipped on the cold metal, but the bolt slid back as Mr. Thorne stepped up on the walk behind me. Then I was inside and throwing the bolt. It was very dark. Cold seeped up from the concrete floor, and there was the sound of many small boats rising and falling at their moorings. 50 yards away, light spilled out of the office windows. I'd hoped there would be an alarm system, but the building was too old and the marina too cheap to have one. I began to walk toward the light as Mr. Thorne's forearm shattered the remaining glass in the door behind me. The arm withdrew. A tremendous kick broke off the top hinge and splintered wood around the bolt. I glanced at the office, but only the sound of a radio talk show came out of the impossibly distant door. Another kick. I turned to my right and jumped the 3 feet to the bow of a bobbing inboard cruiser. 5 steps and I was in the small covered space which passed for a forward cabin. I closed the flimsy access panel behind me and peered out through the streaked plexiglass. Mr. Thorne's third kick sent the door flying inward, dangling from long strips of splintered wood. His dark form filled the doorway. Light from a distant street light glinted off the blade in his right hand. Please, please hear the noise. But there was no movement from the office, only the metallic voices from the radio. Mr. Thorne took 4 paces, paused, and stepped down onto the first boat in line. It was an open outboard, and he was back up on the concrete in 6 seconds. The second boat had a small cabin. There was a ripping sound as Mr. Thorne kicked open the tiny hatch door, and then he was back up on the walkway. My boat was the 8th in line. I wondered why he couldn't just hear the wild hammering of my heart. I shifted position and looked through the starboard port. The murky plexiglass threw the light into streaks and patterns. I caught a brief glimpse of white hair through the window, and the radio was switched to another station. Loud music echoed in the long room. I slid back to the other porthole. Mr. Thorne was stepping off the 4th boat. I closed my eyes, forced my ragged breathing to slow, and tried to remember countless evenings watching a bow-legged old figure shuffle down the street. Mr. Thorne finished his inspection of the 5th boat, a longer cabin cruiser with several dark recesses, and pulled himself back onto the walkway. Forget the coffee and the thermos. Forget the crossword puzzle. Go look. The 6th boat was a small outboard. Mr. Thorne glanced at it, but did not step onto it. The 7th was a low sailboat, mast folded down, canvas stretched across the cockpit. Mr. Thorne's knife slashed through the thick material. Blood-streaked hands pulled back the canvas like a shroud being torn away. He jumped back to the walkway. Forget the coffee. Go look. Now. Mr. Thorne stepped onto the bow of my boat. I felt it rock to his weight. There was nowhere to hide. Only a tiny storage locker under the seat, much too small to squeeze into. I untied the canvas strips that held the seat cushions to the bench. The sound of my ragged breathing seemed to echo in the little space. I curled into a fetal position behind the cushion as Mr. Thorne's legs moved past the starboard port. Now! Suddenly his face filled the plexiglass strip not a foot from my head. His impossibly wide grimace grew even wider. Now! He stepped into the cockpit. Now, now, now! Mr. Thorne crouched at the cabin door. I tried to brace the tiny louvered door with my legs, but my right leg would not obey. Mr. Thorne's fist slammed through the thin wooden strips and grabbed my ankle. "Hey there!" It was Mr. Hodges's shaky voice. His flashlight bobbed in our direction. Mr. Thorne shoved against the door. My left leg folded painfully. Mr. Thorne's left hand firmly held my ankle through the shattered slats, while the hand with the knife blade came through the opening hatch. "Hey!" cried Mr. Hodges, and then my mind shoved very hard. The old man stopped. He dropped the flashlight and unfastened the safety strap over the grip of his revolver. Mr. Thorne slashed the knife back and forth. The cushion was almost knocked out of my hands as shreds of foam filled the cabin. The blade caught the tip of my little finger as the knife swung back again. "Do it! Now! Do it!" Mr. Hodges gripped the revolver in both hands and fired. The shot went wide in the dark as the sound echoed off concrete and water. "Closer, you fool! Move!" Mr. Thorne shoved again, and his body squeezed into the open hatch. He released my ankle to free his left arm, but almost instantly his hand was back in the cabin, grasping for me. I reached up and turned on the overhead light. Darkness stared at me from his empty eye socket. Light through the broken shutters spilled yellow strips across his ruined face. I slid to the left, but Mr. Thorne's hand, which had my coat, was pulling me off the bench. He was on his knees, freeing his right hand for the knife thrust. "Now!" Mr. Hodges' second shot caught Mr. Thorne in the right hip. He grunted as the impact shoved him backward into a sitting position. My coat ripped and buttons rattled on the deck. The knife slashed the bulkhead near my ear before it pulled away. Mr. Hodges stepped shakily onto the bow, almost fell, and inched his way around the starboard side. I pushed the hatch against Mr. Thorne's arm, but he continued to grip my coat and dragged me toward him. I fell to my knees. The blade swung back, ripped through foam, and slashed at my coat. What was left of the cushion flew out of my hands. I had Mr. Hodges stop 4 feet away and brace the gun on the roof of the cabin. Mr. Thorne pulled the blade back and poised it like a matador's sword. I could sense the silent screams of triumph that poured out over the stained teeth like a noxious vapor. The light of Nina's madness burned behind the single staring eye. Mr. Hodges fired. The bullet severed Mr. Thorne's spine and continued on into the port scupper. Mr. Thorne arched backward, splayed out his arms, and flopped onto the deck like a great fish that had just been landed. The knife fell to the floor of the cabin while stiff white fingers continued to slap nervously against the deck. I had Mr. Hodges step forward, brace the muzzle against Mr. Thorne's temple just above the remaining eye, and fire again. The sound was muted and hollow. There was a first aid kit in the office bathroom. I had the old man stand by the door while I bandaged my little finger and took 3 aspirin. My coat was ruined, and blood had stained my print dress. I had never cared very much for the dress. I thought it made me look dowdy. But the coat had been a favorite of mine. My hair was a mess. Small moist bits of gray matter flecked it. I splashed water on my face and brushed my hair as best I could. Incredibly, my tattered purse had stayed with me, although many of the contents had spilled out. I transferred keys, billfold, reading glasses, and Kleenex to my large coat pocket and dropped the purse behind the toilet. I no longer had Father's walking stick, but I could not remember where I had dropped it. Gingerly, I removed the heavy revolver from Mr. Hodges' grip. The old man's arm remained extended, fingers curled around air. After fumbling for a few seconds, I managed to click open the cylinder. 2 unfired cartridges remained. The old fool had been walking around with all 6 chambers loaded. Always leave an empty chamber under the hammer. That is what Charles had taught me that gay and distant summer so long ago, when such weapons were merely excuses for trips to the island for target practice, punctuated by the shrill shrieks of our nervous laughter as Nina and I allowed ourselves to be held, arms supported, bodies shrinking back into the firm support of our so serious tutor's arms. One must always count the cartridges, lectured Charles as I half-swooned against him, smelling the sweet, masculine shaving soap and tobacco smell rising from him on that warm, bright day. Mr. Hodges stirred slightly as my attention wandered. His mouth gaped open, and his dentures hung loosely. I glanced at the worn leather belt, but there were no extra bullets there, and I had no idea where he kept any. I probed, but there was little left in the old man's jumble of thoughts except for a swirling loop-taped replay of the muzzle being laid against Mr. Thorne's temple, the explosion, the "Come," I said. I adjusted the glasses on Mr. Hodges' vacant face, returned the revolver to the holster, and let him lead me out of the building. It was very dark out. We moved from streetlight to streetlight. We had gone 6 blocks before the old man's violent shivering reminded me that I had forgotten to have him put on his coat.
I tightened my mental vise, and he quit shaking. The house looked just as it had. My God, only 45 minutes earlier. There were no lights. I led us into the courtyard and searched my overstuffed coat pocket for the key. My coat hung loose, and the cold night air nipped at me. From behind lighted windows across the courtyard came the laughter of little girls, and I hurried so that Kathleen would not see her grandfather entering my house. Mr. Hodges went in first, with the revolver extended. I had him switch on the light before I entered. The parlor was empty, undisturbed. The light from the chandelier in the dining room reflected off polished surfaces. I sat down for a minute on the Williamsburg reproduction chair in the hall to let my heart rate return to normal. I did not have Mr. Hodges lower the hammer on the still-raised pistol. His arm began to shake from the strain of holding it. Finally I rose, and we moved down the hall toward the conservatory. Miss Kramer exploded out of the swinging door from the kitchen with the heavy iron poker already coming down in an arc. The gun fired harmlessly into the polished floor as the old man's arm snapped from the impact. The gun fell from limp fingers as Miss Kramer raised the poker for a second blow. I turned and ran back down the hallway. Behind me I heard the crushed melon sound of the poker contacting Mr. Hodges' skull. Rather than run into the courtyard, I went up the stairway. A mistake. Miss Kramer bounded up the stairs and reached the bedroom door only a few seconds after me. I caught one glimpse of her widened, maddened eyes, and of the upraised poker before I slammed and locked the heavy door. The latch clicked just as the brunette on the other side began to throw herself against the wood. The thick oak did not budge. Then I heard the concussion of metal against the door and frame. Again. Cursing my stupidity, I turned to the familiar room, but there was nothing there to help me, not even a telephone. There was not so much as a closet to hide in, only the antique wardrobe. I moved quickly to the window and threw up the sash. My screams would attract attention, but not before that monstrosity had gained access. She was prying at the edges of the door now. I looked out, saw the shadows in the window across the way, and did what I had to do. 2 minutes later I was barely conscious of the wood around the latch giving way. I distinctly heard the grating of the poker as it pried away the recalcitrant metal plate. The door swung inward. Miss Kramer was covered with sweat. Her mouth hung slack and drool slid from her chin. Her eyes were not human. Neither she nor I heard the soft tread of sneakers on the stair behind her. Keep moving. Lift it. Pull it back. All the way back. Use both hands. Aim it. Something warned Miss Kramer. Warned Nina, I should say, for there was no more Miss Kramer. The brunette turned to see little Kathleen standing on the top stair, her grandfather's heavy weapon aimed and cocked. The other girl was in the courtyard shouting for her friend. This time Nina knew she had to deal with the threat. Miss Kramer hefted the poker and turned into the hall just as the pistol fired. The recoil tumbled Kathleen backward down the stairs as a red corsage blossomed above Miss Kramer's left breast. She spun, but grasped the railing with her left hand and lurched down the stairs after the child. I released the 10-year-old just as the poker fell, rose, fell again. I moved to the head of the stairway. I had to see. Miss Kramer looked up from her grim work. Only the whites of her eyes were visible in her spattered face. Her masculine shirt was soaked with her own blood, but still she moved, functioned. She picked up the gun in her left hand. Her mouth opened wider, and a sound emerged like steam leaking from an old radiator. Melanie. Melanie. I closed my eyes as the thing started up the stairs for me. Kathleen's friend came in through the open door with her small legs pumping. She took the stairs in 6 jumps and wrapped her thin white arms around Miss Kramer's neck in a tight embrace. The two went over backward, across Kathleen, all the way down the wide stairs to the polished wood below. The girl appeared to be little more than bruised. I went down and moved her to one side. A blue stain was spreading along one cheekbone, and there were cuts on her arms and forehead.
Her blue eyes blinked uncomprehendingly. Miss Kramer's neck was broken. I picked up the pistol on the way to her and kicked the poker to one side. Her head was at an impossible angle. But she was still alive. Her body was paralyzed. Urine already stained the wood, but her eyes still blinked, and her teeth clicked together obscenely. I had to hurry. There were adult voices calling from the Hodges townhouse. The door to the courtyard was wide open. I turned to the girl. "Get up!" She blinked once and rose painfully to her feet. I shut the door and lifted a tan raincoat from the coat rack. It took only a minute to transfer the contents of my pockets to the raincoat and to discard my ruined spring coat. Voices were calling in the courtyard now. I kneeled down next to Miss Kramer and seized her face in my hands, exerting strong pressure to keep the jaws still. Her eyes had rolled upward again, but I roughly shook her head until the irises were visible. I leaned forward until our cheeks were touching. My whisper was louder than a shout. "I'm coming for you, Nina." I dropped her head onto the wood and walked quickly to the conservatory, my sewing room. I did not have time to get the key from upstairs, so I raised a Windsor side chair and smashed the glass of the cabinet. My coat pocket was barely large enough. The girl remained standing in the hall. I handed her Mr. Hodges's pistol. Her left arm hung at a strange angle, and I wonder if she had broken something after all. There was a knock at the door, and someone tried the knob. "This way," I whispered, and led the girl into the dining room. We stepped across Miss Kramer on the way, walked through the dark kitchen as the pounding grew louder, and then were out into the alley, into the night. There were 3 hotels in this part of the old section. One was an expensive but modern motor hotel some 10 blocks away, comfortable but commercial. I rejected it immediately. The second was a small but homey lodging house only a block from my home. It was a pleasant but non-exclusive little place, exactly the type I would choose when visiting another town. I rejected it also. The third was 2.5 blocks farther on, an old Broad Street mansion, done over into a small hotel, expensive antiques in every room, absurdly overpriced. I hurried there. The girl moved quickly at my side. The pistol was still in her hand, but I had to remove her sweater and carry it over the weapon. My leg ached, and I frequently leaned on the girl as we hurried down the street. The manager of the Mansard house recognized me. His eyebrow went up a fraction of an inch as he noticed my disheveled appearance. The girl stood 10 feet away in the foyer, half hidden in the shadows. "I'm looking for a friend of mine," I said brightly. "A Mrs. Drayton." The manager started to speak, paused, frowned without being aware of it, and tried again. "I'm sorry, no one under that name is registered here." "Perhaps she registered under her maiden name," I said. "Nina Hawkins. She's an older woman, but very attractive. A few years younger than me. Long gray hair. Her friend may have registered for her, an attractive young dark-haired lady named Barrett Kramer." "No, I'm sorry," said the manager in a strangely flat tone. "No one under that name has registered here. Would you like to leave a message in case your party does arrive later?" "No," I said. "No message." I brought the girl into the lobby and we turned down a corridor leading to the restrooms and side stairs. "Excuse me, please," I said to a passing porter. "Perhaps you can help me?" "Yes, ma'am." He stopped, annoyed, brushed back his long hair. It would be tricky. If I was not to lose the girl, I would have to act quickly. "I'm looking for a friend," I said. "An older lady, but quite attractive, blue eyes, long gray hair. She travels with a young woman with dark curly hair." "No, ma'am. No one like that is registered here." I reached out and took his forearm. I released that girl and focused on the boy. "Are you sure?" "Mrs. Harrison," he said. His eyes looked past me. "Room 207, north front." I smiled. Mrs. Harrison.
Good God, what a fool Nina was!
Suddenly the girl let out a small whimper and slumped against the wall. I made a quick decision. I like to think that it was compassion, but I sometimes remember that her left arm was useless. "What's your name?" I asked the child, gently stroking her bangs. Her eyes moved left and right in confusion. "Your name," I prompted.
"Alicia."
It was only a whisper. "All right, Alicia. I want you to go home now. Hurry, but don't run."
"My arm hurts,"
she said. Her lips began to quiver. I touched her forehead again and pushed. "You're going home," I said. "Your arm does not hurt. You won't remember anything. This is like a dream that you will forget. Go home. Hurry, but do not run." I took the pistol from her, but left it wrapped in the sweater. "Bye-bye, Alicia." She blinked and crossed the lobby to the doors. I looked both ways and handed the gun to the bellhop. "Put it under your vest," I said.
"Who is it?"
Nina's voice was light. "Albert, ma'am, the porter. Your car's out front, and I'm ready to carry your bags down." There was a sound of a lock clicking, and the door opened the width of a still-secured train. Albert blinked in the glare and smiled shyly, brushed his hair back. I pressed against the wall.
"Very well."
She undid the chain and moved back. She had already turned and was latching her suitcase when I stepped into the room. "Hello, Nina," I said softly. Her back straightened, but even that move was graceful. I could see the imprint on the bedspread where she had been lying. She turned slowly. She was wearing a pink dress I had never seen before.
"Hello, Melanie."
She smiled. Her eyes were the softest, purest blue I had ever seen. I had the porter bring Mr. Hodges's gun out and aim it. His arm was steady. He pulled back the hammer until it locked in place. Nina folded her hands in front of her. Her eyes never left mine. "Why?" I asked. Nina shrugged ever so slightly. For a second I thought she was going to laugh. I could not have borne it had she laughed, that husky, childlike laugh which had touched me so many times. Instead, she closed her eyes. Her smile remained. "Why, Mrs. Harrison?" I asked.
"Why, darling, I felt I owed him something. I mean, poor Roger. Did I ever tell you how he died? No, of course I didn't, and you never asked, Melanie, dear."
Her eyes opened. I glanced at the porter, but his aim was steady. It remained for him only to exert a little more pressure on the trigger.
"He drowned, darling,"
said Nina.
"Poor Roger threw himself from that steamship. What was its name? The one that was taking him back to England. So strange. And he had just written me a letter promising marriage. Isn't it a terribly sad story, Melanie? Why do you think he did a thing like that? I guess we'll never know, will we?"
"I guess we never will," I said. I silently ordered the porter to pull the trigger. Nothing. I looked quickly to my right. The young man's head was turning toward me. I had not made him do that. The stiffly extended arm began to swing my direction. The pistol moved smoothly like the tip of a weather vane swinging in the wind. "No!" I strained until the cords in my neck stood out. The turning slowed, but did not stop until the muzzle was pointing at my face. Nina laughed now. The sound was very loud in the little room.
"Goodbye, Melanie, dear,"
said Nina, and laughed again. She laughed and nodded at the porter. I stared into the black hole as the hammer fell. On an empty chamber, and another, and another. "Goodbye, Nina," I said as I pulled Charles's long pistol from my raincoat pocket. The explosion jarred my wrist and filled the room with blue smoke. A small hole, smaller than a dime but as perfectly round, appeared in the precise center of Nina's forehead. For the briefest second, she remained standing as if nothing had happened. Then she fell backward, recoiled from the high bed, and dropped face forward onto the floor. I turned to the porter and replaced his useless weapon with the ancient but well-maintained revolver. For the first time I noticed that the boy was not much younger than Charles had been. His hair was almost exactly the same color. I leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the lips. "Albert," I whispered, "there are 4 cartridges left. One must always count the cartridges, mustn't one? Go to the lobby, kill the manager, shoot one other person, the nearest. Put the barrel in your mouth and pull the trigger. If it misfires, pull it again. Keep the gun concealed until you are in the lobby." We emerged into general confusion in the hallway. "Call for an ambulance!" I cried. "There's been an accident! Someone call for an ambulance!" Several people rushed to comply. I swooned and leaned against a white-haired gentleman. People milled around, some peering into the room and exclaiming. Suddenly there was a sound of 3 gunshots from the lobby. In the renewed confusion I slipped down the back stairs, out the fire door, into the night.
4. Charleston, Tuesday, December 16th, 1980. Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry rocked back in his chair and took another sip from his can of RC Cola. His feet were propped up on his cluttered desk, and the leather of his gun belt creaked as he settled his considerable bulk more comfortably into his chair. The office was small, enclosed by a cinder-block wall and by ancient wooden partitions which separated it from the noise and bustle of the rest of the county building. The paint peeling from the old wood was a different shade of institutional green than the paint peeling from the rough cinder block. The office was filled to overflowing with the sheriff's massive desk, 3 tall file cabinets, a long table stacked with books and folders, a blackboard, cluttered shelves hung on wall brackets, and 2 dark wooden chairs as littered with files and loose papers as the desk. "I don't believe there's much more I can do down here," said Agent Richard Haynes. The FBI man had cleared away some folders and was perched on the edge of the table. The crease along his gray trouser leg was knife-sharp. "Nope," agreed Sheriff Gentry. He belched softly and rested the soft drink can on his knee. "I don't reckon there's much reason to hang around. Might as well head home." The 2 law enforcement officers seemed to have little in common. Gentry was only in his mid-30s, but his tall frame was already sagging to fat. His belly strained at his gray uniform shirt and hung down over his belt as if conforming to some cartoon caricature. His face was florid and faintly freckled. Despite the receding hairline and double chin, Gentry had the open, friendly, vaguely mischievous sort of look in which the outline of the boy was still visible in the face of the man. Sheriff Gentry's voice was soft and set into a good old boy drawl that had recently become more familiar to Americans through a proliferation of thousands of CB radios, countless country western songs, and a seemingly endless series of Burt Reynolds drive-in features. Gentry's open shirt, straining belly, and lazy drawl matched the general sense of amiable sloppiness suggested by his cluttered office. But there was a quick lightness, almost a grace to the large man's movements, which did not fit the image. Special Agent Richard M. Haynes of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was more consistent in looks and temperament. Haynes was a good decade older than Gentry, but he looked younger. He wore a light gray 3-piece summer suit and beige shirt from Joseph A. Bank. His burgundy silk foulard tie was number 280235 from the same catalog. His hair was cut moderately short, carefully combed, with only a trace of gray showing at the temples. Haynes had a square, sober, regularly featured face to match his lean physique. He worked out 4 times a week to keep his belly flat and firm. His voice was also flat and firm, deep but unaccented. It was as if the late J. Edgar Hoover had designed Haynes as a mold for all of his agents. There was more than a difference in appearance separating the 2 men. Richard Haynes had put in 3 years of mediocre undergraduate work at Georgetown University before he had been recruited for the Bureau. His FBI training had completed his education. Bobby Joe Gentry had graduated from Duke University with dual art and history majors before going on to Northwestern to receive a master's degree in history. Gentry had been introduced to police work through his Uncle Lee, a county sheriff near Spartanburg, who hired Bobby Joe as a part-time deputy in the summer of 1967. A year later, Bobby Joe received his master's degree and sat in a Chicago park and watched the police rage out of control, clubbing and beating anti-war demonstrators who had been dispersing peacefully. Gentry returned home to the South, spent 2 years teaching at Morehouse College in Atlanta, and then took a job as a security guard while working on a book about the Freedmen's Bureau and its role during Reconstruction. The book was never finished, but Gentry found himself enjoying the routine security work, although it was a constant problem to keep his weight within required limits. In 1976, he moved to Charleston and joined the police force as a patrol officer. A year later, he turned down an offer to fill in for a year as an associate professor of history at Duke. Gentry enjoyed the routine of police work, the daily contacts with drunks and crazies, and the sense that no day on the job was quite like any other. A year later, he surprised himself by running for sheriff of Charleston County. He proceeded to surprise quite a few other people by being elected. A local columnist wrote that Charleston was a strange town, a town in love with its own history, and that the thought of an historian serving as sheriff had caught the public imagination. Gentry did not consider himself an historian. He considered himself a cop. "If you won't be needing me, then," said Haynes. What's that?" asked Gentry. His attention had wandered. He crushed the empty can and tossed it into the wastebasket, where it struck other crumpled cans and rebounded to the floor. "I said I thought I'd check with Gallagher and then fly back to Washington tonight if you won't be needing me. We'll be in touch through Terry and the FAA team." "Yeah, sure," said Gentry. "Well, we sure do appreciate your help, Dick. You and Terry know more about this stuff than our whole department put together." Haynes rose to leave just as the sheriff's secretary stuck her head in the door. The woman had a hairdo 20 years out of date, and rhinestone glasses on a chain. "Sheriff, that New York psychiatrist fellow's here." "Shoot, I damn near forgot," said Gentry, and struggled to his feet. "Thanks, Linda May. Tell him to come in, would you please?" Haynes moved toward the door. "Well, Sheriff, you have my number if anything. Dick, would you all do me a favor and sit in on this? I forgot this fellow was coming, but he may give us some information on the Fuller thing. He called yesterday, said he was Mrs. Drayton's psychiatrist, was in town on a business trip. Would you mind waiting a few more minutes? I could have Tommy run you over to the motel in one of the units after, if you got to hurry to catch a plane or something." Haynes smiled and held his hand palm outward. "No hurry, Sheriff. Be happy to hear what the psychiatrist has to say." The FBI agent moved to one of the 2 chairs and lifted a white McDonald's bag out of the way. "Thanks, Dick. Really appreciate it," said Gentry, and mopped his face. He walked to the door just as there was a knock, and a small bearded man in a corduroy sports coat entered. "Sheriff Gentry?" The psychiatrist pronounced the name with a hard G. "I'm Bobby Joe Gentry." The sheriff's huge hands closed around the other man's proffered hand. "You're Dr. Lasky, right?" "Saul Lasky." The psychiatrist was of normal height, but seemed dwarfed next to Gentry's bulk. He was a thin man with a high, pale brow, a salt-and-pepper tangle of beard, and sad brown eyes that seemed older than the rest of him. His glasses were held together by a strip of masking tape on one hinge. "This here Special Agent Richard Haynes of the Federal Bureau of Investigation," said Gentry with a wave. "Hope you don't mind. I asked Dick to be here. He was visiting anyway, and I figured he could probably ask more intelligent questions than I could." The psychiatrist nodded at Haynes. "I did not know that the Bureau became involved in local murders," said Lasky. His voice was soft, the English accented only slightly, the syntax and pronunciation carefully controlled. "Normally we don't," said Haynes. "However, there are several factors in, this situation which, might fall under the Bureau's mandate." "Oh? How so?" asked Lasky. Haynes crossed his arms and cleared his throat. "Kidnapping, for one, Doctor. Also the violation of one or more of the victim's civil rights. Also, we are offering the aid of our forensic experts to the local law enforcement agencies." "And Dick's down here 'cause of that plane that got blown to bits," said Gentry. "Hey, sit down, Doctor, sit down. Here, let me move that crap." He transferred some magazines, folders, and styrofoam coffee cups to the table and went around to his own chair. "Now, you said on the phone yesterday that you might be able to help in this multiple murder business." The New York tabloids are calling it the Mansard House Murders," said Lasky. He absently pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. "Yeah?" said Gentry. "Well, hell, that's better than the Charleston massacre, I guess, though it isn't too accurate. Most of the folks weren't even in the Mansard house. I still think it's an awful lot of noise about 9 people getting killed. I imagine that more'n that get shot on a slow night in New York." "Yes, perhaps," said Lasky. "But the range of victims and murder suspects is not as fascinating as in this instance." "You got me there," said Gentry. "We'd sure appreciate it if you could shed some light on this mess, Dr. Lasky." "I would be very pleased to help. Unfortunately, I have little to offer." "You are Mrs. Drayton's psychiatrist?" asked Haynes. Yes, in a manner of speaking." Saul Lasky paused and tugged at his beard. His eyes seemed very large and heavy-lidded, as if he had not slept well for a long time. "I have seen Mrs. Drayton only 3 times, the last time in September. She came up to me after a talk I gave at Columbia in August. We had 2, sessions after that." "But she was a patient of yours?" Haynes's voice had taken on the flat insistence of a prosecuting attorney. Technically, yes," said Lasky. "However, I do not actually have a practice. I teach at Columbia, you see, and occasionally do consulting work at the clinic there. Students that the resident psychologist, Ellen Hightower, feels would benefit by seeing a psychiatrist, and the occasional faculty member." "So Mrs. Drayton was a student?" No, I don't believe so," said Lasky. "She occasionally audited a few graduate courses and attended the evening seminars, such as mine. She expressed interest in a book I had written." "The Pathology of Violence," said Sheriff Gentry. Lasky blinked and adjusted his glasses. "I do not remember mentioning the title of my book when I spoke to you yesterday, Sheriff Gentry." Gentry folded his hands on his stomach and grinned. "You didn't, Professor. I read it last spring. Read it twice, to tell the truth. I didn't recognize your name until just now. I think it's a goddamned brilliant book. You ought to read it, Dick." "I am amazed you found a copy," said the psychiatrist. He swiveled toward the FBI agent. "It is a rather pedantic view of certain case histories. Only 2,000 copies are printed. By Academy Press. Most of the copies sold were used in courses in New York and California." "Dr. Lasky thinks that some people are receptive to, what did you call it, sir, a climate of violence? That's it, isn't it? Asked Gentry.
Yes.
And that other people, or places, or times, sort of program these receptive folks into behaving in ways that otherwise would be unthinkable to them. Of course, that's just my simple-minded synopsis. Lasky blinked again at the sheriff. A very astute synopsis, he said. Haines stood and walked over to lean against a file cabinet. He crossed his arms and frowned slightly. Wait a minute. We're getting lost here. So, Mrs. Drayton came to you, was interested in this book, and then became your patient, right?
I agreed to meet with her in a professional capacity, yes.
And did you also have a personal relationship with her?
No, said Lasky.
I met her only 3 times. Once for a few minutes after my talk on violence in the Third Reich, and twice more, 2 one-hour sessions at the clinic. I see, said Haines, although from his voice it was clear that he did not. And you think that there was something that came out of these sessions that can help us clear up the current situation?
No, said Lasky.
I'm afraid not.
Without breaking confidentiality, I can say that Mrs. Drayton had concerns about her relationship with her father, who died many years ago. I see nothing in our discussions that might shed light on the details of her murder.
Said Haines, and returned to his chair. He glanced at his watch. Gentry smiled and opened the door. Linda May, darling, would you bring us some coffee? Thank you, darling. Dr. Lasky, you may be aware that we are aware of who murdered your patient, said Haines. What we lack at the moment is a motive.
Ah, yes, said Lasky.
He brushed at his beard.
It was a local young man, was it not?
Albert La Follette, said Gentry. He was a 19-year-old bellhop down to the hotel.
And there is no doubt about his involvement?
Not a whole hell of a lot, said Gentry. According to 5 witnesses we got, Albert came out of the elevator, walked over to the counter, and shot his boss, Kyle Anderson. He was the manager of the Mansard house. Shot his boss in the heart. Put the revolver right up to the man's chest. We got the powder burns on the suit. The boy was carrying a Colt 45 single action. No cheap reproduction either, Doctor, but a real, genuine serial number from Mr. Colt's factory, Pistola. A real antique. So the kid sets this piece against Kyle's chest and pulls the trigger. Doesn't say anything according to our witnesses. Then he turns and shoots Leonard Whitney square in the face.
Who is Mr. Whitney?
Asked the psychiatrist. It was Haines who cleared his throat and answered. Leonard Whitney was a visiting businessman from Atlanta. He had just come out of the hotel's restaurant when he was shot. As far as we can tell, he had no connection to any of the other victims.
Yeah,
said Gentry. So then young Albert puts the gun in his own mouth and squeezes the trigger. None of our 5 witnesses did a damn thing to interfere with any of this. Of course, it was over in a few seconds.
And this was the same weapon used to kill Mrs. Drayton?
Yep.
Were there witnesses to that shooting?
Not quite, said Gentry. But a couple of folks saw Albert get onto the elevator. They remember him 'cause he was heading away from the room where the shouting was coming from. Someone had just discovered Mrs. Drayton after the shooting. Funny thing, though, none of the folks remember seeing the revolver in the boy's hand. That's not unusual, though. You could probably carry a hog leg into a crowd and no one would take notice.
Who was it that first saw Mrs. Drayton's body?
We're not sure, said the sheriff. There was a lot of confusion up there, and then the fun began in the lobby. Dr. Lasky, said Haines, If you cannot help us with any information about Mrs. Drayton, I'm not sure how useful all of this is." The FBI agent was obviously ready to terminate the interview, but he was interrupted by the secretary, who bustled in with coffee. Haynes set his styrofoam cup on the file cabinet. Lasky smiled gratefully and sipped at the lukewarm brew. Gentry's coffee came in a large white mug that said Boss on the side. "Thank you, Linda May." Lasky shrugged slightly. "I wished only to offer any help that I could," he said softly. "I realize that you gentlemen are extraordinarily busy. I will not take up any more of your time." He set the coffee cup on the desk and rose to his feet. "Whoa!" cried Bobby Joe Gentry. "Since you're here, I want to get your ideas on a couple of things." He turned to Haynes. "The professor here was a consultant for the NYPD during that Son of Sam stuff a couple of years ago." "Just one of many," said Lasky. "We helped to put together a personality profile on the murderer. In the end, that was largely irrelevant. The killer was apprehended through fairly straightforward police work." "Yeah," said Gentry. "But you wrote a book on this kind of mass murder stuff. Dick and me sure'd like your opinion on this mess." He rose and walked over to a long chalkboard. There was a piece of brown wrapping paper attached with masking tape. Gentry flipped up the paper to reveal a board covered with chalky diagrams and scrawled names and times. "You probably read about the rest of our little cast of characters here." "Some," said Lasky. "The New York papers gave special attention to Nina Drayton, the little girl, and her grandfather." "Yes, Kathy," said Gentry. He rubbed a knuckle on the board next to her name. "Kathleen Marie Elliott, 10 years old. I saw her 4th-grade school picture yesterday. Cute. Lot nicer to look at than the crime scene photos over in the file there." Gentry paused and rubbed at his cheeks. Lasky took another sip of coffee and waited. "We got 4 basic scenes here," said the sheriff, and tapped at a street diagram. "One citizen killed here in broad daylight on Calhoun Street. Another one dead here a block or so away in the Battery Marina. 3 bodies in the Fuller residence here." He tapped at a neat little square in which 3 X's clustered together. "And our grand finale with 4 dead here at the Mansard house." "Is there a common thread?" asked Lasky. "That's the hell of it," sighed Gentry. "There is, and there ain't, if you take my meaning." He waved at the column of names. "Mr. Preston here, he's the black gentleman found slashed to death on Calhoun. He's been a local photographer and merchant in the old section for 26 years. We're working under the assumption that he was an innocent bystander, killed by the next corpse we got here."
"Carl Thorne?"
Lasky read from the list. "The missing woman's servant," said Haynes. "Yeah," said Gentry, "but despite what was on his driver's license, his name wasn't Thorne, or Carl. Fingerprint identification we got back from Interpol today says that he used to be known as Oscar Felix Haupt, a cheap little Swiss hotel thief. He disappeared from Bern in 1953.
"Good heavens," muttered the psychiatrist. "Do they usually keep fingerprints of ex-hotel thieves on file for so long?"
"Haupt was more than that," interjected Haynes. "It seems that he was the prime suspect in a rather lurid 1953 murder case involving a French baron visiting a spa. Haupt disappeared shortly after that. The Swiss police thought at the time that Haupt had been murdered, probably by European syndicate types." "Guess they were wrong," said Sheriff Gentry.
"What made you query Interpol?" asked Lasky.
Just a hunch," said Gentry, and looked back at the chalkboard. Okay, we got Carl Oscar Felix Thorne Haupt dead here at the marina, and if the craziness had stopped there, we could have cobbled together some motive, boat theft maybe. The bullet in Haupt's brain came from the night watchman's gun, a .38. Problem is, Haupt was all beat to hell besides being shot twice. There were 2 kinds of bloodstains on his clothes, besides his own, I mean, and samples of skin and tissue under his fingernails that pretty well cinches that he was Mr. Preston's assailant.
Most confusing, said Saul Lasky.
"Ah, Professor, you ain't seen nothing yet."
Gentry rapped his knuckles next to 3 more names: Barrett Kramer, George Hodges, Kathleen Marie Elliott.
"You know this lady, Professor?"
"Barrett Kramer?" echoed Lasky. "No, I read her name in the paper, but other than that, I don't recognize it."
"Ah, well, worth a try. She was Mrs. Drayton's traveling companion, executive assistant, I think the New York people who claim Mrs. Drayton's body called her. Woman in her mid-30s, brunette, sort of a muscular build."
"No," said Lasky. "I do not remember her. She did not come with Mrs. Drayton to either of the sessions. She may have been at my lecture on the evening I met Mrs. Drayton, but I did not notice her."
"Okay. Well, we got Miss Kramer, who was shot by Mr. Hodges's S&W .38, only the coroner's pretty sure that that didn't kill her. She appears to have broken her neck in a fall down the stairs at the Fuller house. She was still breathing when the paramedics got there, but was pronounced dead at emergency. No brain waves or something. Now, the damn thing is, forensic evidence suggests that poor old Mr. Hodges didn't even shoot the lady. He was found here," Gentry tapped another diagram, "in the hallway of the Fuller house. His revolver was found here, on the floor of Mrs. Drayton's room at Mansard House. So, what do we have here? 8 victims, 9 if you count Albert La Follette, 5 weapons."
"5 weapons?" asked Lasky. "Excuse me, Sheriff, I did not mean to interrupt."
"No, hell, that's okay. Yeah, 5 weapons that we know about. The old .45 that Albert used, Hodges's .38, a knife found near Haupt's body, and a goddamned fireplace poker that the Kramer woman used to kill the little girl."
"Barrett Kramer used to kill the little girl?"
"Uh-huh. At least her fingerprints were all over the goddamn thing, and the girl's blood was all over Kramer."
"That is still only 4 weapons," said Lasky.
Oh, yeah, there's also a wooden walking stick we found at the back door of the marina. There was blood on it."
Saul Lasky shook his head and looked over at Richard Haines. The agent had his arms crossed and was staring at the chalkboard. He looked very tired and very disgusted.
"A real can of worms, huh, Professor?" finished Gentry.
He walked back to his chair and collapsed into it with a sigh. He leaned back and took a sip of cold coffee from the large mug.
"Any theories?"
Lasky smiled ruefully and shook his head. He stared intently at the chalkboard as if trying to memorize the information there. After a minute, he scratched at his beard and said softly, "No theories, I'm afraid, Sheriff. But I do have to ask the obvious question."
"What's that?"
"Where is Mrs. Fuller, the lady whose house was the scene of such carnage?"
"Ms. Fuller," corrected Gentry. "From what the neighbors tell us, she was one of Charleston's grand old spinsters, and that title of Ms. has been used around here for almost 200 years, Professor. And, to answer your question, there's no sign of Ms. Melanie Fuller. There was one report that an unidentified older woman was seen in the upstairs hall at the hotel right after the shooting of Mrs. Drayton, but no one's confirmed that it was Miss Fuller.
We have a 3-state alert out for the lady, but not a word so far." "She would seem to be the key," suggested Lasky diffidently. "Uh-huh, maybe. Then again, her torn-up purse was found stuffed behind the toilet down at the Battery Marina. Blood stains on it matched those on Carl Oscar's made-in-Paris switchblade." "My God," breathed the psychiatrist. "There's no sense to it." There was a moment of silence, and then Haines stood. "Perhaps it is simpler than it appears," he said, and tugged at his cuffs. "Mrs. Drayton was visiting Ms. Fuller, the day before the murders. Fingerprints in the house confirmed that she was there, and a neighbor saw her enter on Friday evening. Mrs. Drayton had the poor judgment to hire this Barrett Kramer as an assistant. Kramer was wanted in Philadelphia and Baltimore for charges dating back to 1968. "What kind of charges?" asked Lasky. "Vice and narcotics," snapped the agent. "So somehow Miss Kramer and Fuller's man, this Thorne, meet to plot against their elderly employers. After all, Mrs. Drayton's estate is said to come to almost $2 million, and Mrs. Fuller has a healthy bank account here in Charleston." "But how could they have—" began the psychiatrist. "Just a minute. So Kramer and Thorne, Haupt, whatever, murder your Mrs. Fuller and dispose of her body. The harbor patrol is searching the bay right now. Only her neighbor, the old security guard, interrupts their plans. He shoots Haupt and returns to the Fuller home only to encounter Kramer there. The old man's granddaughter sees him across the courtyard and rushes over in time to become a victim with him. Albert LaFollette, another conspirator, panics when Kramer and Haupt don't show up, kills Mrs. Drayton, and runs amok." Gentry pivoted back and forth in his chair, his hands clasped over his stomach. He was smiling slightly. "Oh, what about Joseph Preston, the photographer?" "As you said, an innocent bystander," replied Haines. "He may have seen where Haupt dumped the old lady's body. There's no doubt that the Kraut killed him. The skin and tissue samples under Preston's fingernails match up perfectly with the claw marks on Haupt's face. What was left of Haupt's face." "Yeah, what about his eye?" asked Gentry. "His eye? Whose eye?" The psychiatrist looked from the sheriff to the FBI man. "Haupt's," answered Gentry. "It's missing. Someone did a job on the left side of his face with a club." Haines shrugged. "It's still the only scenario that makes any sense. We have 2 employees, ex-felons, who work for 2 rich old ladies. Their attempted kidnapping or murder or whatever backfires and ends up as a chain of killings." "Yeah," said Gentry. "Maybe." In the silence that followed, Saul Lasky could hear laughter from the other offices in the county building. Somewhere outside a siren howled, and then fell into silence. "What do you think, Professor? Any other ideas?" asked Gentry. Saul Lasky slowly shook his head. "I find it most baffling." "What about the idea in your book of a resonance of violence?" asked Gentry. Said Lasky. "This was not exactly the kind of situation I had in mind. There certainly appears to be a chain of violence, but I fail to see the catalyst."
"Catalyst?" repeated Haines. "What the hell are we talking about here?"
Gentry set his feet up on the desk and mopped at his neck with a red bandana.
Dr. Lasky's book talked about situations that program people into murder."
"I don't get it," said Haines. "What do you mean, program? You mean that old liberal argument about poverty and social conditions causing crime?" It was apparent by the tone of the agent's voice what he thought of that point of view.
"Not at all," said Lasky. "It was my hypothesis that there are some situations, conditions, institutions, even individuals,
which set up a stress response in others that will culminate in violence, even homicide, when there seems to be no immediate causal relationship. The FBI agent frowned.
I still don't get it. Hell, said Sheriff Gentry. You seen our holding tank back there, Dick? No? Jeez, you gotta look into it before you leave. We painted it pink last August. We called it the Pepto-Bismol Hilton. But the damn thing works. Violent incidents have been down about 60% since we slopped that paint on, and we haven't exactly been getting a better brand of clientele. Of course, that's sort of the opposite of what you're talking about, isn't it, Professor?
Lasky adjusted his glasses. As he raised his hand, Gentry caught a glimpse of faded blue numbers tattooed on his forearm just above the wrist. "Yes, but aspects of the same theory may apply," said the psychiatrist. "Color environment studies have shown measurable attitudinal and behavioral changes in subjects. The reasons for the decrease in violent incidents in such an environment are vague at best, but the empirical data stand, as you yourself attested, Sheriff, and seem to imply a modification of psychophysiological response simply through altering the color variable. My thesis suggests that some of the less comprehensible incidents of violent crime are the result of a more complex series of stimulus factors."
"Uh-huh," said Haines. He glanced at his watch and looked at Gentry. The sheriff was sitting comfortably with his feet propped on his desk. Irritated, Haines brushed imaginary lint from his gray slacks. "I'm afraid I don't see how this can help us, Dr. Lasky," said the agent. "Sheriff Gentry's dealing with a messy series of murders here, not some lab mice that will run through a maze for him."
Lasky nodded and shrugged slightly. "I was visiting," he said. "I decided to tell the sheriff of my association with Mrs. Drayton and to offer any assistance I could give. I realize that I must be taking up precious time of yours. Thank you for the coffee, Sheriff."
The psychiatrist stood and moved toward the door. "Thanks for your help, Professor," said Gentry, and blew his nose into his red handkerchief. He rubbed the cloth back and forth as if to scratch an itch. "Oh, there's one other question I meant to ask."
Lasky turned with one hand on the doorknob and waited.
"Dr. Lasky, do you think that these murders might have been the result of some quarrel between the old ladies, Nina Drayton and Melanie Fuller, I mean? Could they possibly have set this whole thing in motion?"
Lasky's face was without expression. The sad eyes blinked.
"It's possible, but that does not explain the murders at the Mansard house, does it?" he said. No, it sure doesn't," agreed Gentry, and took a final swipe at his nose with the handkerchief. "All right. Well, thanks, Professor. We surely appreciate your checking in with us. If you remember anything else about Mrs. Drayton that might give us a lead into the whys and wherefores of this mess, please give us a call. Collect, okay?"
"Certainly," said the psychiatrist. "Good luck, gentlemen."
Haines waited until the door was closed. "We should run a check on Lasky," he said.
Said Gentry. He was holding his empty coffee mug and turning it slowly in his hands.
"Already did. He's who he says he is, all right."
Haines blinked.
"You checked up on him before he came in today?"
Gentry grinned and set the mug down.
"After his call yesterday. I mean, it's not like we got so many suspects that I'd be wasting my time making a phone call to New York." "I'll have the Bureau check his whereabouts for the period commencing with—" "Given a lecture at Columbia," interrupted Gentry. "Saturday night. Was part of a public forum on street violence. There was a reception afterward that lasted till after 11. I talked to the dean." "Nonetheless," said Haines, "I'll check his file. The part about Nina Drayton coming to him for therapy just didn't ring true."
Yeah, said Gentry. I'd appreciate it if you'd do that, Dick. The FBI man picked up his raincoat and briefcase. He paused when he looked at the sheriff. Gentry's hands were clasped so tightly together that the fingers were white. There was anger approaching rage in the usually jovial blue eyes. Gentry looked up at him. Dick, I'm going to need all the help I can get on this thing. Of course. I mean it, said Gentry, and lifted a pencil with both hands. Nobody gets away with committing 9 goddamn murders in my county. Somebody set this shit into motion, and I'm going to find out who. Yes, said Haynes. I'm going to find out who, continued Gentry. He looked up. His eyes were cold. The pencil snapped in his fingers without him noticing. And then I'm going to get them, Dick. I will. I swear I will. Haynes nodded, said goodbye, and left. Gentry stared for a long time at the green door after the FBI man was gone. Eventually, he looked down at the splintered pencil in his hand. He did not smile. Slowly, carefully, he proceeded to snap the pencil into smaller and smaller fragments. Haynes took a cab to his hotel, packed, paid his bill, and took the same cab to Charleston International Airport. He was early. After checking his luggage, he strolled up and down the concourse, bought a Newsweek, and passed up several kiosk phone stands to stop finally at a series of phone booths set back in a side corridor. He punched in a number with a Washington area code. "The number you have reached is temporarily out of service," said a recorded woman's voice. "Please try again or contact a Bell Area Service representative." "Haynes, Richard M.," said the FBI man. He glanced over his shoulder as a woman and child passed on their way to the restroom. "Coventry, Cable. I was trying to reach 779-491. There was a click, a slight buzz, and then the hum of another recording device. "This office is closed for inventory until further notice. If you wish to leave a message, please wait until the tone. There is no time limit." There was a half-minute of silence, followed by a soft chime. "This is Haynes. I'm just leaving Charleston. A psychiatrist named Saul Lasky showed up today to talk to Gentry. Lasky says that he works at Columbia. He wrote a book called The Pathology of Violence, Academy Press. He says that he met 3 times with Nina Drayton in New York. He denies knowing Barrett Kramer, but he may be lying. Lasky has a concentration camp tattoo on his arm, serial number 4490182. Also, Gentry ran a make on Carl Thorne and knows that he was really a Swiss thief named Oscar Felix Haupt. Gentry's a slob, but he's not stupid. He seems to have a bug up his ass about this whole thing. My report will be in by tomorrow. In the meantime, I recommend that surveillance be initiated on Lasky and Sheriff Gentry. You might consider canceling both these gentlemen's policies as a precaution. I will be home by 8 p.m. tonight and will await further instructions. Haynes, Cable, Coventry." Agent Richard Haynes hung up, picked up his briefcase, and moved quickly to join the throng headed for the departure gates. Saul Lasky left the county building and walked to the side street where his rented Toyota was parked. It was raining lightly. Despite the drizzle, Saul was struck by how warm the air was. The temperature had to be in the low 60s. When he had left New York the day before, snow had been falling and the temperature had been hovering in the 20s for days. Saul sat in the car and watched raindrops streak the windshield. The car smelled of new upholstery and someone's cigar. He began to tremble in spite of the warm air. The trembling turned to shaking. Saul gripped the steering wheel tightly until the shaking left his upper body and became a tense quivering in his legs. He took a firm grip on the muscles in his thighs and thought about other things, about spring, about a quiet lake he had discovered in the Adirondacks the summer before, about an abandoned valley he had come across in the Sinai where sandblasted Roman columns stood alone against shale cliffs. After a few minutes, Saul started the car and drove aimlessly through rain-slickened streets. There was little traffic. He considered driving out Route 52 to his motel. Instead, he turned back south on East Bay Drive toward the old section of Charleston. The mansard house was marked by an arched green awning which stretched to the curb. Saul glanced quickly at the dark entrance beneath and drove on. 3 blocks farther, he turned right onto a narrow residential street. Wrought iron fences separated yards and courtyards from the brick sidewalks. Saul slowed, counted softly to himself, watched for house numbers. Melanie Fuller's home was dark. The courtyard was empty, and the house which bordered it to the north looked closed up with heavy shutters sealed across the windows. There was a chain and padlock on the courtyard gate. The padlock looked new. Saul turned left at the next street and then left again, almost returning to Broad Street before finding a parking place behind a delivery truck. It was raining harder now. Saul pulled a white tennis hat from the back seat, tugged it far down over his forehead, and pulled up the collar of his corduroy sports coat. The alley ran through the center of the block and was bordered by tiny garages, thick foliage, high fences, and countless trash cans. Saul counted houses as he had while driving, but still had to check for the 2 dead-looking palmettos near the South Bay window to make sure that he had the right house. He strolled with his hands in his pockets, knowing he was conspicuous in the narrow alley, unable to do anything about it. Rain continued to fall. The gray afternoon was sliding into the dimness of a winter evening. He would not have much more than a half-hour of light. Saul took 3 deep breaths and walked up the 10-foot-long driveway that ended at what once must have been a small carriage house. The windows were painted black, but it was obvious that the structure had never been used as a garage. The back fence was high steel mesh, interlaced with vines and the sharp branches of a thick hedge. A lower gate, once part of a black iron fence, was chained and padlocked. A yellow ribbon of plastic wrapped alongside the chain read, "No trespassing by order of Charleston County Sheriff's Office." Saul hesitated. The only sound was the fusillade of rain on the slate roof of the carriage house and water dripping from the kudzu. He reached up, took a grip on the high fence, got his left foot up onto a crossbar of the gate, balanced precariously a moment above the rusted iron spikes, and then dropped down onto flagstone in the backyard. Crouching there a second, fingers splayed against the wet stone, his right leg cramping, Saul listened to the pounding of his heart and to the sudden yapping of a small dog from some nearby yard. The barking stopped. Saul moved quickly past flowers and a tilted bird bath to a wooden back porch, which obviously had been added long after the brick house had been built. The rain, the dimming light, and the dripping hedges seemed to muffle distant sounds and amplify every step and noise of Saul's. He could see plants behind panes of glass to his left, where a remodeled conservatory extended into the garden. He tried the screen door to the porch. It opened with a rusty sigh, and Saul stepped into the darkness. The space was long and narrow, and smelled of mold and decaying earth. Saul could see the dark silhouettes of empty clay pots set along shelves against the brick of the house. The inner door, massive, inset with lead-paned glass and beautiful moldings, was securely locked. Saul knew that there would be several locks. He also was sure that the old woman would have had some sort of alarm system, but he felt equally certain that it would have been an internal alarm, not connected to the police station. But what if the police hooked it up? Saul shook his head and crossed the dark space to peer through narrow windows behind a shelf. The pale white hulk of a refrigerator was visible. Suddenly, there came a distant rumble of thunder, and the rain redoubled its assault on the rooftops and hedges. Saul moved pots, setting them on empty counter spaces, and brushing black soil from his hands, and then took down a 3-foot section of shelving. The windows above the rough counter were securely latched from the inside. Saul crouched there, pressed his fingers against the glass for a second, and then turned to find the largest and heaviest of the clay pots. The shattering glass sounded very loud to Saul, louder than the thunderclaps which followed hard on the strobic reflections of lightning that turned the unbroken panes of glass into mirrors. Saul swung again, shattered the bearded silhouette of his own reflection, as well as a muntin, tapped out the clinging shards of glass, and groped in the darkness for the latch. The sudden childish thought of a hand touching his own made his neck go cold. He found a chain and tugged. The window swung outward. He squeezed in, stepped down onto formica and broken glass, and jumped heavily onto the tile floor of the kitchen. There were sounds in the old house. Water coursed through rain gutters just outside the windows. The refrigerator made some internal adjustment with a thump that made Saul's heart leap into his throat. He noted that the power must still be on. Somewhere there was a faint scratching, as of fingernails on glass. 3 swinging doors opened from the kitchen. Saul chose the one straight ahead of him and emerged into a long hallway. Even in the dim light he could see where the darkly polished floor had been splintered a few paces from the kitchen door. He paused at the base of the wide stairway, half expecting to see chalked silhouettes of bodies on the floor, as in the American detective films he was so fond of. There were none. There was merely a wide stain discoloring the wood near the first step. Saul glanced down another short hall to the foyer, and then moved into a large but over-furnished room, which looked to be a parlor furnished from the previous century. Light filtered through stained glass panels at the top of a wide bay window. A clock on the mantel stood frozen at 3:26. The heavy upholstered furniture and tall cabinets filled with crystal and china seemed to have absorbed all of the oxygen in the room. Saul tugged at his collar and gave the parlor a quick inspection. The room smelled. It reeked of age and polish and a bitter talcum and decaying meat scent, which Saul had always associated with his ancient Aunt Danuta and her small apartment in Krakow. Danuta had been 103 when she died. A dining room sat empty on the other side of the entrance hall. An elaborate chandelier tinkled slightly to Saul's footfalls. The entrance foyer held an empty hat rack and 2 black canes propped against the wall. A truck moved slowly by outside, and the house trembled. The conservatory, located behind the dining room, was much lighter than the rest of the house. Saul felt exposed, standing in it. The rain had stopped, and he could see the roses rising from the wet greenery in the garden. It would be dark in a very few minutes. A beautiful cabinet had been smashed open. The polished cherry was splintered, and broken glass still littered the floor. Saul stepped gingerly across to it and crouched. A few statuettes and pewter plates sat overturned on the middle shelf. Saul stood and looked around. A sense of panic was rising in him for no apparent reason. The odor of dead meat seemed to have followed him into the room. He found his right hand clasping and unclasping spasmodically. He could leave now, go directly into the kitchen through the swinging door, and be over the gate in 2 minutes. Saul turned and went down the dark hallway to the stairway. The banister was smooth and cool to his touch. Despite a small circular window on the wall opposite the stairs, darkness seemed to rise like cold air and settle on the landing ahead of him. He paused at the top. A door to the right had been all but ripped from its hinges. Pale splinters hung like torn sinews from the frame. Saul forced himself to enter the bedroom. It smelled like a meat locker weeks after the electricity had failed. A tall wardrobe stood in one corner like an overstuffed coffin set on end. Heavy drapes covered windows that looked out onto the courtyard. An expensive antique ivory brush and comb set lay perfectly centered on an old dressing table. The mirror was faded and stained. The high bed was neatly made. Saul had turned to leave when he heard the sound. He froze in mid-step, hands rising involuntarily into fists. There was nothing but the smell of rotting meat. He was ready to move again, ready to ascribe the noise to water in the clogged rain gutters outside, when he heard it once more clearly now. There were footsteps downstairs. Softly, but with a deliberate, relentless care, they began to ascend the stairs. Saul pivoted and took 4 steps to the large wardrobe. The door made no noise as he opened it and slipped inside between the clinging wool of old ladies' garments. There was a violent thudding in his ears. The warped doors would not close completely, and the crack in front of him showed a thin vertical line of gray light bisected by the dark horizontal of the bed. The footsteps climbed the last of the stairs, hesitated for a long silence, and then entered the room. They were very soft. Saul held his breath. The wool and mothball smell mixed with the stink of rotted meat in his nostrils and threatened to suffocate him. The heavy dresses and scarves clung to him, reached for his shoulders and throat. Saul could not tell if the footsteps had receded or not, so loud was the buzzing in his ears. Claustrophobic panic claimed him. He could not focus on the thin slit of light. He remembered the soil falling on upturned faces, the pale white stirrings of an arm against the tumble of black dirt, the white plaster on a stubbled cheek, and the negligent weight of leg, gray wool black in the winter light, hanging over the pit where white limbs pushed like slow maggots up through the black dirt. Saul gasped out a breath. He struggled against the clinging wool and reached to push open the wardrobe door. His hand never touched it. Before he could move, the door was jerked open roughly from the other side. 5. Washington, D.C., Tuesday, December 16, 1980. Tony Herod and Maria Chen flew into Washington's National Airport, rented a car, and drove directly to Georgetown. It was early afternoon. The Potomac looked gray and sluggish as they crossed the Mason Memorial Bridge. Bare trees threw thin shadows on the mall. Wisconsin Avenue was not crowded. "Here," said Herod. Maria turned onto M Street. The expensive townhouses seemed to huddle together in the weak winter light. The house they sought was similar to many others on the street. There was a no-parking zone in front of the pale yellow garage door. A couple passed, both swathed in heavy fur, a quivering poodle straining at the leash. "I'll wait," said Maria Chen. "No," said Herod. "Drive around. Come by here at 10-minute intervals." She hesitated a moment when Herod got out, and then she drove off, pulling out in front of a chauffeur-driven limousine. Herod ignored the front door of the townhouse and approached the garage. A metal panel flipped up to reveal a thin slot and 4 unmarked plastic buttons. Herod removed an undersized credit card from his wallet and fitted it into the slot. There was a click. He stood close to the wall and pressed the 3rd button 4 times, and then 3 others. The garage door clanked up. Herod retrieved his card and entered. When the door lowered behind him, it was very dark in the empty space. Herod smelled no hint of oil or gasoline, only cold concrete and the resin scent of 2x4s. He took 3 steps to the center of the garage and stood still, making no effort to find a door or a light switch. There was a soft electric whir, and Herod knew that the wall-mounted video camera had scanned him and was tracking to make sure that no one else had entered. He assumed that the camera was fitted with infrared or light-enhancing lenses. He really didn't give a damn. A door clicked open. Herod moved toward the light and stepped up into an empty room, which, judging from the electrical and plumbing outlets, originally had been planned as a laundry room. Another video camera perched over a second door swiveled to lock on him as he entered. Herod unzipped his leather bomber jacket. "Please remove your dark glasses, Mr. Herod." The voice came from a standard home intercom panel on the wall. "Up your ass," Herod said pleasantly, and removed his aviator sunglasses. He was putting them back on when the door opened, and 2 tall men in dark suits entered. One was bald and massive, the stereotyped image of a bouncer or bodyguard. The other was taller, slim, dark, and infinitely more threatening in some indefinable way. "Would you raise your arms, please, sir?" asked the heavy one. "Would you go fuck yourself for a quarter?" asked Herod. He hated being touched by men. He hated the thought of touching them. The 2 waited patiently. Herod lifted his arms. The heavy man patted him down professionally, impersonally, and nodded to the dark man. Right this way, Mr. Harrod. The thin man led him through the door, through an unused kitchen, down a bright hallway, past several empty, unfurnished rooms, and stopped at the bottom of a staircase. "It's the first room on the left, Mr. Harrod," he said, and pointed upstairs. "They've been waiting for you." Harrod said nothing, and climbed the stairs. The floors were light oak, polished to a high gloss. His boots on the stairs sent echoes through the house. The building smelled of new paint and emptiness. "Mr. Harrod, so glad you could make it." 5 men sat on folding chairs set in a not-quite-closed circle. The room may have been meant as a master bedroom or large study. The floors were bare, the louvered shutters were white, and the fireplace was cold. Harrod knew the men, or at least their names. From left to right they were known as Trask, Colvin, Sutter, Barrett, and Kepler. They wore expensive, conservatively tailored suits, and sat in almost identical postures, backs straight, legs crossed, arms folded. 3 of them had briefcases set near them. 3 wore glasses. All 5 were white. They ranged in age from the late 40s to the early 60s, with Barrett being the oldest. Colvin was almost bald, but the other 4 appeared to share the same Capitol Hill barber. Trask had been the one who spoke. "You're late, Mr. Harrod," he added. "Yeah," said Tony Harrod, and stepped closer. There was no chair set out for him. He took off his leather jacket and held it over his shoulder by one finger. He was wearing a bright red silk shirt, open down the front to show off a sharp-toothed medallion on a gold chain, black corduroy pants set off by a large gold R2-D2 belt buckle given to him by George Lucas, and heavy chukka boots with massive heels. "The flight was late." Trask nodded. Colvin cleared his throat as if he were about to speak, but contented himself with repositioning his horn-rimmed glasses. "So, what do we know?" asked Harrod. Not waiting for an answer, he went to the closet, removed a metal folding chair, and set it down backward in the cusp of the circle. He straddled it and laid his jacket across the top. "Is there anything new?" he asked. "Or did I make this fucking trip for nothing?" "We were about to ask you," said Barrett. His voice was refined and well-modulated. There was a hint of both Eastern Shore and England in the vowels. Barrett was obviously not a man who ever had to raise his voice to be heard. He was being listened to now. Harrod shrugged. "I gave one of my eulogies at Willie's memorial service," he said. "Forest Lawn. Very sad. About 200 of Hollywood's famous showed up to pay their respects. 10 or 15 of them had actually met Willie." "His house," Barrett said patiently. "Did you search his house as requested?" "Yeah." "And?" "And nothing," said Harrod. His mouth had become a thin line in the pale face. The muscles at the corners of his mouth, so often expressive of sarcasm and cruel humor, were pulled tight with strain. "I only had a couple of hours. I spent half of that chasing out some of Willie's old lover boys who had keys and who'd come back like vultures to pick at the bones of his estate." "Had they been used?" Colvin asked. There was anxiety in his voice. "No, I don't think so. Willie was losing his power, remember? Maybe he used a little conditioning with them, stroked them a little. I doubt if he even did that, though. He didn't have to, what with his money and his inn at the studios." "The search?" said Barrett. "Yeah, so I had about an hour. Tom McGuire, Willie's lawyer, is an old friend of mine, and let me go through the papers in Willie's safe and desk. It wasn't much. Some film and literary properties, a few stocks, but not what you'd call a portfolio. Willie tended to stick to the film industry in his investments. A lot of business letters, but almost nothing personal. His will was read yesterday, you know. I got the house, if I pay the fucking taxes. Most of the money was tied up in projects. He left the rest of his bank account to the Hollywood ASPCA. "The ASPCA?" repeated Trask. "You bet your ass. Old Willie was an animal freak. He was always complaining about the way they were used in films and lobbying for stricter laws and shop rules protecting horses in stunts and all that crap. "Go on," said Barrett. "There were no papers which might indicate Willie's past?" "No." "And nothing to indicate his ability?" "No, nothing." "And no mention of any of us?" asked Sutter. Herod sat up straight. "Of course not. You know Willie didn't know anything about the club." Barrett nodded and steepled his fingers. "There is no chance of that, Mr. Herod?" "No chance." "Yet he was aware of your ability." "Well, yes, of course, but you agreed years ago that we'd let him know about that. You said that when you told me to get to know him." "Yes. And besides, Willie always thought my ability was weak and unreliable compared to his, because I didn't need to use anyone all the way like he did, and because of my own preferences." "Not to use men," said Trask. "Because of my own preferences," said Herod. "What the fuck did Willie know? He looked down on me even when he'd lost everything but the power to keep Reynolds and Luhar, his two stroke addicts, in line. He wasn't even successful at that half the time." Barrett nodded again. "So you do not believe that he was capable of using people to cancel others any longer?" "Christ, no," said Herod. "Not really. He might have been able to use his two goons or one of his lover boys, but he wasn't stupid enough to do that." "And you let him travel to Charleston for this, reunion with the two women?" asked Kepler. Herod gripped the back of his chair through the leather jacket. "What do you mean, let him?" "Hell, yes, I let him. My job was to watch him, not limit his travel. Willie traveled all over the world." "And what do you think he did at these, reunions?" asked Barrett. Herod shrugged. "Talk over old times? Chew the fat with those two other has-beens? For all I know, he was still banging the old crones. How the fuck should I know? He usually only stayed away 2 or 3 days. It was never a problem." Barrett turned to Colvin and made a gesture. The bald man unclasped his briefcase and removed a brown, wire-bound booklet that looked like someone's photo album. He carried it across the circle to Herod. "What the shit is this?" "Look at it," ordered Barrett. Herod flipped through the album, quickly at first, then very slowly. He read several of the news clippings all the way through. When he was finished, he took off his dark glasses. No one spoke. A horn blasted somewhere on M Street. "It's not Willie's," said Herod. "No," said Barrett. "It belonged to Nina Drayton." "Incredible. Jesus fucking incredible. It can't be real. The old broad must have been senile, delusions of grandeur, wishing it was like the good old days." "No," said Barrett. "It appears that she was present at most of the appropriate times. They quite probably are hers." "Holy shit," said Herod. He put his glasses on and massaged his cheeks. "How'd you get this? Her New York apartment?" "No," Colvin answered. "We had someone in Charleston last Saturday because of Willie's plane crash. He was able to retrieve this from Nina Drayton's belongings at the coroner's office before the local authorities had an opportunity to see it." "You're sure?" asked Herod. "Yes." "The question is," said Barrett, "were the three still playing some variant of their old Vienna game? And if so, did your friend Willie have any similar documents in his possession?" Herod shook his head, but said nothing. Colvin removed a dossier from his briefcase. Nothing conclusive has been found in the remains of the aircraft. Of course, few recognizable items have been found at all. More than half the bodies remain to be recovered. Those which have been pulled out of the swamp are generally too fragmented to be identified quickly. It was a very powerful explosion. The swampy conditions hinder recovery. It's a difficult situation for investigators. Which one of the old bitches was responsible? Asked Herod. We're not sure, said Colburn. It doesn't appear, however, that Willie's friend Mrs. Fuller survived the weekend. She's the logical candidate. What a shitty way for Willie to die, Herod said, to no one in particular. If indeed he did die, said Barrent. What? Herod leaned back. His legs straightened, and his heels made black marks on the oak floor. You think he didn't? You think he wasn't aboard? The ticket agent remembers Willie and his two friends boarding, said Colburn. They were arguing, Willie and his black colleague. Jensen Luhar, said Herod. That brainless asshole. Barrent said, but there is no guarantee that they remained on board. The ticket agent was called away from the boarding area for a few minutes prior to the sealing of the aircraft. But there's nothing to suggest that Willie wasn't aboard, pressed Herod. Colburn put away the dossier. No, however, until we find Mr. Borden's body, we cannot safely assume that he's been, neutralized. Neutralized? Repeated Herod. Barrent stood and went to the window. He pulled aside the tab curtains that hung above the white shutters. His skin looked porcelain smooth in the indirect light. Mr. Herod, is there any possibility that Willie von Borchert knew about the Island Club? Herod's head snapped back as if he had been slapped. No, absolutely not. You are sure? Positive? You never mentioned it, not even indirectly? Why the fuck would I do that? No, goddammit, Willie didn't know a thing about it. You are sure of this? Willie was an old man, Barrent. I mean, old. He was half crazy because he couldn't use people anymore, especially use them to kill. That's kill, Colburn, K-I-L-L, not neutralize or cancel policies or terminate with extreme prejudice or any of your other fucking agency euphemisms. Willie killed to stay young, and he couldn't do it anymore. And the poor old fart was drying up like a prune left out in the sun. If he'd known about your goddamn Island Club, he would have crawled here on his knees to beg you to be let in. It's your Island Club, too, Herod, said Barrent. Yeah, so I hear, only I haven't been there yet, so I wouldn't know. Barrent said, You will be invited for the second week this summer. The first week is not the, necessary one, is it? Maybe not, but I guess I'd like to rub elbows with the rich and powerful, not to mention do a little stroking of my own. Barrent laughed. Several of the others followed his lead. My God, Herod, Sutter said. Don't you get enough of that out in Tinseltown? Besides, said Trask, wouldn't you find it a bit difficult? I mean, given our guest list for the first week? I mean, in light of your preferences? Herod turned and looked at the man. Herod's eyes had become thin slits in a pale mask. He spoke very slowly, each word clicking into place like shotgun shells going into a chamber. You know what I meant. Don't fuck with me. Yes, said Barrent. His voice was soothing, the British accent more audible. We know what you meant, Mr. Herod, and this may be your year for it. Do you know who will be on the island this coming June? Herod shrugged and turned his gaze away from Colburn. The usual bunch of boys eager for summer camp, I suppose. I'd imagine Henry the K will be there again. Maybe an ex-president?
2 ex-presidents, said Barrent with a smile, and the Chancellor of West Germany. But that is not so important. We will have the next president.
The next president? Jesus Christ, didn't you just put one in? Yes, but he is old, said Trask, and the others laughed as if it were a favorite in-joke.
Seriously, said Barrent, this is your year, Mr. Harrod. When you help us clear up the details of this Charleston mess, nothing will remain in your way to full membership.
What details?
First, help us ascertain that William D. Borden, a.k.a. Herr Wilhelm von Borchert, is dead. We will continue our own inquiries. Perhaps his body will be recovered soon. You may help us simply by eliminating other possibilities, if any arise.
All right. What else?
Second, carry out a much more thorough search of Mr. Borden's estate before any more, vultures descend. Make sure that he has left absolutely nothing which could embarrass anyone.
I'm flying back tonight, said Harrod. I'll go back to Willie's place in the morning.
Excellent. Third, and finally, we would like your assistance in dealing with this final Charleston detail.
What's that?
The person who killed Nina Drayton, and who almost certainly is responsible for the death of your friend, Willie, Melanie Fuller.
You think she's still alive?
Yes. And you want me to help find her?
No, said Colburn. We'll find her.
What if she's left the country?
I would if I were her. We will find her, said Colburn.
If you don't want me to find her, what do you want me to do?
We want you to be present when she's apprehended, said Colburn. We want you to cancel her policy.
Neutralize her, said Trask with a thin smile. Terminate her with extreme prejudice, said Kepler. Harrod blinked and looked to the window where Barrent stood. The tall man turned and smiled. It is time to pay your dues, Mr. Harrod. We will find the lady for you. Then we want you to kill the meddling bitch.
Harrod and Maria Chen had to fly out of Dulles International in order to get a direct flight to Los Angeles before the red-eye special. The flight was delayed 20 minutes by mechanical problems. Harrod badly wanted a drink. He hated to fly. He hated to put himself at anyone's mercy, and that was precisely what flying always had meant to him. He knew the statistics which showed how safe it was to fly. They meant nothing to him. He had clear images of wreckage strewn across several acres, of twisted pieces of metal still white-hot from flame, of bits of bodies lying pink and red in the grass like slices of salmon drying in the sun. Poor Willie, he thought.
Why don't they serve the fucking drinks before takeoff when we need them? He said.
Maria Chen smiled. The runway lights were on by the time they finally rolled into their takeoff run, but once above the solid layer of clouds, there were a few final minutes of sunlight. Harrod opened his briefcase and removed a heavy stack of scripts. There were 5 possible screenplays on his lap. 2 were too long, over 150 pages, so he tossed those back into his briefcase, unread. 1 had an unreadable first page, so he set it aside. He was 8 pages into the 4th manuscript when the stewardess approached to get their drink orders.
"Vodka on the rocks," said Harrod.
Maria Chen declined a drink. Harrod looked up at the young stewardess when she returned with his drink. It was his opinion that one of the most asinine acts in corporate history occurred when airlines surrendered to sex discrimination charges and began hiring men as stewards. Even the stewardesses seemed older and homelier to Herod these days. Not this one. She was young and well-scrubbed looking, not the usual airline's mannequin, and pleasingly sexy in a peasant girl way. She looked Scandinavian. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and lightly flushed cheeks, replete with freckles. Her breasts were full, perhaps too full for her height, and they pressed nicely against her gold and blue blazer. "Thank you, my dear," said Herod as she set his glass on the small tray in front of him. He touched her hand as she straightened up. "What's your name?" "Kristen." She smiled, but the effect was offset by the speed with which she had pulled her hand away. My friends call me Chris." "Well, Chris, sit down here a second." Herod patted the wide arm of his chair. "Let's talk a minute." Kristen smiled again, but it was a perfunctory smile, almost mechanical. "I'm sorry, sir. We're running behind schedule, and I have to get the meals ready." "I'm reading a movie script here," said Herod. "I'll probably end up producing it. There's a part in here that sounds like it was written for a beautiful little Mädchen like you."
Thanks, but I really have to help Laurie and Kurt with the meals."
Herod grasped her wrist as she started to leave. "Would it kill you to bring me another vodka and ice before you get it on with Kurt and Laurie?" She pulled her arm away slowly, obviously resisting the temptation to rub the wrist that he had squeezed tightly. She did not smile. The second drink had not come by the time a smiling Laurie delivered Herod's dinner of steak and lobster. He did not eat it. It was dark outside, and the port running lights were blinking redly at the end of the wing. Herod switched on an overhead reading light, but finally put away the screenplay. He watched as Kristen moved efficiently to and fro. It was Kurt who cleared away Herod's untouched meal.
"Care for some more coffee, sir?"
Herod said nothing. He watched as the blonde stewardess bantered with the businessman and brought a pillow for a sleepy 5-year-old 2 rows in front of Herod.
"Tony,"
began Maria Chen. "Shut up," said Herod. He waited until Kurt and Laurie were busy elsewhere and Kristen was alone near the forward restroom. Then Herod rose. The girl turned in the aisle to let him squeeze by, but otherwise did not seem to notice him. The restroom was unoccupied. Herod stepped in and then opened the door to peer back around the corner. Excuse me, miss?"
"Yes?"
Kristen looked up from stowing trays. "The water doesn't seem to be running in here."
No water pressure."
"No water at all," said Herod. He stepped aside to let her enter. Over his shoulder he could see the first-class passengers listening to music on their earphones, reading or dozing. Only Maria Chen was looking their way.
"It seems to be running all right now,"
said the stewardess. Herod stepped in behind her and slid the bolt into place. Kristen straightened and turned. Herod gripped her upper arm before she spoke. "Stay quiet." Herod brought his face close to hers. The compartment was very small, and the vibration of the jet engines pulsed through the bulkheads and metal counter. The girl's eyes opened wide, and she parted her lips to speak, but Herod pushed, and she said nothing. He stared into her eyes so fiercely that the force of his gaze was much more intense than the pressure of his hand on her arm. Herod felt resistance and pushed against it. He sensed the current of her thoughts and pushed even more strongly, forcing his way like a man wading upstream. Herod felt her squirm, physically at first, and then in the confines of her mind. He pinned her straining consciousness as firmly as he had once pinned his cousin Elizabeth in a wrestling match when they were children. Herod accidentally ending up on top, holding her arms by the wrists, forcing them against the ground, his lower body between her legs, between her thighs, resisting her straining, thrusting pelvis with the friction of his weight, embarrassed and excited by his sudden erection, and by the vain and violent struggles of his helpless captive. "Stop it." Kristen's resistance slackened and slid aside. To Herod, it was like the shocking penultimate warmth when physically entering a woman. There was a sudden calm and an almost alarming looseness as his will expanded into her mind. Her sense of self dimmed like a dying light. Herod let it dim. He made no effort to slide along the warp and weave of her thoughts to the warm pleasure center at her core. He did not take time to stroke her. Herod was not interested in her pleasure, only her submission. "Do not move." Herod brought his face even closer. There was a faint golden down on Kristen's flushed cheeks. Her eyes were very wide, very blue, the pupils fully dilated. Her lips were moist and open. Herod ran his mouth across hers, bit softly at her full lower lip, and then inserted his tongue. Kristen did not stir, except for a slight exhalation, which might have been a sigh or moan or scream had she been free. She tasted of peppermint. Herod bit her lower lip again, sharply this time, and then pulled his face back and smiled. The tiniest drop of blood left her lip and moved slowly to her chin. Her eyes stared past Herod, through him, passive, passionless. But behind them there was a flicker of fright, like the half-perceived motion of a caged animal behind cold bars. Herod released her arm and drew his palm across her cheek. He savored the helpless twistings of her will, the firm sureness of his own control. Her panic filled his nostrils like a powerful perfume. He ignored the pleading undertones of her writhing, and followed well-trod paths of darkness to the motor center of her mind. He shaped and molded her consciousness as surely as strong hands could knead soft dough. She sighed again. "Stand still." Herod tugged off her blazer and let it fall crumpled on the counter behind her. The tiny cabin resonated to his heavy breathing and to the throb of the engines. The plane banked slightly, and Herod was thrown against her, thighs touching. His excitement added to his power over her. "Stay silent." She was wearing a silk scarf of red and blue airline colors tucked inside her beige blouse. Herod ignored the scarf and unbuttoned the blouse with sure fingers. She began to tremble when he roughly pulled the blouse loose from the elastic of her skirt, but he tightened his mental grip, and she stopped. Kristen wore a plain white bra. Her breasts were pale and heavy, rounded above the white curve of fabric. Herod felt the inevitable tenderness well up inside of him, the wave of love and loss he never failed to feel. It did not interfere with his control. The young woman's mouth moved slightly. Saliva and blood trembled on her lower lip. "Don't move." Herod tugged the blouse off her shoulders and let it hang from her limp arms. Her fingers twitched. He unhooked her bra and tugged it up. Herod opened his own leather jacket and unbuttoned his own shirt in order to rub his chest against hers. Her breasts were even larger than he had thought, heavy against him, the skin so vulnerably white and nipples so delicately pink and undeveloped that Herod felt his throat tighten with the force of his love for her. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, stand still, bitch!" The plane banked more steeply to the left. Herod leaned against her, his weight on her, and rubbed himself against the soft curve of her belly. There was noise in the corridor. Someone tried the lock. Herod bunched up her skirt and forced it up over her wide thighs to her lips. Her pantyhose tore as he roughly tugged them down, trapped them with one foot, moved her left leg aside with his knee to free her of them. She wore white bikini underpants under the pantyhose. There was more soft golden down on her thighs. Her legs felt smooth and firm beyond belief. Herod closed his eyes in gratitude. "Kristen, you there?" It was the steward's voice. The lock rattled again. "Kristen, it's Kurt." Herod pulled her white pants down and opened his trousers. He was painfully erect. He touched her lower belly just above the line of pubic hair,
and the contact made him tremble. The plane pitched to turbulence. Somewhere a chime sounded urgently. Herod gripped her buttocks, moved her legs apart, and slid up and into her as the aircraft began to shudder violently. He felt the edge of the sink beneath his fingers as her weight settled backward on his hands. There was a second of dry resistance, and then, for the second time, the overwhelming sensation of surrendering warmth. Herod moved roughly against her. The shark-tooth's medallion bounced against her flattened breasts.
"Kristen, what the hell's wrong? We've got some weather here. Kristen?"
The plane lurched to the right. The sink and countertop vibrated. Herod thrust, lifted her weight against him, thrust again. "Are you hunting for the stewardess?" Maria Chen's voice came through the thin door. "She was helping an older lady who was ill, quite ill, I'm afraid." There was an unintelligible murmur. Sweat glistened between Kristen's breasts. Herod held her to him more tightly, squeezing her, seizing her in the tightening vice of his will, inside her, feeling himself entering and withdrawing through the rough reflection of her thoughts, tasting the salt of her flesh and the brine fear of her panic, moving her in response like a great soft puppet, feeling the orgasm building in her, no, in him, the two streams of thought and sensation cascading into one dark cauldron of physical response. "I'll certainly tell her," said Maria Chen. There was a soft tap on the door inches from Herod's face. Herod strained, exploded, felt the medallion cut into both of them, and buried his chin in the hollow at the side of her neck. The girl's head was arched back. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, and her eyes stared fixedly at the low ceiling. The plane bounced and slewed. Herod kissed the sweat on her throat, and stooped to retrieve her skirt. His fingers shook as he buttoned her blouse. Her pantyhose were torn in several pieces. He stuffed them in the pocket of his jacket and brushed at the wrinkles in her skirt. Her legs seemed tan enough to hide the absence of stockings. Herod gradually relaxed the pressure. Her thoughts were a jumble, memories confused with dreams. Herod let her bend over the sink as he slid open the bolt. "The seatbelt sign is on, Tony." Maria Chen's thin form filled the door. "Yeah." "What?" said Kristen vacantly. Her eyes had not yet focused. "What?" She lowered her face to the steel basin and vomited quietly. Maria stepped in and held the girl's shoulders. When she was done, Maria dabbed at her face with a wet towel. Herod stood in the corridor, bracing himself against the doorframe as the aircraft pitched like a small ship on a rough sea. "What?" asked Kristen, and looked blankly at Maria Chen. Why am I... remember?" Maria looked at Herod while she stroked the girl's forehead. "You'd better go sit down, Tony. You'll get in trouble for not having your seatbelt fastened." Herod returned to his seat and pulled out the script he had been reading. Maria Chen joined him a moment later. The turbulence abated. Up front, Kurt's worried voice could be heard above the engines. "I don't know," came Kristen's dulled response. "I don't know." Herod ignored them and made notes in the margins of the manuscript. A few minutes later he looked up to see Maria Chen looking at him. He smiled, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twisting down. "I don't like waiting for my second drink," he said softly. Maria Chen turned away and looked out at darkness and the blinking light pulsing red at the end of the wing. Early the next morning, Tony Herod drove to Willie's house. The guard at the gate recognized Herod's car from a distance and had the gate open by the time the red Ferrari rolled to a stop. "Morning, Chuck."
"Morning, Mr. Herod. Not used to seeing you out here so early."
Me either, Chuck. Got to go through some more business papers. Trying to untangle the finances for some new projects Willie got us into, especially a thing called the White Slaver."
Yes, sir. Read about that in the trades."
"Security staying on here, Chuck?"
Yes, sir, at least until the auction next month. McGuire paying you? Yes, sir, comes out of the estate. Yeah, see you around, Chuck. Don't take any wooden tokens. You too, Mr. Herod. He pulled away with a satisfying rumble and accelerated up the long driveway. The morning sun created a stroboscope effect through the line of poplars along the drive. Herod swung the car around the dry fountain in front of the main entrance and parked near the west wing where Willie had his offices. Bill Borden's Bel Air home looked like a palace transported north from some banana republic. Acres of stucco and red tile and multi-paneled windows caught the morning light. Gates opened into courtyards, which were bordered by covered porches, which abutted open, airy rooms, which were connected by tiled corridors to other courtyards. The house appeared to have been added onto for several generations, rather than constructed in the hot summer of 1938 for a minor movie mogul who died 3 years later while watching daily rushes. Herod used his key to let himself into the west wing. Venetian blinds sent yellow stripes across the carpet of the secretary's office. The room was neat, the typewriters covered, desktops cleared. Herod felt an unexpected twinge when he thought of the usual chaos of phone calls and office noise that had reigned there. Willie's office was 2 doors down, past the conference room. Herod pulled a slip of paper out of his pocket and opened the safe. He placed the color-coded files and folded documents on the center of Willie's wide white desk. He unlocked the file cabinet and sighed. It would be a long morning. 3 hours later, Herod stretched, yawned, and pushed the chair back from the cluttered desk. There was nothing in William Borden's papers that would embarrass anyone, except a few deadbeats and devotees of quality in the cinema. Herod stood and shadow-boxed at the wall. His Adidas running shoes made him feel light and agile. He wore a light blue jogging suit, unzipped at the wrists and ankles. He was hungry. Moving lightly, his sneakers making a soft noise on tile, Herod went up the west wing corridor, across a courtyard with a fountain, down the length of a covered terrace large enough to host a Screen Actors Guild convention, and into the kitchen through the south door. There was still food in the refrigerator. He had uncorked a magnum of champagne and was spreading mayonnaise on a slice of French bread when he heard a noise. Still carrying the champagne bottle, he went through the huge dining room into the living room. "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" shouted Herod. 25 feet away, a man was bent over, rummaging through the shelves where Willie kept his videotape library. The man stood up quickly, his upper torso throwing a shadow on the 12-foot screen in the corner. "Oh, it's you," said Herod. The young man was one of Willie's boyfriends, whom Herod and Tom McGuire had chased off a few days earlier. He was very young, very blond, and sported the kind of perfect tan which very few people in the world could afford to maintain. The boy was over 6 feet tall and wore only tight cutoffs and sneakers. His bare upper body rippled with muscle. The deltoids and pectorals alone testified to hundreds of hours spent pressing weights and wrestling with the universal machine. His stomach looked to Herod like someone smashed rocks on it regularly. "Yeah, it's me." Herod thought that the kid's voice sounded more like that of a Marine DI than a Malibu beach fairy. "Want to make something out of it?" Herod sighed tiredly and took a long pull of champagne. He wiped his mouth. "Get the hell out of here, kid. You're trespassing." The tanned Cupid face curled into a pout. "Oh, yeah? Who says? Bill was a good friend of mine." "Uh-huh. I have a right to be here. We shared a meaningful relationship." "Yeah, that and a jar of KY jelly," said Herod. "Now get the fuck out of here before you get thrown out." "Yeah? Who's going to throw me out?" "Me," said Herod. "You? And who else?" The boy rose to his full height and rippled his muscles. Herod couldn't tell if he was seeing biceps or triceps. They all seemed to flow together like gerbils humping under a tight tarp. "Me and the cops," Herod said, and crossed to a desk phone near the sectional. "Oh, yeah?" The kid pulled the receiver out of Herod's left hand and then jerked the cord out of the phone. Not content with that, he grunted and ripped the 15-foot cord out of the wall. Herod shrugged and set down the champagne bottle. "Calm down, Brucey. There are more phones. Willie had lots and lots of phones." The boy took 3 quick steps and was in front of Herod, blocking him. "Not so fast, motherfucker." "Motherfucker? Geez, I haven't heard that since I graduated from Evanston High School. Got any others like that, Brucey?" "Don't call me Brucey, shithead." "Now, that one I've heard," said Herod, and went to step around him. The boy set 3 fingers against Herod's chest and shoved. Herod bounced off the arm of the sectional. The kid jumped back and went into a crouch, arms at odd angles. "Karate?" said Herod. "Hey, there's no need to get physical here." There was the slightest hint of a quaver in his voice. "Shithead," said the kid. "Asshole motherfucker." "Uh-oh, repeating yourself. Sign of age," said Herod, and turned to run. The boy jumped forward. Herod completed his turn, the magnum of champagne suddenly in his hand again. The bottle made a heavy arc, which terminated on the kid's left temple. The bottle did not break. There was a dull thwump sounding like nothing so much as a large bell being struck by a dead cat, and the boy went down on his right knee, head hanging. Herod stepped forward and made a field goal attempt with the imaginary ball contacted directly under the point of the kid's heavy jaw. "Ah!" yelled Tony Herod, and grabbed at his Adidas running shoe. He hopped on his left foot while the boy levitated backward, bounced off the thick cushions of the sectional, and landed on both knees in front of Herod like a penitent sinner. Herod swung a heavy Mexican lamp off the end table into the handsome face. Unlike the bottle, the lamp shattered quite satisfactorily. So did the boy's nose and other less prominent structures. He went over sideways into the thick carpet like a scuba diver going off a raft. Herod stepped over him and went to a kitchen phone. "Chuck, this is Tony Herod. Put Leonard on the front gate and bring your car up to the house, will you? Willie left some garbage here that has to be taken out to the dump." Later, after Willie's boyfriend had been driven away to the emergency room, and Herod had finished his second helping of champagne and pâté on French bread, he wandered back to Willie's video library. There were more than 300 tapes shelved there. Some were copies of Willie's early triumphs, such cinema masterpieces as 3 on a Swing, Beach Party Creature, and Paris Memories. Shelved nearby were the 8 films which Herod had co-produced with Willie, including Prom Massacre, The Children Died, and 2 of the Walpurgis Night sequels. Also on the shelves were old favorites from the Late Show screen tests, outtakes, a pilot, and 3 episodes of Willie's abortive entry into TV sitcoms, His and Hers, a complete collection of Jerry Damiano X-rated films, some new studio releases, and a miscellaneous collection of other cassettes. The boyfriend had pulled out several tapes, and Herod kneeled to look at these. The first one was labeled only A and B. Herod switched on the projection unit and popped the cassette into the VCR. Computer-lettered titles read, Alexander and Byron, 423. The opening shots were of Willie's large swimming pool. The camera panned right past the waterfall to the open door of Willie's bedroom. A thin young man in red bikini trunks bounced out into the light. He waved at the camera in the best home movie style and stood uncomfortably by poolside, looking a bit, Herod thought, like an anemic, flat-chested version of Venus on the half-shell. Suddenly, the muscled boyfriend emerged from the shadows. He was wearing even briefer red trunks, and he immediately went into a series of muscle man poses. The slim youth, Alexander, mimed his appreciation. Herod knew that Willie had owned a good microphone system for his home video outfit, but this particular excursion into cinema verite was as silent as an early Chaplin two-reeler. The boyfriend finished his demonstration with a torso-twisting finale. Alexander was on his knees by this time, a worshipper at the feet of Adonis. As Adonis held his final pose, the worshipper reached up and pulled down his deity's bikini pants. The kid's tan was perfect. Herod switched off the VCR. "Byron?" muttered Herod. "Jesus." He walked back to the wall of shelves. It took 15 minutes, but Herod finally found what he was looking for. Labeled, "In the event of my death," it had been filed between "In cold blood" and "In the heat of the night." Herod sat on an ottoman and turned the cassette over and over in his hands. There was an emptiness in his gut, and he had the urge to go straight out the door and drive away. He set the cassette in place, hit the play button, and leaned forward. "Hello, Tony," said Willie. "Greetings from the grave." His image was larger than life-size. He was sitting in a webbed chair near his pool. Palm leaves stirred to the breeze behind him, but no one else, not even a servant, was visible in the shot. Willie's white hair was combed forward, but Herod could see the sunburn on the bald spots. The old man was wearing a loose, flowered Hawaiian shirt and baggy green shorts. His knees were white. Herod's heart hammered at his ribs. "If you found this tape," said Willie's image, "then I must assume that some unfortunate event has taken me from you. I trust that you, Tony, are the first to find this final testament, and that you are watching alone." Herod made a tight fist. He could not tell precisely when the tape had been made, but it looked recent. "I trust you have taken care of any unfinished business we might have had," said Willie. "I know that the production company will be in good hands. Relax, my friend. If you have had the will read already, do not worry. There are no surprise codas in this tape. The house is yours. This is a friendly visit between two old friends, yeah?" "Fuck," hissed Herod. There were goosebumps rising along his arms. "Enjoy the house," Willie was saying. "I know that you never especially admired it, but it should be easily convertible to investment capital should the need arise. Maybe you could use it for our little white slaver project, no?" The tape was very recent. Herod shivered in spite of the warm day. "Tony, I have very little to say to you. You would agree that I have treated you like a son, nicht wahr? Well, if not a son, then perhaps a favorite nephew. This is despite the fact that you have not always been as honest with me as you could have been. You have friends that you have not told me about. Is this not true? Ah, well, no friendship is perfect, Tony. Perhaps I have not told you everything there is to know about my friends. We must live our own lives, yes?" Herod sat upright, very still, scarcely breathing. "It does not matter now," said Willie, and looked away from the camera to squint at the motes of light dancing on the pool. "If you are seeing this tape, I must be gone. No one lives forever, Tony. You will understand this when you reach my age." Willie looked back into the camera lens. "If you reach my age?" He smiled. The dentures were perfect. "Just 3 more things I want to say, Tony. First, I regret that you never learned to play chess. You know how much it meant to me. It is more than a game, my friend. Yeah, it is much more than a game. You once said that you had no time for such games when you had a life to lead. Well, there is always time to learn, Tony. Even a dead man could help you learn. Second, I must tell you that I have always detested the name Willie. Should we meet in the afterlife, Tony, I would ask that you address me differently. Herr von Borchardt would be acceptable, or Der Meister. Do you believe in an afterlife, Tony? I do. I am sure that one exists. How do you picture such a place, eh? I have always imagined paradise as a wonderful island on which all of one's needs are met, where there are many interesting people to converse with, and where one could hunt to his heart's content. A pleasant picture, no?" Herod blinked. He had often read the term break out in a cold sweat, but had never experienced it before. He did so now. "Finally, Tony, I must ask, what kind of name is Herod, eh? You say you are from Midwestern Christian stock, and you certainly invoke the name of Christus frequently enough. But I think maybe the name Herod has other origins, yes? I think maybe my dear nephew is a Jew." "Ah, well, it does not matter now. We can speak of it should we meet again in paradise. Meanwhile, there is more to this tape, Tony. I have added a few excerpts from the news. You might find them enlightening, even though you do not usually have time for such things. Goodbye, Tony, or rather, auf Wiedersehen." Willie waved at the camera. The tape blanked for a few seconds, and then cut to a 5-month-old local news report on the capture of the Hollywood Strangler. More news fragments followed, covering a year's selection of random murders. 25 minutes later, the tape ended, and Herod turned off the VCR. He sat for a long time, holding his head in his hands. Finally, he rose, removed the cassette, put it in his jacket pocket, and left. He drove hard going home, taking the long way, slamming the car up through the gears, entering the Hollywood freeway at better than 80 miles per hour. No one stopped him. His jogging suit was wet with perspiration when he pulled up his own drive and slid to a stop under the baleful glare of his Seder. Herod went to the bar near the jacuzzi and poured a tall glass of vodka. He drank it in 4 swallows and took the cassette out of his pocket. He tugged the tape loose and unrolled it onto the floor, tearing the ends loose from the plastic reels in the cassette. It took several minutes to burn the entire tape in the old barbecue pit on the terrace beyond his pool. A melted residue remained in the ashes. Herod smashed the empty cassette repeatedly against the stone chimney of the barbecue until the plastic was shattered. He tossed the broken cassette into the dumpster next to the cabana and went back inside to have another vodka, mixed with Rose's lime juice this time. Herod stripped and lay back in the jacuzzi. He was almost asleep when Maria Chen entered with the day's mail and his dictation recorder. "Leave it there," he said, and went back to dozing. 15 minutes later, he opened his eyes and began sorting through the day's stack of envelopes, occasionally dictating notes or brief replies into the Sony. 4 new scripts had arrived. Tom McGuire had sent a mass of paperwork relating to acquiring Willie's house, arranging for the auction, and paying taxes. There were 3 invitations to parties, and Herod made a note to consider one of them. Michael May Drinan, a cocky young writer, had sent a scribbled note complaining that Schubert Williams, the director, was already rewriting Drinan's screenplay, and the goddamn thing wasn't even finished yet. Would Herod please intervene? Otherwise, he, Drinan, would quit the project. Herod tossed the note aside and dictated no response. The final letter was in a small pink envelope postmarked in Pacific Palisades. Herod tore it open. The stationery matched the envelope and was softly perfumed. The handwriting was tight and heavily slanted with childish circles above the eyes. "Dear Mr. Herod, I do not know what came over me last Saturday. I will never understand it, but I do not blame you, and I forgive you, even if I cannot forgive myself. Today, Lauren Sales, my agent, received a packet of contractual forms relating to your film proposal. I told Lauren and my mother that there has been a mistake. I told them that I had spoken to Mr. Borden about the film just prior to his death, but that no commitment had been made. I cannot be associated with such a project at this point in my career, Mr. Herod. I am sure you can understand my situation. This does not mean that we may not work together on some other film venture in the future. I trust that you understand this decision and would remove any obstacles or any embarrassing details which might damage such a future relationship. I know that I can depend upon you to do the right thing in this situation, Mr. Herod. You mentioned last Saturday that you are aware that I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. You must also understand that my faith is very strong, and that my commitment to the Lord and to His laws must come before all other considerations. I pray, and know in my heart, that God will help you see the proper course of action in this situation. Yours most sincerely, Sheila Barrington. Herod put the scented stationery back in the envelope. Sheila Barrington. He had almost forgotten about her. He picked up the tiny recorder and spoke into the built-in mic on the end. Maria, letter to Tom McGuire. Dear Tom, I'll get this legal stuff out of the way as soon as I can. Proceed with the auction as outlined. New paragraph. Very happy to hear that you enjoyed the X-rated outtakes I sent you for Cal's birthday party. I thought you guys might get a kick out of them. I'm sending you another tape that you might like. Don't ask me any questions, just enjoy. Feel free to make as many copies as you like. Maybe Marv Sanborn and the fellows at 4-Star would also get a laugh or two from it. New paragraph. I'll get the deed transfer stuff to you as soon as I can. My accountants will be in touch. New paragraph. Give my love to Sarah and the kids. Closing. Best and all. Oh, and Maria, get that to me today to sign, okay? Enclose VHS cassette 165. And Maria, send it. Special delivery. 6. Charleston, Tuesday, December 16th, 1980. The young woman stood very still, arms extended, both hands wrapped around the butt of the pistol that was aimed at Saul Lasky's chest. Saul knew that if he stepped out of the wardrobe, she might fire, but no power on earth could have kept him in that dark space with the stink of the pit in his nostrils. He stumbled out into the gray light of the bedroom. The woman stepped back and held the pistol level. She did not fire. Saul took deep breaths and noticed that the woman was young and black, and that there were drops of moisture on her white raincoat and short afro hairdo. She might have been attractive, but Saul found it hard to concentrate on anything but the handgun she kept trained on him. It was a small automatic pistol. Saul thought it a .32 caliber, but its smallness did not prevent the dark circle of the muzzle from commanding all of Saul's attention. "Put your hands up," she said. Her voice was smooth, sensuous, with an educated Southern accent. Saul lifted his hands and locked his fingers behind his neck. "Who are you?" she asked. She continued to brace the automatic with both hands, but she did not seem confident in the weapon's use. She remained too close to him, within 4 feet. Saul knew that he would have a better-than-even chance of deflecting the barrel before she could squeeze the trigger. He made no move to do so. "Who are you?" she repeated. "My name is Saul Lasky. What are you doing here?" "I could ask the same of you. Answer the question." She raised the pistol, as if that would prompt him. Saul knew now that he was dealing with an amateur with firearms, someone who had been seduced by television into believing that guns were magic wands which could make people do their bidding. He looked at her. She was younger than he had first thought, in her early 20s. She had an attractive oval face, delicate features, full mouth, and large eyes that appeared all black in the poor light. Her skin was precisely the color of coffee with cream. "I am looking around," said Saul. His voice was steady, but he was interested to find that his body was reacting much the way it always did to having a firearm pointed at it. His testicles were trying to rise into his body, and he had an irresistible urge to hide behind someone, anyone, even himself. "This house was closed off by the police," she said. Saul noticed that she had said police rather than police, the pronunciation he had heard from so many American blacks in New York. "Yes," he said. "I know they did. What are you doing here?" Saul hesitated. He looked at her eyes. There was anxiety there, tension, and great intensity. The human emotions reassured him and convinced him to tell her the truth. "I am a doctor," he said, "a psychiatrist. I'm interested in the murders which occurred here last week."
A psychiatrist?
The young woman seemed dubious. The pistol did not waver. The house was quite dark now, the only light coming from a gas lamp in the courtyard.
Why did you break in? She asked.
Saul shrugged. His arms were getting tired.
May I lower my hands? No.
Saul nodded.
I was afraid the authorities would not let me see the house. I had hoped there might be something here to help explain the events. I don't believe there is. I should call the police, said the woman.
By all means, agreed Saul.
I did not see a telephone downstairs, but there must be one somewhere. Let us call the police. Call Sheriff Gentry. I will be charged for breaking and entering. I would think that you will be charged with breaking and entering, deadly menacing, and possession of an illegal weapon. I presume it is not registered?
The woman's head had come up at the mention of Gentry's name. She ignored his question.
What do you know about last Saturday's murders?
Her voice almost broke on the last word. Saul arched his back to relieve the ache in his neck and arms.
I only know what I have read, he said. Although I had met one of the women, Nina Drayton, I think that there's more involved here than the police, Sheriff Gentry, the FBI man Haynes, imagine. What do you mean? I mean that 9 people died in this town last Saturday, and no one can explain it, said Saul. Yet I think there is a common thread which the authorities have missed. My arms ache, miss. I'm going to put them down now, but I will make no other move.
He lowered his hands before she could reply. She stepped back a foot. The old house settled around them. Somewhere on the streets a car radio blared for a second and was cut off.
I think you're lying, said the young woman. You may be a common thief, or some sort of ghoul hunting for souvenirs, or you may have had something to do with the killings yourself.
Saul said nothing. He stared at her in the dark. The small automatic was barely visible in her hands. He could feel her indecision. After a moment, he spoke.
Preston, he said. Joseph Preston, the photographer. Wife? No, not his wife. Sheriff Gentry said that Mr. Preston had lived in the area for 26 years, I believe. His daughter, perhaps. Yes, his daughter.
The woman took another step back.
Your father was killed on the street, said Saul. Brutally, senselessly. The authorities can tell you nothing conclusive, and what they do tell you is unsatisfactory. So you wait, you watch. Possibly you have watched this house for days. Then along comes this New York Jew in a tennis hat and climbs the fence. You think, this will tell me something. I am right?
The girl remained silent, but the pistol was lowered. Saul could see her shoulders moving slightly, and he wondered if she was crying.
Well, he said, and softly touched her arm. Perhaps I can help. Perhaps together we can make some sense of this insanity. Come, let us leave this house. It stinks of death.
The rain had stopped. The garden smelled of wet leaves and soil. The girl led Saul to the far side of the carriage house where there was a gap cut between the old iron and the new wire. He squeezed through after her. Saul noticed that she had put the pistol in the pocket of her white raincoat. They walked down the alley, their feet crunching softly on cinders. The night was cool.
How did you know?
She asked.
I did not, I guessed.
They reached the street and stood a minute in silence.
My car's around front,
the young woman said at last.
Oh? Then how did you see me? I noticed you when you drove by. You were looking hard, and you almost stopped in front of the house. When you turned around the block, I came around to check.
Said Saul.
I would make a very poor spy. You're really a psychiatrist? Yes. Not from here, though. No, New York. I sometimes work at the clinic at Columbia University. You're an American citizen? Yes. Your accent, is it, German? No, not German, said Saul. I was born in Poland. What is your name? Natalie, she said. Natalie Preston. My father was... You know all that. No, said Saul. I know very little. At this moment, I know only one thing for sure. What's that? The young woman's eyes were very intense. I'm starving, said Saul. I have had nothing since breakfast except terrible coffee at the sheriff's office. If you would join me somewhere for dinner, we could continue our discussion. Yes, on 2 conditions, said Natalie Preston. What is that? First, that you tell me anything you know that might help explain my father's murder. Yes. And second, that you take that soggy tennis hat off while we eat. Agreed, said Saul Lasky. The restaurant was called Henry's, and it was only a few blocks away, near the old marketplace. From the outside, it did not appear promising. The whitewashed front was windowless and unadorned except for a single illuminated sign over the narrow door. Inside, it was old and dark, and reminded Saul of an inn near Lodz where his family had eaten occasionally when he was a boy. Tall black men in clean white jackets moved unobtrusively between the tables. The air was thick with the stimulating smell of wine and beer and seafood. "Excellent," said Saul. "If the food tastes as good as it smells, it will be a wonderful experience." It was. Natalie ordered a shrimp salad. Saul had swordfish served shish kebab with broiled vegetables and small white potatoes. They both drank cold white wine and spoke of everything but what they had come to speak of. Natalie ascertained that Saul lived alone, although he was plagued by a housekeeper who was part Yenta and part therapist. He assured Natalie that he would never need to avail himself of the professional courtesy of colleagues as long as Tima continued to explain his neuroses to him and search for cures. "You have no family, then?" asked Natalie. "Only a nephew in the States," said Saul, and nodded to the waiter as the man cleared away their plates. "I have a cousin in Israel and many distant relatives there." Saul was able to ascertain that Natalie's mother had died some years before, and that Natalie was currently attending graduate school. "You say you're going to university in the north?" he asked. "Well, not quite the north. St. Louis, Washington University." "Why did you choose such a distant school? There's the College of Charleston. I had a friend who taught briefly at the University of South Carolina in, Columbia?" "Yes." "And Wofford College? That is in South Carolina, is it not?" "Sure," said Natalie. "And Bob Jones University's up in Greenville. But my father wanted me to get as far away from what he called the redneck belt as I could. Washington University of St. Louis has an excellent graduate school of education, one of the best someone with a fine arts major could get into, or at least get a scholarship for." "You are an artist?" "Photographer," said Natalie. "Some filmmaking, a little sketching and oil painting. I had a minor in English. I went to school at Oberlin in Ohio. Ever hear of it?" "Yes." "Anyway, a friend of mine, good watercolorist named Diana Gold, convinced me last year that teaching would be fun. And why am I telling you all this?" Saul smiled. The waiter came with the check, and Saul insisted on paying. He left a generous tip. "You're not going to tell me anything, are you?" asked Natalie. There was an undertone of pain in her voice. "On the contrary," said Saul. I will probably tell you more than I have ever told anyone. The question is, why? What do you mean? I mean, why are we trusting each other? You see a strange man breaking into a house, and 2 hours later we're chatting here after a fine meal. I meet a young woman who immediately points a pistol at me, and within a few hours I'm willing to share things which have remained unsaid for many years. Why is this, Miss Preston? Miss Preston, Natalie, and I can only speak for myself. Do so, please. You have an honest face, Dr. Lasky. Perhaps honest is not the right word, a caring face. You've known sadness. Natalie stopped. We have all known sadness, Saul said softly. The black girl nodded. But some people don't learn from it. I think you have. It's in your eyes. I don't know how else to say it. So that is what we base our judgment and futures on? Asked Saul. A person's eyes? Natalie looked up at him. Why not? Do you have a better way? It was not a challenge, but a serious question. Saul slowly shook his head. No, there may not be a better way. Not to begin with. They drove southwest out of historic Charleston, Saul following the girl's green Nova in his rented Toyota. They crossed the Ashley River on Highway 17 and stopped a few minutes later in an area called St. Andrews. The homes there were white frame, the neighborhood neat but working class. Saul parked in the driveway behind Natalie Preston's car. Inside, the house was clean and comfortable, a home. A wing chair and heavy sofa took up much of the small living room. The fireplace was ready for a fire. The white mantel was laden with a potted Swedish ivy and numerous family photographs in metal frames. There were more framed photographs on the wall, but these were works of art, not snapshots. Saul moved from picture to picture as Natalie turned on lights and hung up her coat. Ansel Adams, said Saul, as he stared at a striking black-and-white photograph of a small desert village and cemetery glowing in evening light under a pale moon. I have heard of him. In another print, a heavy fog bank was moving in over a city on a hill. Minor White, said Natalie. Father knew him in the early 50s. There were prints by Emma Jean Cunningham, Sebastian Melito, George Tice, Andre Kertész, and Robert Frank. The Frank picture caused Saul to pause. A man wearing a dark suit and holding a cane was standing on the porch of an ancient house or hotel. A flight of stairs to a second-story porch concealed the man's face. It made Saul want to take 2 steps to the left to identify the man. Something about the photograph stirred a deep sadness in him. I'm sorry, I do not know these names, said Saul. Are they very well-known photographers? Some are, said Natalie. The prints are now worth 100 times what Father paid for them, but he'll never sell them. The girl paused. Saul picked up a snapshot of a black family on a picnic. The wife had a warm smile and straight black hair curled up in the style of the early 60s. Your mother? Yes, said Natalie. She died in a freak accident in June of 1968, 2 days after Robert Kennedy was killed. I was 9. The little girl in the photograph was standing on the picnic table, smiling and squinting up at her father. There was another portrait of Natalie's father nearby, a portrait of him as an older man, serious and rather handsome. The thin mustache and luminous eyes made Saul think of Martin Luther King without jowls. This is a fine portrait, he said. Thank you. I took it last summer. Saul looked around. There are no framed prints by your father? In here, said Natalie, and led the way into the dining room. Dad wouldn't hang them in the same room as the others.
Over a spinet piano on a long wall opposite the dining room table, 4 black-and-white photographs were hung. 2 were studies of light and shadow on the sides of old brick homes. 1 was an incredibly lit wide-angle shot of beach and sea stretching away to infinity. The final one was of a forest trail and was a study in planes, shadows, and composition.
"These are wonderful," said Saul, "but there are no people."
Natalie laughed softly.
"That's true. Dad did portrait photography for a living, and he said that he'd be darned if he'd do it for a hobby. Also, he was a shy person. He never did like shooting candid photos of people, and he always insisted that I get a written release if I did. He hated the idea of invading anyone's privacy. Also, Dad was just, shy. If we called for a pizza to be delivered, he'd always ask me to make the phone call."
Natalie's voice grew thick, and she turned away for a second.
"Would you like some coffee?" "Yes," said Saul. "That would be nice."
There was a dark room off the kitchen. Originally, it must have been a pantry or second bathroom.
"This is where you and your father did your printing?" asked Saul.
Natalie nodded and turned on a safe light. The small room was neatly organized. Enlarger, trays, chemical bottles, everything shelved and labeled. Over the sink were 8 or 10 prints clipped on a nylon line. Saul studied them. They were all of the Fuller house, taken in different light at different times of day, from different points of view.
"Yours?" "Yes," said Natalie. "I know it's stupid, but it's better than just sitting in the car all day waiting for something to happen."
She shrugged.
"I've been to the police or sheriff's office every day, and they're no help. Would you like cream or sugar?"
Saul shook his head. They moved into the living room and sat near the fireplace, Natalie in the wing chair, Saul on the sofa. The coffee was in cups of china so thin as to be almost transparent. Natalie poked at the logs and kindling and lit a taper. The fire started readily and burned well. The two sat for several moments watching the flames.
"I was Christmas shopping with friends in Clayton last Saturday," Natalie said at last. "That's a suburb of St. Louis. We went to a movie, Popeye with Robin Williams. I got back to my apartment in University City at about 11:30 that night. As soon as the phone rang, I knew something was wrong. I don't know why. I get a lot of late calls from friends. Frederick, he's a very good friend of mine, usually doesn't get out of the computer center till after 11, and he often wants to go out for a pizza or something. But this time I knew it was long distance and bad news. It was Mrs. Culver, who lives next door here. She and Mother used to be good friends. Anyway, she just kept saying that there's been an accident. That's the word she kept using, accident. It took a minute or two for me to understand that Dad was dead, that he'd been killed. I got the earliest flight I could on Sunday. Everything was closed here. I called the mortuary from St. Louis, but when I got here, the doors to the mortuary were locked, and I had to go all around the place hunting for someone to let me in, and they weren't ready for me. Mrs. Culver met me at the airport, but she couldn't stop crying and stayed in the car. It didn't look like Dad. Even less so on Tuesday at the funeral, with all the cosmetics. I was pretty confused. No one at the police headquarters on Sunday knew what was going on. They promised that a Detective Holman would call me back that evening, but he didn't. Not until Monday afternoon. Instead, the county sheriff, you said you met him, Mr. Gentry, he came over to the mortuary Sunday. He gave me a ride home later and tried to answer my questions. Everyone else just asked questions. Anyway, on Monday, my Aunt Leah and cousins all arrived, and I was too busy to even think until Wednesday. A lot of people came to the funeral. I'd forgotten how well-liked Dad had been. A lot of merchants and people from the old section were there. Sheriff Gentry came. Leah wanted to stay a week or two, but her son Floyd had to get back to Montgomery. I told her I'd be all right. I said I might come out there for Christmas.
Natalie paused. Saul was leaning forward, hands clasped. She took a breath and made a vague gesture toward the window facing the street.
This is the weekend that Dad and I always put up the tree. It's pretty late, but Dad always said that it was more fun if the tree wasn't around for weeks and weeks. We usually get it at the Dairy Queen lot over on Savannah. You know, I just bought him a Pendleton shirt on Saturday, a red plaid. For some reason, I brought it with me. I don't know why I did that. I just have to take it back now.
She stopped and lowered her face.
Excuse me a minute.
She went quickly into the kitchen. Saul sat for several minutes, watching the fire, fingers tightly clasped. Then he went out to join her. She was leaning on the kitchen counter, her arms rigid, a Kleenex grasped tightly in her left hand. Saul stood 3 feet from her.
"It just makes me so goddamn mad," she said,
still looking away from Saul.
"Yes? I mean, it's like he didn't even count. He wasn't important, you know what I mean?" "Yes. When I was little, I used to watch cowboy shows on television," she said, "and somebody would be killed, not the hero or villain, just some guy, and it'd be like he had never existed, you know? And it bothered me. I was only 6 or 7, but it bothered me. I always used to think about the person and how he must have had parents and all the years he'd taken to grow up and how he had to have got dressed that morning, and then, bang, he doesn't exist anymore because the writer wanted to show how fast the good guy was with a gun or something. Oh, shit, I'm not making any sense."
Natalie struck the counter with her right hand, palm down. Saul stepped forward and touched her left arm.
"Yes," he said, "you are." "It just makes me so goddamn angry," she said. "My father was real. He never hurt anyone, not ever. He was the kindest man I'll ever know. And someone killed him, and no one has any idea why. They just don't know. Oh, damn, I'm sorry."
Saul took her in his arms and held her as she cried. Natalie had warmed their coffee. She sat in the wing chair. Saul stood by the fireplace, idly touching the leaves of the Swedish ivy.
"There were 3 of them," he said. "Melanie Fuller, Nina Drayton, and a man called Borden from California. They were killers, all 3 of them." "Killers? But the police said that Miss Fuller was an older lady, quite old, and that Mrs. Drayton was a victim." "Yes," said Saul, "and all 3 were killers." "No one mentioned Borden's name," said Natalie. "He was there," said Saul, "and he was aboard the plane that blew up Friday night, early Saturday morning, actually, or rather, he was supposed to be aboard." I don't understand. That was hours before my father was killed. How could this Borden or any of these other people have had anything to do with my father's murder?" "They used people," said Saul. "They controlled other people. Each had employees to use. It's hard to explain." "You mean they were associated with the mafia or something?"
Saul smiled.
"I wish it were that simple."
Natalie shook her head.
I don't understand." "It's a very long story," said Saul. "Much of it is quite fantastic, beyond belief, actually. It would be better if you did not hear it. You will either think me to be insane, or you yourself will become involved in something with terrible implications." "I'm already involved."
Natalie said firmly.
Yes.
Saul hesitated.
But there is no need for further involvement.
I am going to stay involved, at least until my father's murderer is found. I'll do it with you and your information, or I'll do it without you, Dr. Lasky. I swear I will. Saul looked at the young woman for a long moment. Then he sighed.
Yes, I believe you will. Although perhaps you will change your mind when you hear my story. I am afraid that in order to explain at all about the 3 old people, the 3 killers who were responsible for your father's death, I will have to tell my own story as well. I have never told it before. It is a very long story.
Go on, said Natalie Preston. I have all the time in the world.
I was born in 1925 in Poland, said Saul, in the city of Lodz. My family was relatively well-to-do. My father was a doctor. We were Jews, but not Orthodox Jews. My mother had considered converting to Catholicism when she was younger. My father considered himself a doctor first, a Pole second, a European citizen third, and a Jew fourth. Perhaps he did not rate his Jewishness even that high. When I was a boy, Lodz was as good a place as any for a Jew to be. A third of the 600,000 residents were Jews. Many important citizens, businessmen, and artisans were Jews. Several of my mother's friends were active in the arts. Her uncle played in the municipal symphony for years. By the time I was 10 years old, much of that had changed. Local political parties had been elected after promising to eliminate Jews from the city. As if possessed of the anti-Semitic contagion raging in our neighbor Germany, the country was turning against us. My father blamed it on the hard times which we had just come through. He never tired of pointing out that European Jews had become used to waves of pogroms followed by generations of progress. We are all human beings, he used to say, despite temporary differences which divide us. I am sure that my father went to his death believing this.
Saul stopped. He paced back and forth, resting his hands on the back of the sofa, when he finally stopped.
You see, Natalie, I am not used to telling this thing. I do not know what is necessary and what is not. Perhaps we should wait for another time.
No, said Natalie. Now, take your time. You say that it will help explain why my father died.
Yes.
Well, go on. Tell it all. Saul nodded and came around to sit on the couch. He rested his elbows on his knees. His hands were large, and they made gestures in the air as he spoke.
I was 14 when the Germans entered our city. It was the September of 1939. At first it was not so bad. They arranged that a Jewish council be set up to advise in the governing of this new outpost of the Reich. My father explained to me that it showed that anyone could be dealt with through civilized negotiations. He did not believe in devils. Despite my mother's protests, my father offered to serve on the council. It was not to be. 31 prominent Jews had already been appointed. A month later, in early November, the Germans deported the council members to a camp and burned our synagogue. There was talk then of our family traveling to our Uncle Moshe's farm near Krakow. Already there were severe food shortages in Lodz. We usually spent our summers on the farm, and the idea of being there with the rest of our family was an attractive one. Through Uncle Moshe, we heard from his daughter Rebecca, who had married an American Jew and was planning to go to Palestine to farm. For years, she had urged other young members of the family to join her. I, for one, would have gladly gone to the farm. I had already been expelled, as had the other Jews, from my school in Lodz. Uncle Moshe had once taught at Warsaw University, and I knew that he would have been happy to tutor me. New laws restricted father's practice only to Jews, most of whom lived in distant, poorer parts of the city. There were few reasons to stay, many to go, but we stayed. It was planned that we would visit Uncle Moshe in June, as we always had, and decide then whether to return to the city. How naive we were. In March of 1940, the Gestapo drove us from our homes and created a Jewish ghetto in the city. By my birthday on April 5th, the ghetto was completely sealed off. Travel for Jews was absolutely forbidden. Again, the Germans set up a council, the Judenrat, and this time my father was chosen to serve on it. One of the elders, Chaim Rumkowski, used to come to our flat, one room in which 8 of us slept, and spend the night talking to my father about the administration of the ghetto. Incredibly, in spite of the overcrowding and starvation, order prevailed. I returned to school. When my father was not meeting with the council, he was working 16 hours a day at one of the hospitals he and Rumkowski had created from nothing. For a year we survived thus. I was small for my age, but I soon learned how to survive in the ghetto, even if it meant stealing, hoarding, or bartering with German soldiers for food and cigarettes. In the autumn of 1941, the Germans began bringing many thousands of Western Jews into our ghetto. Some had been shipped from as far away as Luxembourg. Many were German Jews who looked down on the rest of us. I remember a fight I got into with an older boy, a Jew from Frankfurt. He was much taller than I was. I was 16 by then, but could have easily passed for 13. But I knocked him down. When he tried to get up, I struck him with a board and opened a large gash on his forehead. He had come in the week before on one of the sealed trains and was still very weak. I forget what the fight was about. My sister Steffa died that winter of typhus. So did many thousands of others. We were all grateful to see spring arrive, despite news of renewed German advances on the Eastern Front. My father saw the imminent fall of Russia as a good sign. He thought the war would end by August. He expected many of the Jews to be relocated in new towns to the east. We may have to be farmers to feed their new Reich, he would say, but farming is not a bad life. In May, most of the German and foreign Jews were shipped south to Auschwitz, Auschwitz. Few of us had ever heard of Auschwitz until the transports began rolling out of our ghetto to it. Until that spring, our ghetto had been used as a massive holding pen. Now the trains rolled 4 times a day. As a member of the Judenrat, my father was forced to help supervise the roundup and expulsion of thousands. It was very orderly. My father hated it. He would work around the clock at the hospital as if performing penance. Our turn came in late June, about the time we usually would have left for Uncle Moshe's farm. The 7 of us were ordered to report to the train station. My mother and my younger brother Joseph cried. But we went. I think that my father was relieved. We were not sent to Auschwitz. We went north to Chelmno, a village less than 70 kilometers from Lodz. I had once had a playmate, a provincial little fellow named Mordechai, whose family had come from Chelmno. I learned much later that it was at Chelmno that the Germans had carried out their first experiments with gassing, just that past winter as poor Steffa had laid dying of typhus. Unlike so many of the stories we had heard about the sealed transports, Our trip was not unpleasant. We made it in a few hours. We were squeezed tightly into train cars, but they were regular passenger cars. The day was very beautiful. It was June 24th. When we arrived, it was as if we had traveled to Uncle Moshe's. The Chelmno station was tiny, hardly more than a country depot surrounded by thick green forest. German soldiers led us to waiting trucks, but the soldiers seemed relaxed, almost jovial. There was none of the pushing and shouting we were used to in Lodz. We were driven several kilometers to a large estate where a camp had been set up. Once there, we were registered. I clearly remember the rows of clerks' desks set outside on the gravel, and the sound of the birds singing. And then we were segregated by sex for showers and disinfection. I was impatient to catch up to the other men, and I never saw my mother and 4 sisters disappear behind the fence to the women's area. We were told to disrobe and stand in line. I was very embarrassed because I had only begun to mature that winter. I do not remember being frightened. The day was warm. We had been promised a meal after we had cleaned up, and the nearby forest and camp noises gave a festive, almost carnival atmosphere to the day. Ahead, in a clearing, I could see a large van with bright illustrations of animals and trees painted on the sides. Our line had started toward the clearing when an SS man, a young lieutenant with thick glasses and a shy face, came down the line, separating the sick, the very young, and the older men from the stronger ones. The lieutenant hesitated when he came to me. I was still small for my age, but I had eaten relatively well that winter and had begun a growth spurt in the spring. He smiled and waved a small baton to send me to the shortened line of able-bodied men. Father was also sent to the line. Joseph, who was only 8, was to stay with the children and old men. Joseph began to cry, and Father refused to leave him. I returned to the line to stand by Father and Joseph. The young SS man waved to a guard. Father told me to return with the others. I refused. This was to be the only time in my life that Father struck me. He pushed me and said, "Go!" I shook my head and held my place in line. The guard, a heavy-set sergeant, was puffing toward us. Father slapped me once, very hard, and repeated, "Go!" Shocked, hurt, I stumbled the few paces to the shorter line before the guard arrived. The SS man moved on. I was very angry at Father. I saw no reason why we could not have showered together. He had humiliated me in front of the other men. I watched through tears of anger as he left, his bare back pale in the morning light, carrying Joseph, who had quit crying and was looking around. Father looked back at me once before he turned out of sight with a line of children and old men. The rest of us, about a fifth of the men who had arrived that day, were not disinfected. We were marched directly to barracks and given rough prisoner uniforms. Father did not appear that afternoon or evening, and as I was going to sleep in the filthy barracks that night, I remember crying from loneliness. I was sure that by separating us in line, Father had condemned me to being kept from the part of the camp where families stayed. In the morning, we were fed cold potato soup and grouped into work details. My group was led to the forest. A pit had been dug there. It was over 200 feet long, 40 feet wide, and it was at least 15 feet deep. I could tell by the freshly turned soil that other pits had recently been filled in nearby. The smell should have told me everything, but I continued to deny it to myself until the first of the day's vans arrived. They were the same vans I had seen the day before. You see, Chelmno had been a test case. From what they had learned, Himmler had ordered gas chambers for prussic acid to be installed there. But that summer, they were still using carbon monoxide in sealed chambers and the brightly colored vans. Our job was to separate the bodies, actually pry them apart, throw them in the pit, and spread the dirt and lime before the next loads arrived. The gas vans were not efficient. Frequently, as many as half the victims survived the exhaust fumes and had to be shot at the edge of the pit by the Totenkopfverbande, the death's head troopers, who waited there, smoking and joking with one another between van arrivals. Even then, some of the people survived both the gassing and the shooting and were buried while still stirring. I returned to the barracks that evening, covered with excrement and blood. That night, I considered dying, but decided instead that I would live despite all, live in the face of anything, live for no other reason than to live. I lied and said that I was a dentist's son, and that I had been trained as a dentist myself. The capos laughed at the idea of such a young apprentice, but within the next week I was put on the tooth detail. 3 other Jews and I searched the naked bodies for rings, gold, anything valuable. We probed anuses and vaginas with steel hooks. Then I used a pair of pliers to remove gold teeth and fillings. Often I was sent down into the pit to work. An SS sergeant named Bauer used to toss clods of dirt on my head and laugh. He had 2 gold teeth himself. After a week or 2, Jews on the burial details were routinely shot, and new arrivals sent to replace them. Perhaps because I was fast and efficient at my work, I stayed 9 weeks at the pit. Every morning I was sure it would be my turn. Every night in the barracks, as the older men were saying Kaddish, and I could hear cries of Eli, Eli being sent up from dark bunks, I made desperate deals with a God I no longer believed in. Just one more day, I would say. Just one more day. But it was my own will to survive that I most believed in. Perhaps I was suffering from the solipsism of adolescence, but I was convinced that if I believed strongly enough in my own continued existence, then it would be necessarily come to pass. In August, the camp was enlarged, and for some reason I was transferred to the Waldkommando, the Forest Brigade. We cut trees, tore up stumps, and quarried stone to build roads. Every few days, an entire line of returning workers would be led off to the vans or straight to the pit. In that way, the brigade was changed. By the first snowfall in November, I had been Waldkommando longer than anyone except the old capo Karski. "What is a capo?" asked Natalie. "A capo is a Jew with a whip." "And they helped the Germans?" "Learned treatises have been written about capos and their identification with their Nazi masters," said Saul. "Stanley Elkins and others have looked into this kind of concentration camp submission and how it compares to the docility and identification of black American slaves. Just this September, I was part of a panel discussing the so-called Stockholm Syndrome, wherein hostages not only identify with their captors, but provide active support." "Oh, like what's-her-name, Patty Hearst," said Natalie. "Yes, And this dominance through force of will has been an obsession with me for many years. But we will speak more of this later. For now, let me say only that if there is anything at all to be said in my favor for the time I was in the camps, I did not become a capo. In November of 1942, the camp improvement was completed, and I was moved from the temporary barracks back to the main compound. I was put on the pit detail. The ovens had just been completed by this time, but they had underestimated the number of Jews arriving on the transports, so the vans and the pit were still in use. They no longer required my services as a dentist to the dead. I spread lime, shivered in the early winter cold, and waited. I knew that it had to be just a matter of days until I joined those I was burying each day. Then, one Thursday night, November 19th, 1942, something happened. Saul fell silent. After a few seconds, he rose and walked to the fireplace. The fire was almost out. "Natalie, would you have a drink of something stronger than coffee? Sherry, perhaps?" "Of course," said Natalie. "Would brandy do?" "Wonderful." When she returned a moment later with a large brandy snifter almost filled with brandy, Saul had stirred the coals, replenished the wood, and coaxed the fire back to life. "Ah, thank you, my dear." He swirled the amber liquid and inhaled deeply before drinking. The fire crackled and spit. "On Thursday, I am reasonably sure it was November 19th, 1942, 5 Germans came into our barracks late at night. They had come before. Each time they had removed 4 men. The men were never seen again. Prisoners in each of the other 7 barracks in our compound had told us that the same was true there. We had no idea why the Nazis would choose such a manner of liquidation when thousands went openly to the pit each day. But there was much we did not understand. There were whispers of medical experiments. This night, there was a young Oberst, a colonel, with the guards, and this night they chose me. I had decided to fight if they came for me at night. I realize that this seems in violation of my decision to live in spite of everything, but there was something about the thought of being taken out into the dark which panicked me, drove all hope from me. I was prepared to fight. When the guards ordered me out of my bunk, I knew that I had only seconds to live. I was prepared to try to kill at least one of the swine before they murdered me. It did not happen. Instead, the Oberst ordered me out, and I obeyed. Or rather, my body disobeyed me. It was not merely cowardice or submission. The Oberst entered my mind. I know of no other way to put it. I felt it as surely as I was prepared to feel the bullets which never came. I felt him move my muscles, shuffle my feet across the floor, and take my body from the barracks. And all the while the SS guards were laughing. It is impossible to describe what I felt then. It could only be called a mind rape, and even that does not convey the sense of violation. I did not then, nor do I now, believe in demonic possession or supernatural occurrences. What happened then was the result of some monstrous but very real psychic or psychological ability to directly control the minds of other human beings. we were loaded aboard a truck. This in itself was incredible. Except for the brief, deceptive ride from Chelmno Station, Jews were never allowed to ride in vehicles. Slaves were much cheaper than petrol in Poland that winter. They drove us into the forest. There were 16 of us in the truck, including one young woman from the women's barracks. The mind rape had ended for the time being, but it had left behind a residue more foul and shameful than the excrement I had been smeared with daily while on pit detail. I could tell from the manner and whispers from the other Jews that they had not yet experienced it. To be honest, I doubted my sanity at that moment. The trip took less than an hour. There was one guard in the back of the truck with us. He carried a machine pistol. Camp guards almost never carried automatic weapons while in the compound because of the danger if they were seized. Had I not been recovering from the terrible experience in the barracks, I would have attempted to overpower the German, or at least leap from the truck. But the mere unseen presence of the Oberst in the cab of the truck filled me with a terror deeper than any I had known in months. It was after midnight when we arrived at an estate larger even than the mansion around which Chelmno had been built. It was deep in the forest. Americans would call the place a castle, but it was more and less than that. It was the kind of ancient great hall which one occasionally encounters in the darkest forests of my country. A great heap of stones, old beyond our history, tended and added onto for countless generations by reclusive families, which trace their lineage back to pre-Christian times. The two trucks stopped, and we were herded into a cellar not far from the main hall. From the sight of the military vehicles parked in what remained of the once formal gardens, and from the raucous noise emanating from the hall, I surmised that the Germans had commandeered the estate as a rest and recreation center for privileged units. Indeed, once inside and locked in a lightless cellar, I heard a Lithuanian Jew from the other truck whisper that he knew the regimental markings of the vehicles. They belonged to Einsatzgruppe 3, a special action group, which had liquidated entire villages of Jews near the man's home in Dvensk. The Einsatzgruppen were regarded with fear and awe, even by the SS Totenkopfverbände, which carried out the camp exterminations. Some time later, the guards returned with torches. There were 32 of us in the cellar. We were divided into 2 equal groups and led upstairs to separate rooms. There, our group was dressed in rough, red-dyed tunics with white symbols on the front. Guards ordered us into specific uniforms. My symbol, a tower or Baroque lamppost, meant nothing to me. The man next to me wore the silhouette of an elephant raising its right front foot. We were brought to the great hall. There we were greeted with a scene out of the Middle Ages by way of Hieronymus Bosch. Hundreds of SS and Einsatzgruppen murderers lounged and gambled and whored where they pleased. Polish peasant girls, some only children, were the servants and slaves of the men in gray. Torches had been thrust into brackets on the walls, and the tableau was illuminated as in a flickering fever dream of hell. Scraps of food lay rotting where they had been thrown. Centuries-old tapestries were stained and sooted from the open fires. A once magnificent banquet table had been almost hacked into pieces where the Germans had carved their names with bayonets. Men lay passed out and snoring on the floor. I watched as 2 enlisted men urinated on a rug which must have been brought back from the Holy Land in one of the Crusades. The hall was huge, but the center of it an area about 11 meters long by 11 meters wide, was conspicuously empty. The floor was tiled black and white, each tile 4 feet to a side. At opposite ends of this open square, just below where the balconies began, 2 heavy chairs had been set on stone slabs. In one of these thrones sat the young Oberst. He was pale, blond, and Aryan. His hands were white and thin. In the other chair sat an old man, as ancient-looking as the heap of rocks around us. He was also wearing an SS uniform, that of a general, but the effect was more of a wizened wax dummy dressed in a baggy uniform by malicious children. The other truckload of Jews had been let in from a side door. They were dressed in light blue tunics with black symbols similar to ours. I could see that the woman with that group was wearing a light blue gown with the symbol of a crown or coronet on the front. I realized then what was happening. In the state of exhaustion and constant fear I had reached, there was no insanity too bizarre to be believed. We were ordered to our squares. I was a pawn, a White King's bishop's pawn. I stood 3 meters in front of and to the right of the Oberst's throne, facing the frightened-looking Lithuanian Jew who was the black bishop's pawn. The shouting and singing was silenced. German troopers gathered around, jostling for a place near the border of the square. Some climbed the stairways or crowded the balconies for a better view. For half a minute there was silence, except for the sputtering of the torches and the heavy breathing of the throng. We stood on our appointed squares, 32 starved and frightened Jews, white-faced, staring, breathing shallowly, waiting for whatever would come. The old man leaned forward slightly on his chair and gestured with an open palm toward the Oberst. The younger man smiled slightly and nodded his head. The game began. The Oberst nodded again, and the pawn to my left, a gaunt older man with gray stubble on his cheeks, lurched 2 squares forward. The old man responded by advancing his own king's pawn. I could tell by watching the way the poor, confused prisoners moved that they were not in control of their own bodies. I had played a little chess with my father and uncle. I knew the standard openings. There were no surprises here. The Oberst glanced to his right, and the heavy-set Pole wearing the knight's tunic came forward to stand in front of me. The old man sent out the knight on his queen's side. The Oberst brought our bishop, a small man with his left arm bandaged, out from behind me to stand on the 5th rank of the knight's file. The old man advanced his queen's pawn 1 square. I wished then that I was wearing any symbol save that of a pawn. The squat form of the peasant in front of me, the knight, offered only the slightest sense of safety. To my right, another pawn turned to look behind him, and then grimaced in pain as the Oberst forced him to face forward. I did not turn around. My legs were beginning to shake. The Oberst moved our queen's pawn 2 ranks forward to stand next to the old pawn on the king's file. Our queen's pawn was a boy, barely a teenager, and he glanced furtively to the left and right without turning his head. The peasant knight in front of me was the only protection the boy had from the old man's pawn. The old man made a slight gesture with his left hand, and his bishop stepped out in front of the Dutch woman who was his queen. The bishop's face was very pale. The Oberst's 5th move brought out our other knight. I could not see the man's face, The SS men gathered around were beginning to shout and clap after every move as if they were spectators at a football match. I heard snatches of conversation in which the Oberst's opponent was referred to as Der Alte, the Old One. The Oberst was being cheered as Der Meister. The old man hunched forward like a pale spider, and his king's knight moved out in front of the bishop's pawn. The knight was young and strong, too strong to have been in camp more than a few days. He had an idiot smile on his face, as if he were enjoying this nightmare game, as if, in response to the boy's smile, the Oberst moved our frail bishop onto the same square. I recognized that bishop now. He was a carpenter from our barracks who had hurt himself 2 days earlier sawing boards for the guard sauna. The little man lifted his good arm and tapped the Black Knight on the shoulder, the way a friend taps another when relieving him on duty. I did not see the muzzle flash. The rifle fired from somewhere on the balcony behind me, but the noise was so loud that I jumped and started to turn before the vice of the Oberst's control closed on my neck. The young knight's smile vanished in a red and gray mist, and his skull exploded from the bullet's impact. Pawns behind him crouched in terror before being brought upright in pain. The knight's body slid back almost to his starting square. A pool of blood had already formed on the white pawn square. 2 SS men came forward and dragged the corpse away. Splinters of skull and brain matter had spattered several of the adjoining black pieces, but no one else had been injured. The room was loud with cheers. The old man leaned forward again, and his own bishop took a diagonal step to where ours waited. The black bishop lightly touched the carpenter's bandaged arm. There was a pause this time before the rifle spoke. The bullet caught our bishop below the left shoulder blade, and the little man staggered forward 2 steps, and then remained standing a second, his right arm coming back as if to scratch an itch, before his knees buckled and he collapsed to the tile. A sergeant came out, placed a Luger to the carpenter's skull, and fired once before dragging the still twitching corpse off the board. Play resumed. The Oberst moved our queen forward 2 squares. Only 1 empty square separated the queen from me, and I could see where she had bitten her fingernails almost to the quick. This reminded me of my sister Steffa, and I was amazed to find tears clouding my vision. It was the first time I had cried for Steffa. The old man made his next move to the roar of the drunken mob. His king's pawn moved quickly to take our queen's pawn. Our pawn was a bearded Pole, obviously an Orthodox Jew. The rifle fired twice in quick succession. The Black King's pawn was covered with blood as he took our queen pawn's place on the square. No one was in front of me now. I looked across only 3 empty ranks into the face of the Black Knight. The torchlight threw long shadows. The SS men screamed advice from the edge of the tile. I did not dare turn to see the Oberst, but I watched as the old man stirred on his roost. He must have realized that he was losing control of the center of the board. He turned his head, and his king knight's pawn advanced 1 square. The Oberst moved our surviving bishop to the next square, blocking the enemy pawn and threatening the old man's bishop. The mob cheered. The openings completed, the 2 players proceeded to develop their middle games. Each side castled. Both brought their rooks into play. The Oberst moved our queen to stand in front of me. I stared at her shoulder blades, sharp against the fabric of her gown, and at the tendrils of frizzy hair touching her back. I clenched and unclenched my hands. I had not moved a foot since the game had begun. A terrible headache sent spots dancing before my eyes, and I was terrified that I would faint. What would happen then? Would the Oberst allow me to collapse, or would my unconscious body be kept upright in its place? I gasped for air, and concentrated on watching the torchlight shimmer on a tapestry against the far wall. On Black's 14th move, the old man sent his bishop to where our peasant knight stood in the center of the board. There was no shot this time. The heavy SS sergeant came out onto the board and handed his ceremonial dagger to the black bishop. The room grew silent. Torchlight danced on the sharp steel. The squat peasant knight writhed and squirmed. I could see the muscles in his arms bunch in a vain effort to break free of the Oberst's control. He could not. The bishop slit his throat with a single swing of the blade. The SS sergeant retrieved his knife and gestured for 2 men to remove the corpse. They resumed. One of our rooks took their intruding bishop. Again the knife was used. I stood behind the young queen and squeezed my eyes shut. I opened them several moves later when the Oberst moved my queen forward a square. I wanted to sob, to cry out when she left me. The old man immediately brought his own queen, a young Dutch girl, down the diagonal to the 5th square on his rook's pile. The enemy queen was only 1 empty square from me on the diagonal. Nothing stood between us. I felt my bowels loosen with fear. The Oberst now began his attack. First, he advanced his knight's pawn on the left side. The old man moved out his rook's pawn, a red-faced man I recognized from the Forest Brigade, to counter our pawn. The Oberst matched the move with our rook's pawn. It was hard for me to see. Most of the other prisoners were taller than me, and I could see backs and shoulders and bald heads and sweating, terrified men, rather than chess pieces. I tried to visualize the chessboard in my mind. I knew that only our king and a single rook remained on the rank behind me. The only other piece on the same rank as me was the pawn in front of the king. Ahead and to my left was a cluster of queen, pawn, rook, and bishop. Further left, our surviving knight stood alone. To his left, the 2 rook pawns were deadlocked. The black queen continued to threaten me from my right. Our king, a gaunt Jew in his 60s, moved a diagonal step to his right. The old man consolidated his rooks on their king's file. Suddenly, my queen moved back to the 2nd square on our own rook's file. I was alone now. I could look straight ahead across 4 empty squares to where the Lithuanian Jew stared back at me. There was an animal panic in his eyes. Suddenly, I was moving forward, my feet dragging across the marble tile. There was the terrible, undeniable presence in my skull, pushing me, restraining me, clenching my jaws tight against the scream which welled up from the base of my spine. I stopped where our queen had stood earlier, other white pawns on each side of me. The old man brought his black knight up to face me across an empty white square. The mob was screaming more loudly now. I heard shouts of "Meister, Meister," building into a chant. I stepped forward again, only 1 square this time. I was now the only white piece beyond the middle of the board. Somewhere behind me and to my right was the Black Queen. I felt her presence as strongly as I felt the presence of the unseen rifleman on the balcony. Half a meter in front of me were the sweaty face and gaunt eyes of the Black Knight. Behind him cowered the Lithuanian Jew. The black rook passed me on my left. When he entered the white pawn square, the 2 men grappled. At first I thought this meant a loss of control by the Oberst or the old man, and then I realized that this was part of the game. The German soldiers screamed their bloodlust. The black rook was stronger, or He was not being restrained, and the white pawn bent under his grip. The rook got both hands on the pawn's throat and squeezed more tightly. There was a long, dry, rattling sound, and the pawn collapsed. They had no sooner removed the body of our pawn when the oberst moved our surviving knight to the square, and the struggle resumed. This time it was the black rook who was dragged away, bare feet scraping on the tile, eyes distended and staring. The black knight shuffled past me, and again there was a struggle. The two men stumbled against each other, fingers clawing at each other's eyes, knees flailing, until the white knight was forced out of the square onto the empty square behind me. The rifle must have been fired from the balcony directly in front of me. I felt the rush of air as the bullet passed my ear, and I heard the impact. The dying knight stumbled against me as he fell. For a second, his hand clutched feebly at my ankle as if seeking help. I did not turn around. My queen was behind me again. The black pawn on my right moved forward to threaten her. I would have grabbed him then if I had been permitted to do so. I was not. The queen retreated 3 squares. The old man advanced his queen's pawn a square. Our other bishop's pawn was brought up by the oberst. "Meister! Meister!" chanted the mob. The old man drew his queen back 2 squares. Now I was moved again. I stood face to face with the Lithuanian Jew. He stood rigidly, paralyzed with fear. Did he now know that I could not harm him as long as we were on the same file? Perhaps not. But I was acutely aware that the Dark Queen could remove me at any second. Only the unseen presence of my own queen 5 squares behind me offered me any security. But what if der Alte was willing to trade queens? Instead, he moved his rook back to the king's original square. To my left there was a commotion as the other bishop's pawn removed a black pawn, and was removed in turn by the surviving black bishop. For a moment I was alone in enemy territory. Then the oberst brought the white queen up to stand in the square behind me. Whatever happened next, I would not be alone. I held my breath and waited. Nothing happened. Or, rather, the old man stepped down from his tall chair, made a gesture, and moved away. He had resigned. The drunken mob of Einsatzgruppen troopers roared their approval. A contingent of soldiers wearing death's head insignia rushed to the oberst and carried him around the room on their shoulders. I remained standing there, facing the Lithuanian, both of us blinking stupidly. The game was over, and I knew that somehow I had been instrumental in winning it for the oberst, but I was too dull to understand how. All I could see were tired Jews standing in confused relief as the hall resounded to shouts and singing. 6 of our men in white had died. 6 of the black pieces were missing. The rest of us were able to move, to mill around. I turned to embrace the woman behind me. She was weeping. "Shalom," I said, and kissed her hands. "Shalom." The Lithuanian Jew had collapsed to his knees on his white square. I helped him up. A squad of enlisted men with machine pistols moved us through the mob into an empty foyer. There they had us disrobe and tossed our tunics onto a pile. Then they took us out into the night to shoot us. We were ordered to dig our own graves. There were 6 shovels lying in a clearing 40 meters behind the estate, and we used these to excavate a wide, shallow trench while the troopers held torches or stood and smoked cigarettes in the dark. There was snow on the ground. The earth was frozen and as hard as stone. We could dig no deeper than 1/2 meter. Between the dull strokes of the shovels, I could hear renewed laughter from the lodge. Lights burned in high windows and threw yellow rectangles on the slate-tiled gables. Only the exercise and our fear kept us from freezing. My bare feet had turned a terrible white blue, and I could not feel my toes. We were almost finished with the digging, and I knew that I had to decide what to do. It was quite dark, and I felt that my best bet was to make a break for the forest. It would have been better had we all bolted at once, but several of the older Jews were obviously too cold and exhausted to move, and we were not allowed to speak to each other. The 2 women stood several meters from the trench, vainly trying to cover their nakedness, while the guards made crude jokes and held torches near them. I could not decide whether to simply run or to use the long-handled shovel in an attempt to club down one of the soldiers and seize a machine pistol. These were Einsatzgruppen Totenkopfverbände, but they were also drunk and in a relaxed mood. I had to decide. The shovel. I chose the guard, a short young man who appeared to be half dozing a few steps from me. I tightened my grip on the long handle. "Halt! Wo ist denn mein Bauer?" It was the blond Oberst crunching through the snow toward us. He wore a heavy greatcoat and his officer's cap. When he entered the circle of torchlight, he looked around. He had asked for his pawn. Which pawn? "Du, come here." He gestured at me. I cringed, expecting the mind rape again, but it did not come. I jumped out of the shallow pit, handed my shovel to a guard, and stood naked and shivering in front of the Oberst, in front of the one they had called Der Meister. "You must finish here," he said in German to the sergeant in charge. "Schnell!" The sergeant nodded and moved the Jews together at the edge of the hole. The 2 women huddled at the far end, their thin arms around one another. The sergeant ordered everyone to lie down in the cold trench. 3 men refused and were shot where they stood. One, the man who had been the Black King, fell twitching only 2 meters from me. I looked down at my bloodless feet and tried not to move, but my own shaking intensified. The other Jews were ordered to roll the bodies into the pit with them. Then there was silence. The pale backs and buttocks of my fellow prisoners glowed in the torchlight. The sergeant gave an order, and the shooting began. It took less than a minute. The sound of the machine pistols and light carbines seemed muted, inconsequential. A light pop, and another naked white form would twitch and spasm a second in the hole, and then be still. The women died in each other's embrace. The Lithuanian Jew cried out in Hebrew and struggled to his knees, arms outflung toward either the guards or the sky, I still do not know which, and then he was cut almost in half by automatic rifle fire. Through all of this, I stood shaking, staring at my feet, praying that I would become invisible. But even before they were finished, the sergeant turned back to me and said, "This one, mein Oberst?" "Mein zuverlässiger Bauer," said the Oberst, "my trustworthy pawn." "We are to have a hunt," he said. "Eine Jagd?" asked the sergeant. "Heute Nacht? Wenn es dämmert?" "Ach, du Alter? Ja? Jawohl, mein Oberst." I could see that the sergeant was disgusted. He would have no time for sleep that night. As the guards began shoveling a thin cover of frozen earth over the bodies, I was led back to the lodge and chained up in the same cellar where we had been kept hours earlier. My feet began to tingle and then to burn. It was very painful. In spite of that, I was dozing when the sergeant returned, unlocked my chains, and ordered me into clothes. Underwear, blue wool trousers, a shirt and thick sweater, heavy socks, and sturdy boots, which were only slightly too small. The honest clothing felt wonderful after months in prison rags. The sergeant led me outside to where 4 SS men stood waiting in the snow. They carried hand torches, flashlights, and heavy rifles. One had a German shepherd on a leash, and he let the straining animal sniff at me while we waited. The great hall was dark now, the shouting quieted for the night. There was a gray translucence to the night as dawn approached. The guards had just turned off their flashlights when the Oberst and the old general emerged. They were not in uniform. They wore heavy green hunting jackets and capes. Each carried a non-military, large-calibered rifle with a telescopic sight attached. I understood then. I knew exactly what was going to happen next, but I was too exhausted to care. The Oberst gestured, and the guards walked away from me to stand by the 2 officers. I stood there for a minute, irresolute, refusing to do what they wanted me to do. The sergeant snarled at me in bad Polish, "Run, run, you Jewish vermin, go!" And still I did not move. The dog flung himself against the leash, snarling and straining. The sergeant raised his rifle and fired a shot which threw snow up between my feet. I did not move. Then I felt the first tentative touches in my mind. "Go, Kleiner Bauer, go." The silky whisper in my mind made me reel with nausea. I turned and ran into the forest. I was in no condition to run for very long. Within a few minutes I was panting and stumbling along. My footprints were clearly visible in the snow, but there was nothing I could do about that. The sky grew lighter as I staggered along in what I hoped was a southward direction. I heard frenzied barking behind me and knew that the hunting party had begun to follow my trail. I had gone little more than a kilometer when I came to the open area. A strip almost 100 meters wide had been cleared of trees and undergrowth. Rolls of barbed wire ran down the center of this no-man's land. But it was not the wire which caused me to halt. In the center of the clearing, a white sign lettered in German and Polish proclaimed, "Halt! Minefield." The barking grew closer. I turned left and broke into a painful, gasping trot. I knew now that there would be no way out. The mined perimeter would enclose the entire estate, their private hunting preserve. My only hope was to find the road we had come by the night before, an eternity ago. There would almost certainly be gates and guards, but I would try for the road nonetheless. Better that the guards take me down than the obscenities behind me. I resolved that I would run the minefield before I allowed the hunting party a clear shot. I had just reached a shallow stream when the mind rape began again. I was standing still, staring at the half-frozen stream, when I felt him enter me. For a few seconds I fought it, clutching at my temples, falling to my knees in the snow. But then the Oberst was in me, filling my mind in the way water fills the mouth and nostrils and lungs of a drowning man. It was worse than that. It was as if a great tapeworm had entered my skull and bored its way into my brain. I screamed, but no sound emerged. I staggered to my feet. "Komm her, mein Klauer Bauer," the Oberst's voice whispered soundlessly to me. His thoughts tumbled into mine, forced my own volition into some dark pit. I glimpsed images of faces, places, uniforms, and rooms. I rode on waves of hate and arrogance. His love of violence filled my mouth with a coppery taste of blood. "Come," the mental whisper was seductive, sickening, like a man's tongue entering my mouth. I watched myself run into the stream, turning back again to the west, toward the hunting party, running hard now, gasping in shallow, painful bursts. The icy water splashed my legs and made the wool trousers heavy. My nose began to hemorrhage, and the blood ran freely down my face and neck. "Come here." I left the stream and stumbled through the forest to a pile of boulders. My body twitched and jerked like a marionette as I climbed to wedge myself in a gap between the rocks. I lay there with my cheek against the stone, blood pooling on frozen moss. Voices approached. The hunting party was no more than 50 paces away through the screen of trees. I assumed that they would encircle my pile of rocks, and then the Oberst would make me stand so they would have a clean shot. I strained to move my legs, to shift my arm, but it was as if someone had cut the cables connecting my brain to my body. I was pinned there as surely as if the boulders had fallen on me. There was the sound of conversation, and then, incredibly, the men moved on the way I had gone 10 minutes earlier. I could hear the dog barking as it followed my trail. Why was the Oberst playing with me? I strained to make out his thoughts, but my weak probes were brushed away as one would slap away a persistent insect. Suddenly, I was moving again, running in a crouch past the trees, then crawling on my belly through the snow. I smelled the cigarette smoke before I saw them. The old man and the sergeant were in a clearing. The old man was sitting on a fallen log. The hunting rifle rested across his knees. The sergeant stood near him with his back to me, his fingers tapping idly at his rifle stock. Then I was up and running, moving faster than I had ever moved before. The sergeant wheeled to look just as I jumped and struck him with my shoulder. I was smaller than the sergeant and much lighter, but the speed of the impact knocked him down. I rolled once, screaming silently, wanting only to regain control of my own body and flee into the forest. And then I had grabbed away the old man's hunting rifle and was striking the sergeant in the face and neck, using the beautifully carved rifle stock as a club. The sergeant tried to rise, and I clubbed him down again. He groped for his own rifle, and I smashed his hand under my boot, and then drove the heavy stock into his face until bones smashed, until there was no real face left. Then I dropped the rifle and turned to the old man. He was still sitting on the log, one hand holding a Luger he had removed from his holster. The cigarette still dangled from his thin lips. He looked 1,000 years old, but there was a smile on the wrinkled caricature of a face. "Sie," he said, and I knew he was not speaking to me. "Ja, Alter," I said, and was amazed to hear the words coming from my own mouth. "Das Spiel ist beendet." "We will see," said the old man, and raised the pistol to fire. I jumped then, and the bullet passed through my sweater and along my ribs. I grabbed his wrist before he could fire again, and we pirouetted there in the snow, the old man staggering to his feet to join me in a bizarre dance, the emaciated young Jew with blood streaming from his nose, and an ancient old man lost in his wool greatcoat. His Luger fired again, harmlessly into the air, and then I had it and staggered back. I raised the gun. "Nein!" shouted the old man, and then I felt his presence like a hammer blow to the skull. For a second I was nowhere, as those two obscene parasites struggled for the control of my body. Then I seemed to be looking down on the scene from somewhere above myself. I saw the old man standing rigid, and my own body lurching around as if in the grip of a terrible seizure. My eyes had rolled back in their sockets, and my mouth was gaping open like an idiot's. Urine blotted my trousers and steamed in the cold air. Then I was watching from my own eyes and the old man was no longer in my mind. He took 3 steps back and sat heavily on the log. "Willi," he said, "mein Freund." My arm lifted, and I shot the old man twice in the face and once in the heart. He went over backward, and I stood staring at the hobnailed soles of his boots. "We are coming, Pawn," whispered the Oberst. "Wait for us." I stood waiting until I could hear their shouts and the growling of the German shepherd just beyond the trees. The pistol was still in my hand. I tried to relax my body, concentrating all of my will and energy into a single finger of my right hand, not even thinking about what I was going to do. The hunting party was almost in sight when the Oberst's control slipped just enough for me to try. It was the most crucial and difficult struggle of my life. I had only to close one finger a few millimeters, but it took all of the energy and determination left in my body and spirit to do so. I succeeded. The Luger fired, and the bullet tore a path across my thigh and took off the small toe on my right foot. The pain was like a cleansing fire. It seemed to take the Oberst by surprise, and I could feel his presence draw back for a few seconds. I turned and ran, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. There were shouts close behind me. An automatic rifle began to chatter, and I could hear the steel-jacketed projectiles humming past me like bees. But the Oberst did not control me. I reached the minefield and ran into it without pausing. I parted the barbed wire with my bare hands, kicked aside the clinging strands, and ran on. Incredibly, inexplicably, I made it across the clearing. That is when the Oberst re-entered my mind. "Halt!" I stopped. I turned to see 4 guards and the Oberst facing me across the strip of death. "Come back, little pawn," whispered the creature's voice. "The game is over." I tried to lift the Luger to my own temple. I could not. My body began walking toward them, back into the minefield, toward the raised weapons. It was at that second that the German shepherd broke away from the guard holding him and charged at me. The beast had just reached the edge of the strip, not 20 feet from the Oberst, when the mine exploded. It was an anti-tank mine, very powerful. Earth, metal, and pieces of dog filled the air. I saw all 5 men go down, and then something soft struck my chest and knocked me down. I struggled up to see the German shepherd's head lying at my feet. The Oberst and 2 of the SS men were on their hands and knees, stunned, shaking their heads. The other 2 did not move. The Oberst was not with me. I raised the Luger and emptied the clip at the Oberst. It was too far. I was shaking too badly. None of the slugs hit near the 2 men. I spent no more time looking, but turned and ran. I do not know to this day why the Oberst allowed me to escape. Perhaps he had been injured by the explosion, or perhaps any further demonstration of his control over me would have shown that the death of the old man was his doing. I do not know. But to this day I suspect that I escaped that day because it suited the purpose of the Oberst. Saul stopped speaking. The fire was out, and it was long past midnight. He and Natalie Preston sat in near darkness. Saul's voice had been little more than a hoarse croak for the final half-hour of his narrative. "You're exhausted," said Natalie. Saul did not deny it. He had not slept for 2 nights, not since he had seen the photograph of William Borden in the newspaper on Sunday morning. "But there's more to the story, isn't there?" said Natalie. This all ties in with the people who killed my father, doesn't it?"
Saul nodded. Natalie left the room and returned a moment later with quilts, sheets, and a thick pillow. She began making the couch into a bed.
"Stay here tonight," she said. "You can finish in the morning. I'll make breakfast for us."
"I have a motel room," Saul said hoarsely. The thought of driving that far out on Route 52 made him want to close his eyes and go to sleep where he was sitting.
"But I would appreciate it if you'd stay," she said. "I want to hear, no, I need to hear the rest of this story." She paused. "And I don't want to be alone in the house tonight."
Saul nodded.
"Good," said Natalie. "There's a new toothbrush on the counter in the bathroom. I could get a clean pair of Dad's pajamas out if you want."
"No," said Saul. "No need."
"All right, then,"
said Natalie, and stopped at the entrance to the short hallway.
"Saul—"
She paused and rubbed her arms.
"This is it's all true, isn't it?"
"Yes."
"And your Oberst was here in Charleston last week, wasn't he? He was one of those responsible for killing my father."
"I think so." Natalie nodded, started to speak, bit her lip softly, and said only,
"Good night, Saul."
"Good night, Natalie." Tired as he was, Saul Lasky lay awake for some time, watching stray rectangles of reflected car lights move across the photographs on the wall. He tried to think of pleasant things, of golden light touching the limbs of willows by a stream, or of a field of white daisies on a farm where he had played as a boy. But when he slept at last, Saul dreamed of a beautiful June day and of his brother Joseph following him to a circus in a pleasant meadow, where brightly decorated circus wagons led bands of laughing children to a waiting pit. 7. Charleston, Wednesday, December 17, 1980. At first, Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry was delighted to discover that he was being followed. To his knowledge, he had never been tailed before. He had done his own share of following people. Just the day before, he had followed the psychiatrist Lasky, watched as he broke into the Fuller house, waited patiently in Linda May's unmarked Dodge as Lasky and the Preston girl had gone out to dinner, and then spent a good part of the night in St. Andrews drinking coffee and watching the front of Natalie Preston's house. It had been a singularly cold and profitless night. This morning he had driven by there early in his own car, and the psychiatrist's rented Toyota was still in the driveway. What was their connection? Gentry had a strong hunch about Lasky, had felt the twinges of it the first time he had spoken to the psychiatrist on the telephone, and the hunch was fast becoming one of those unscratchable between-the-shoulder blades itches of intuition that Gentry recognized from experience as being one of the necessary stocks in trade of a good cop. So he had tailed Lasky yesterday, and now he, Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry of Charleston County, was being tailed. At first, he found it hard to believe. This Wednesday morning he had risen at 6 as usual, tired from too little sleep and too much caffeine the night before, had driven by the Preston home in St. Andrews to verify that Lasky had spent the rest of the night there, had stopped for a donut at Sarah Dixon's Diner on Rivers Avenue, and then had driven to Hampton Park to interview a Mrs. Llewellyn. The lady's husband had left town the same night as the Mansard House murders 4 days earlier, and died in an automobile accident in Atlanta early Sunday morning. When the Georgia State Trooper called to inform her that she was a widow, that her husband had driven into an overpass abutment at 85 miles per hour on the I-285 bypass outside of Atlanta, Mrs. Llewellyn had one question for the officer. "What on earth is Arthur doing in Atlanta? He went out last night to get a cigar and the Sunday paper." Gentry had thought it a pertinent question. It was still unanswered when he left the Llewellyns' brick home at 9 a.m. after a half-hour interview with the widow.
It was then that Gentry noticed the green Plymouth parked halfway down the block in the shadow of tall trees that overhung the street. He had first noticed the Plymouth when he pulled out of the diner's parking lot earlier that morning. He had paid attention to it only because it was carrying Maryland license plates. It had been Gentry's experience that cops became obsessed with observing details like that, most of which were totally useless. As he slid behind the wheel of his cruiser parked in front of the Llewellyns' house, he adjusted the mirror to take a long look at the Plymouth parked down the street. It was the same car. He could not see if it was occupied because of reflections on the car's windshield. Gentry shrugged and pulled away from the curb, turning left at the first stop sign. The Plymouth began moving just before Gentry's car would have been lost to sight. He made another left turn and drove south, trying to decide whether to return to the county building to finish some paperwork or to drive back to St. Andrews. Behind him, he could see the green sedan staying 2 cars back. Gentry drove slowly, tapping the wheel with his large red hands and whistling a country western tune through his teeth. He half listened to the rasp of his police radio and reviewed all the reasons he could think of for someone to be following him. There weren't many. Except for a few belligerents he had jailed in the past couple of years, no one he knew of had a reason to settle old scores with Bobby Joe Gentry, much less waste time following him through his daily meanderings. Gentry wondered if he was staring at shadows. There was more than one green Plymouth in Charleston. With Maryland plates? Sneered the cop-wise part of his mind. Gentry decided to take the long way back to the office. He turned left into busy traffic on Cannon Street. The Plymouth stayed with him, hanging 3 cars back. If Gentry hadn't already known it was there, he would never have spotted it now. Only the emptiness of the little side street near Hampton Park, where Mrs. Llewellyn lived, had tipped the other's hand. Gentry swung the cruiser on a ramp onto Interstate 26, drove north a little over a mile, and then exited, taking back streets east to Meeting Street. The Plymouth remained visible in his mirror, shielding itself behind other vehicles when it could, staying far back when there was no other traffic. "Well, well, well," said Sheriff Gentry. He continued north to Charleston Heights, passing the naval base on his right. Hulking gray ships could be glimpsed through a latticework of derricks. He turned left onto Dorchester Road and then re-entered I-26, heading south this time. The Plymouth was no longer in sight. He was almost ready to exit near the downtown and chalk the whole thing up to watching too many thrillers on cable TV, when a semi-trailer changed lanes half a mile behind him, and Gentry caught a glimpse of the green hood. Gentry took exit 221 and was back on the narrow streets near the county building. It had begun to drizzle lightly. The driver of the Plymouth had switched his wipers on at the same instant Gentry had. The sheriff tried to think of any laws that were being broken. Offhand, he could think of none. All right, thought Gentry, how does one lose a tail? He thought of all the high-speed chases he had seen in films. No thanks. He tried to remember details of spycraft from the many espionage novels he'd read, but all he could come up with were images of changing trains in the Moscow subway complex. Thanks a lot. It didn't help matters that Gentry was driving his tan cruiser marked with Charleston County Sheriff on each side. Gentry knew that he could get on the police radio, drive around the block a couple of times, and 8 county cars and half the highway patrol could be waiting for this turkey at the next major intersection. Then what? Gentry saw himself up before Judge Tranter, charged with harassing an out-of-state visitor who was trying to find the ferry to Fort Sumter, and who had decided to follow the local constable. The intelligent thing to do, Gentry knew, was to wait this guy out. Let him follow along as he wanted, days, weeks, years, until Gentry could figure out what game was being played. The guy in the Plymouth, if it was a guy, might be a process server, or a reporter, or a persistent Jehovah's Witness, or a member of the governor's new strike force on police corruption. The intelligent thing to do, Gentry was absolutely positive, was to go back to work at the office, not worry about this, and let things sort themselves out of their own accord. "Aw, the hell with it," said Gentry. He had never been known for his patience. He whipped the cruiser into a 180-degree skid on the wet pavement, hit the lights and siren, and accelerated back up the narrow one-way street directly at the oncoming Plymouth. With his right hand, he unsnapped the leather strap over his non-regulation pistol. He glanced over to make sure that his nightstick was lying on the seat where he usually left it. Then he was driving hard, honking his horn to add to the commotion. The grill of the Plymouth looked surprised. Gentry could see that there was only one man in the car. The other vehicle swerved right. Gentry cut left to block it. The Plymouth feinted to far left of the street, and then accelerated onto the sidewalk on the right to squeeze past the sheriff's car. Gentry jerked the wheel left, bounced as he went up over the curb, and prepared for a head-on collision. The Plymouth skidded sideways, took out a row of trash cans with its right rear fender, and broadsided a telephone pole. Gentry slammed the cruiser to a halt in front of the other car's steaming radiator, making sure he was angled incorrectly to block it from leaving. Then he was out, slapping away his shoulder harness and lifting the heavy baton in his left hand. "But I see your driver's license and registration, sir?" asked Gentry. A pale, thin face stared out at him. The Plymouth had impacted the telephone pole just hard enough to crimp the passenger doors shut, and to shake up the driver. The man had a receding hairline and very dark hair. Gentry placed him in his mid-40s. He was dressed in a dark suit, white shirt, and thin dark tie that looked like it belonged in the Kennedy era. Gentry watched carefully as the man fumbled for his wallet. "Would you please take the license out of the billfold, sir?" The man paused, blinked, and turned away to comply. Gentry stepped forward quickly and opened the door with his left hand, letting the baton dangle from its wrist strap. His right hand had gone back to touch the grip of his Ruger Blackhawk. "Sir, please step out of the—" "Shit!" The driver swung around with the automatic pistol already coming up toward Gentry's face. All of Gentry's 240 pounds went through the open car door as he lunged to seize the man's wrist. The pistol fired twice, one slug passing the sheriff's ear to go through the roof, the other going wider, turning the Plymouth's windshield into a powdery spiderweb. Then Gentry had both hands on the man's wrist, and the two of them were sprawled across the front seat like two teenagers at a drive-in. Both men were panting and puffing. Gentry's nightstick was snarled in the ring of the steering wheel, and the Plymouth bellowed like a gut-shot beast. The driver raised his left hand to claw at the sheriff's face. Gentry lowered his massive head and butted him, once, twice, hearing the air go out of him on the third blow. The automatic tumbled out of the driver's hand, bounced off the steering column and Gentry's leg, and clattered on pavement outside. Having a sportsman's inbred fear of dropped weapons, Gentry half expected it to go off, emptying half the magazine into his back. It did not. "Fuck this," said Gentry, and heaved himself backward, pulling the driver out of the car with him. He had transferred his right hand to the man's collar, and after checking that the automatic was nearby, half under the car, he flung the driver to the pavement 8 feet away. By the time the other man had scrambled to his feet, Gentry had drawn the heavy Ruger Blackhawk his uncle had given him when he retired. The weapon felt solid in his hand. "Hold it right there. Don't move a muscle," ordered Gentry. A dozen or so people had emerged from businesses and storefronts to gawk. Gentry made sure that they were out of range and that only a brick wall stood behind the driver. He realized with a sickening lurch that he was preparing to shoot the poor son of a bitch. Gentry had never fired a weapon at a human being before. Instead of leveling the revolver with both hands as he'd been trained, feet braced far apart, Gentry stood upright, elbow cocked, muzzle pointed skyward. The rain was a gentle mist on the sheriff's florid face. "Fight's over," he panted. "Just relax a minute, fella. Let's talk about this." The driver's hand came up out of his pocket with a knife. The blade flicked out with an audible click. The man went into a half-crouch, balancing lightly, the fingers of his other hand splayed wide. The sheriff was sorry to see that he held the knife correctly, dangerously, thumb flat over the hilt atop the blade. Already the 5-inch steel was swinging in short, fluid arcs. Gentry kicked the automatic pistol farther under the Plymouth and took 3 steps back. "Come on now, fella," said Gentry. "Don't do anything stupid. Put it down."
He did not underestimate the speed with which the man could cover the 15 feet separating them, nor did Gentry doubt that a thrown knife could be as deadly as a bullet at that range. But he also remembered the holes that Black Hawk left in the black target paper at 40 paces. He did not want to think about what the .357 slugs would do to human tissue at 15 feet. "Put it down," said Gentry. His voice was a smooth monotone, holding no threat, allowing no argument. "Let's just stop a minute and talk about this." The other man had not spoken or made a sound other than grunts since Gentry had approached the Plymouth. Now, a strange whistle, like steam from a cooling kettle, came from between his clenched teeth. He began to raise the knife vertically. "Freeze!" Gentry leveled the pistol, one-handed, sighting down the barrel at the center of the man's thin thigh. If the blade rose to full throwing height, Gentry would have to fire. His finger tension on the trigger was almost strong enough to lift the hammer. Gentry saw something then that made his thudding heart lock in painful paralysis. The man's face seemed to be quivering, not shaking but flowing, like an ill-fitted rubber mask sliding over the more solid features beneath it. The eyes had widened, as if in surprise or horror, and now they flicked back and forth like small animals in panic. For just an instant, Gentry saw a different personality emerge in that thin face. There was a look of total terror and confusion visible in those captive eyes, and then the muscles of the face and neck went rigid, as if the mask had been pulled down more tightly. The blade continued to rise until it was directly under the man's chin, high enough to be thrown accurately now. "Hey!" shouted Gentry. He relaxed the tension on the trigger. The driver inserted the blade into his own throat. He did not stab or lunge or slash. He inserted the 5 inches of steel the way a surgeon would make an initial incision, or the way one would carefully pierce a watermelon for carving. Then, with deliberate strength and slowness, he pulled the blade from left to right under the width of his jawline. "Oh, Jesus!" whispered Gentry. Someone in the crowd screamed. Blood flowed down the man's white shirt front, as if a balloon filled with red paint had burst. The man tugged the knife free and remained standing for an incredible 10 or 12 seconds, legs apart, body rigid, expressionless, a cascade of blood drenching his torso and beginning to drip audibly on the wet sidewalk. Then he collapsed on his back, legs spasming. "Stay the hell back!" Gentry shouted at the bystanders and ran forward. With his heavy boot, he pinned the man's right wrist and flicked the knife free with his baton. The driver's head had arched back, and the red slash on his throat gaped open like an obscene shark's grin. Gentry could see torn cartilage and the ragged ends of gray fibers before the blood bubbled up and out again. The man's chest began to heave up and down as his lungs filled. Gentry ran to the cruiser and put in a call for an ambulance. Then he shouted the crowd back again and poked under the Plymouth with his nightstick to retrieve the automatic. It was a 9mm Browning with some sort of double-row clip which made it heavy as hell. He found the safety catch, clicked it up, stuck the gun in his belt, and went to kneel by the dying man. The driver had rolled on his right side with his knees curled up, arms pulled up tight, fists clenched. The blood filled a 4-foot-wide pool now, and more pulsed out with each slow heartbeat. Gentry kneeled in the blood and tried to close the wound with his bare hands, but the cut was too wide and ragged. His shirt was soaked in 5 seconds. The man's eyes had taken on a fixed, glazed look, which Gentry had seen on the face of too many corpses. The ragged breathing and bubbling ceased, just as the siren of the approaching ambulance became audible in the distance. Gentry moved back, dropped to both knees, and wiped his hands against his thighs. Somehow, the driver's billfold had been kicked out onto the pavement during the scuffle, and Gentry lifted it away from the advancing rivulet of blood. Ignoring proper procedure, he flipped it open, quickly going through the plastic inserts and compartments. In the wallet were a little over $900 in cash, a small black-and-white photograph of Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry, and nothing else. Nothing. No driver's license, credit cards, family snapshots, social security card, business cards, old receipts,
Nothing. "Somebody tell me what's going on here," whispered Gentry. The rain had stopped. The driver's body lay peacefully nearby. The thin face was so white it looked like wax. Gentry shook his head and looked up blindly at the straining crowd and the approaching police and paramedics. "Would somebody tell me what's going on here?" he shouted. No one answered him. 8. Bayerisch Eisenstein, Thursday, December 18th, 1980. Tony Herod and Maria Chen drove northeast from Munich, past Deggendorf and Regen, deep into the West German forest and mountain country near the Czech border. Herod drove the rented BMW hard, shifting down at high RPM to take the rain-slicked curves and controlled slides, accelerating quickly to 120 kilometers per hour on the straight stretches. Even this concentration and activity was not enough to drive the tension of the long flight out of his body. He had tried to sleep during the interminable crossing, but he had been aware each second that he was sealed into a fragile, pressurized tube suspended thousands of feet above the cold Atlantic. Herod shivered, turned the BMW's heater up, and passed 2 more cars. Now there was snow carpeting the fields and lying piled up by the roadside as they climbed into hillier countryside. 2 hours earlier, as they left Munich on the crowded Autobahn, Maria had studied her shell road map and said, "Oh, Dachau is just a few miles from here." "So?" said Herod. "So that is where one of those camps was," she said, "where they sent the Jews during the war." "So what?" said Herod. "That's fucking ancient history." "Not so ancient," said Maria Chen. Herod took an exit marked 92 and traded one overcrowded Autobahn for another. He maneuvered the BMW into the left lane and held the speedometer at 100 kilometers per hour. "When were you born?" he demanded. 1948, said Maria Chen. "Anything that happened before you were born isn't worth thinking about," said Herod. "It's ancient fucking history." Maria Chen fell silent and stared out at the cold ribbon of the Isar River. The late afternoon light was draining out of a gray sky. Herod glanced at his secretary and remembered the first time he had seen her. It had been 4 years earlier, in the summer of 1976, and Herod had been in Hong Kong to see the Foy brothers on business from Willie, about bankrolling one of his mindless kung fu movies. Herod had been glad to be out of the States at the height of the bicentennial hysteria. The younger Foy had taken Herod out for an evening on the town in Kowloon. It had been some time before Herod had realized that the expensive bar and nightclub they were patronizing on the 8th floor of a Kowloon high-rise was actually a whorehouse, and that the beautiful, sophisticated women whose company they had been enjoying were whores. Herod had lost interest then, and would have left immediately if he had not noticed the beautiful Eurasian woman sitting alone at the bar, her eyes registering a depth of indifference that could not be feigned. When he asked Two-Bite Foy about her, the large Asian grinned and said, "Ah, very interesting. Very sad story. Her mother was an American missionary, her father a teacher on the mainland. Mother died shortly after they come to Hong Kong. Father dies too. Maria Chen stay here and be very famous model, very high-priced." "A model?" said Herod. "What's she doing here?" Foy shrugged and grinned, showing his gold tooth. "She make much money, but she need much more. Very expensive tastes. She wants to go to America. She is American citizen, but cannot return because of expensive tastes." Herod nodded. "Cocaine?" "Heroin," said Foy, and smiled. "You like to meet?" Herod liked to meet. After the introductions, when they were alone at the bar, Maria Chen said, "I know about you. You make a career out of bad movies and worse manners." Herod nodded agreement. "And I know about you," he said. "You're a heroin addict and a Hong Kong whore." He saw the slap coming and reached out with his mind to stop her.
and failed. The sound of the blow caused people to stop in mid-conversation and stare. When the background noise rose again, Herod removed his handkerchief and dabbed at his mouth. Her ring had cut his lip. Herod had encountered neutrals before, people on whom the ability had no power whatsoever, but rarely, very rarely, and never in a situation where he had not known about it in time to avoid pain. "All right," he said. "The introductions are over. Now, I have a business proposition for you." "Nothing you have to offer would be of any interest to me," said Maria Chen. There was no doubt of the sincerity of her statement, but she remained seated at the bar. Herod nodded. He was thinking rapidly, remembering the concern he had felt for months now. Working with Willie scared him. The old man used his ability rarely, but when he did, there was no doubt that his powers were far greater than Herod's. Even if Herod spent months or years carefully conditioning an assistant, there was little doubt that Willie would be able to turn such a cat's paw in a second. Herod had felt a rising anxiety since that goddamned island club had induced him to get close to the murderous old man. If Willie found out, he would use whatever instrument there was to— "I'll give you a job in the States," said Herod. "Personal secretary to me, and executive secretary in the production company I represent." Maria Chen looked at him coolly. There was no interest in the beautiful brown eyes. $50,000 American dollars a year, he said, plus benefits. She did not blink. "I make more than that here in Hong Kong," she said. "Why should I trade my modeling career for a lower-paying secretarial job?" The emphasis she put on secretarial left no doubt as to the contempt she felt for the offer. "The benefits," said Herod. When Maria Chen said nothing, Herod went on. "A constant supply of, what you require," he said softly. "And you will never need to be involved in the purchasing part of the process again." Maria Chen blinked then. The self-assurance slipped from her like a torn-away veil. She looked down at her hands. "Think about it," said Herod. "I'll be at the Victoria and Albert Hotel until Tuesday morning." She did not look up when Herod left the nightclub. On Tuesday morning, he was preparing to leave. The porter had already carried his bags down, and he was taking one last look at himself in the mirror, buttoning the front of his Banana Republic safari travel jacket, when Maria Chen appeared in the doorway. "What are my duties besides personal secretary?" she said. Herod turned slowly, resisted the impulse to smile, and shrugged. "Whatever else I specify," he said. He did smile. "But not what you're thinking. I have no use for whores." "There will be a condition," said Maria Chen. Herod stared and listened. "Sometime in the next year, I want to stop," she said, and sweat appeared on the smooth skin of her forehead. "To go, how do you Americans say it? To go cold turkey. And when I specify the time, you will make arrangements." Herod thought for a minute. He was not sure it would serve his purposes if Maria Chen escaped her addiction, but he doubted if she would ever really ask for that to happen. If she did, he would deal with it then. In the meantime, he would have the services of a beautiful and intelligent assistant whom Willie could not touch. "Agreed," he said. "Let's go see about making arrangements for your visa." "There is no need," said Maria Chen, and stood aside to let him walk ahead of her to the elevator. "All the arrangements have been taken care of." 30 kilometers beyond Deggendorf, they approached Reagan, a medieval city in the shadow of rocky crags. As they wound down a mountain road toward the outskirts, Maria Chen pointed to where the headlights had illuminated an oval board planted upright under the trees near the roadside. "Have you noticed those along the way?" she asked. "Yeah," said Herod, and shifted down to take a hairpin turn.
"The guidebook says that they were used to carry local villagers to funerals," she said. "Each board has the deceased's name on it and a request for prayer." "Cute," said Herod. The road passed through a town. Herod glimpsed streetlights glowing through the winter gloom, wet cobblestones on side streets, and a dark structure hulking above the town on a forested ridge. "That castle once belonged to Count Hund," read Maria Chen. "He ordered his wife buried alive after she drowned their baby in the Regan River." Herod said nothing. "Isn't that a curious bit of local history?" said Maria Chen. Herod turned left as he shifted down to follow Highway 11 up into the forested mountain country. Snow was visible in the twin beams of their headlights. Herod reached across to take the guidebook away from Maria Chen and to switch off her map light. "Do me a favor," he said. "Shut the fuck up." They arrived at their small hotel in Bayerisch Eisenstein after 9 p.m., but their rooms were waiting, and dinner was still being served in a dining room barely large enough for 5 tables. A huge fireplace warmed the room and provided most of the light. They ate in silence. Bayerisch Eisenstein had seemed small and empty to Herod from the few glimpses he had caught before they found the hotel. A single road, a few Bavarian-looking old buildings huddled in a narrow valley between dark hills. The place reminded him of some lost colony in the Catskills. A sign on the outskirts of town had told them that they were only a few kilometers from the Czech border. When they returned to their adjoining rooms on the 3rd floor, Herod said, "I'm going to go down and check out the sauna. You get the stuff ready for tomorrow." The hotel had 20 rooms, most of them taken by cross-country skiers who had come to explore the trails on and near the Grosse Arbor, the 1,400-meter mountain a few miles to the north. Several couples sat in the small common room on the 1st floor, drinking beer or hot chocolate and laughing in that hearty German tone that always sounded strained to Herod's ear. The sauna was in the basement and was little more than a white cedar box with ledges. Herod set the temperature up, removed his clothes in the tiny dressing room outside, and stepped into the heated interior, wearing only a towel. He smiled at the small sign in English and German on the door, "Guests, please be advised, apparel is optional in sauna." Obviously, there had been American tourists in the past who had been surprised by the German indifference to nudity in such situations. He was almost asleep when the 2 girls entered. They were young, no more than 19, and German, and they giggled as they came in. They did not stop when they saw Herod. "Guten Abend," said the taller of the 2 blondes. They left their towels wrapped around them. Herod also wore a towel. He did not speak as he peered at the girls from under heavy-lidded eyes. Herod remembered the month, almost 3 years earlier, when Maria Chen had announced that it was time for him to help her go cold turkey. "Why should I?" he had said. "Because you promised," she had responded. Herod had stared at her then and thought of the months of sexual tension, her coolest rejection of his slightest overtures, and of the night he had gone quietly to her room and opened the door. Although it was after 2 a.m., she had been sitting up in bed reading. As he stood in the doorway, she had calmly set down her book, removed a .38 caliber revolver from her nightstand drawer, rested it comfortably on her lap, and said, "Yes, what is it, Tony?" He had shaken his head and left. "All right, I promised," Herod said. "What do you want me to do?" Maria Chen told him. For 3 weeks, she did not leave the locked basement room. At first, she used her long nails to rip at the padding he had helped to set in place on the walls and door. She screamed and pounded, tore at the bar mattress and pillows that were the only furnishings in the small room, and then screamed again. Only Herod, sitting in the media room outside her cell, could hear the screams. She did not eat the meals he slid through the low slot in the door. After 2 days, she did not rise from the mattress, but lay curled up, sweating and shaking in turns, moaning feebly in one moment and screaming in an inhuman voice the next. In the end, Herod stayed in the room with her for 3 days and nights, helping her to the adjoining bathroom when she could sit up,
cleaning her and caring for her where she lay when she could not. Finally, on the 15th day, she slept around the clock, and Herod bathed her and dressed the self-inflicted scratches. As he ran the washcloth across the pale cheeks, the perfect breasts, and the sweat-filmed thighs, he thought about all the times he had watched her silk-clad body in the office and wished that she was not a neutral. After bathing and drying her, he had dressed her in soft pajamas, substituted clean sheets and blankets for the soiled rags, and left her alone to sleep. She had emerged from the room on the 3rd week, her pose and faintly distant manner as intact and flawless as her hair, dress, and makeup. Neither of them had ever spoken of those 3 weeks. The younger German girl giggled and raised her arms over her head, saying something to her friend. Herod peered at them through the steam. His black eyes were dark perforations under heavy lids. The older girl blinked several times and untied her towel. Her breasts were firm and heavy. The younger girl stopped in surprise, her arms still over her head. Herod saw the downy thatches of hair under her arms, wondered why German girls did not shave there. The younger girl started to say something, stopped, and untied her own towel. Her fingers fumbled as if they had been asleep or were unfamiliar with the task. The towel fell just as the older girl raised her hands to her sister's breasts. Sisters, Herod realized as he squinted better to savor the physical sensations. Kirsten and Gabi. It was not easy with two. He had to shift back and forth constantly, never letting one slip away while dealing with the other. It was like playing tennis against oneself, not a game one wanted to attempt for long, but then it need not be a long game. Herod closed his eyes and smiled. Maria Chen was standing at the window looking out at a small group of Christmas carolers standing around a horse-drawn sleigh when Herod returned. She turned away just as laughter and a snatch of "O Tannenbaum" filled the cold air outside. "Where is it?" asked Herod. He was dressed in silk pajamas and a gold robe. His hair was wet. Maria Chen opened her suitcase and removed the .45 caliber automatic. She laid it on the coffee table. Herod lifted the weapon, dry-fired it once, and nodded. "I didn't think they'd bug you at customs. Where's the clip?" Maria removed 3 metal magazines from her suitcase and set them on the table. Herod pushed the unloaded gun across the glass surface until it lay near her hand. "Okay," he said. "Let's take a look at this fucking place." He rolled the green and white topographic map out on the table, using the automatic to weight down one end and the ammunition clips to secure the other corners. His short forefinger stopped at a collection of dots on either side of a red line. "Bayerisch Eisenstein," he said. "Us." The finger stabbed an inch northwest. "Willie's estate is here, behind this hill." "The Große Arbor," said Maria Chen. Whatever. Right here, in the middle of the forest." "The Bayerischer Wald," said Maria Chen. Herod stared at her a minute, and then returned his attention to the map. "Part of a sort of national park, but still private property. Makes a fucking lot of sense." "There are private holdings in American national parks," said Maria Chen. "Besides, the estate is supposed to be empty." "Yeah," said Herod. He rolled up the map and went into his own room through the connecting door. A minute later he returned carrying a glass of scotch from a duty-free bottle he had bought at Heathrow. "So," he said, "you understand the drill for tomorrow?" "Yes," said Maria Chen. "If he's not there, no sweat," said Herod. "If he is, and he's alone and wants to talk, no problem." "And if there is a problem?" Herod sat down, set the scotch on the table, and pushed the ammunition clip in with a click. He held out the pistol and waited until she took it. "Then you shoot him," said Herod. "Shoot him and anyone who's with him. In the head, twice, if you have time." He went to the door and hesitated. "Any other questions?" "No," said Maria Chen. Herod went into his own room and closed the door. Maria Chen heard the lock click. She sat for some time, holding the automatic, listening to the occasional sounds of holiday Gemütlichkeit coming from the street, and watching the thin band of yellow light under Tony Herod's door. 9. Washington, D.C., Thursday, December 18th, 1980. C. Arnold Barrett left the Mayflower Hotel and the President-elect and rode to National Airport by way of the FBI building. His limousine was preceded by a gray Mercedes and followed by a blue Mercedes. Both vehicles were leased by one of his companies, and the men in them were as well trained as the Secret Service men who had been so visible at the Mayflower. "I thought the discussion went very well," said Charles Colvin, the only other passenger in the limousine. Barrett nodded. "The President was very open to your suggestions," said Colvin. "It sounds like he may even come back to the Island Club retreat this June. That would be interesting. We've never had a president there during his term of office." "President-elect," said Barrett. "Huh?" "You said the President was very open," said Barrett. "You meant the President-elect. Mr. Carter is our President until January." Colvin made a sound of derision. "What does your intelligence group say about the hostages?" Barrett asked softly. "What do you mean?" "Will they be released during the last hours of Carter's term or during the next administration?" Colvin shrugged. "We're the FBI, not CIA. Our work has to be domestic, not foreign." Barrett nodded, still smiling slightly. "And part of your domestic effort," he said, "is spying on the CIA. So, I shall ask again, when will the hostages be coming home?" Colvin frowned and looked out at the bare trees of the mall. "Best we can get is 24 hours either side of the inauguration," he said. "But the way the Ayatollah's been shoving it up Carter's ass the last year and a half, I don't see any way he's going to toss him this bone." "I met him once," said Barrett. "Interesting person." "What? Who?" said Colvin, confused. The Carters had been guests at Barrett's Palm Springs estate and Thousand Islands Castle several times during the past 4 years. "The Ayatollah Khomeini," Barrett said patiently. "I rode down from Paris to see him shortly after he began his exile. A friend had suggested that I might find the Imam amusing." "Amusing?" said Colvin. "That fanatical little fuck." Barrett frowned slightly at Colvin's choice of language. He did not like profanity. He had used the word bitch earlier in the week with Tony Herod because he had felt that a vulgar phrase was necessary to drive home a point to a vulgar man. Charles Colvin was also a vulgar man. "It was amusing," said Barrett, sorry now that he had raised the issue. "We had a 15-minute talk with the religious leader through an interpreter, although I was told that the Ayatollah understood French. And you will never guess what the little man did right before our audience was over." "Ask you to fund his revolution?" said Colvin, his tone of voice showing his lack of interest. "I give up." "He tried to use me," said Barrett, smiling again, truly amused at the recollection. "I could feel him groping at my mind, blindly, instinctively. I received the impression that he thought he was the only one in the world with the ability. I also received the impression that he thought he was God." Colvin shrugged again. He would have felt a little less godlike if Carter had had the balls to send in some B-52s the first week they took our people. Barrett changed the subject. "And where is our friend Mr. Herod today?" Colvin took out an inhaler, applied it to each nostril, and grimaced. "He and his secretary, or whatever she is, left for West Germany last night."
To see if his friend Willie might be alive and well and living in the Vaterland, I presume? Said Barrent. Sure. And did you send someone with him? Colvin shook his head. No reason. Trask is using some of his Frankfurt and Munich contacts from his days at the company to check on the castle. Herod's bound to head there. We'll monitor the CIA traffic. And will he find anything? Charles Colvin shrugged. You do not believe that our Mr. Borden is still alive, do you? Asked Barrent. No, I don't see how he could be all that goddamn clever, said Colvin. I mean, it was our idea to approach the Drayton woman about eliminating him. The vote was unanimous that his actions were becoming too public, right? And then we find out about Nina Drayton's little indiscretions, said C. Arnold Barrent. Ah, well, it is a pity. What's a pity? Barrent looked at the bald bureaucrat. It's a pity that neither of them was a member of the Island Club, he said. They were distinctive individuals. Bullshit, said Colvin. They were fucking lunatics. The limousine stopped. Locks snapped up on the door next to Colvin. Barrent looked out at the ugly side entrance to the new FBI building. Here is your stop, he said. And then, as Colvin was standing on the curb, the chauffeur was ready to close the door. Barrent said, Charles, we simply must do something about your language. He left the balding man standing on the sidewalk, staring as the limousine pulled away. The ride to National Airport took only a few minutes. Barrent's converted 747 sat waiting outside a private hangar. The aircraft's engines were running, the air conditioning was on, and a glass of iced mineral water sat waiting next to Barrent's favorite chair. Don Mitchell, the pilot, came into the aft compartment and touched his hat. "All ready, Mr. Barrent," he said. "I need to let the tower know which flight plan is operative. What's our destination, sir?" "I would like to go to my island," said Barrent, sipping the mineral water. Mitchell smiled slightly. It was an old joke. C. Arnold Barrent owned more than 400 islands around the world and had residences on more than a score of them. Yes, sir," said the pilot, and waited. "Inform the tower that Flight Plan E is the pertinent one," said Barrent. He rose with the glass still in his hand and went to the door of his bedroom. "I will let you know when I am ready." "Yes, sir," said Mitchell. "We have clearance for any time in the next 15 minutes. Barrent nodded dismissal and waited for the pilot to leave. Special Agent Richard Haynes was sitting on the queen-size bed as Barrent entered. He rose, but was waved back to his seat by Barrent, who finished his drink and removed his suit coat, tie, and shirt. He tossed the crumpled shirt into a hamper and pulled a fresh one from a drawer built into the aft bulkhead. "Tell me, Richard," said Barrent as he buttoned the shirt, "what is new?" Haynes blinked and began talking. "Supervisor Colvin and Mr. Trask met again this morning before your appointment with the President-elect. Trask is on the transition team." Yes, said Barrent, still standing. "And what about the situation in Charleston?" The Bureau's still carrying out surveillance," said Haynes. "The crash team is certain that the aircraft was destroyed by a bomb. One of the passengers, listed as George Hummel, used a credit card that was traced back to a theft in Bar Harbor, Maine." "Maine," said Barrent. Neiman Trask was an aide to the senior senator from Maine. "Very sloppy." "Yes, sir," said Haynes. "At any rate, Mr. Colvin was very upset at your directive not to interfere with Sheriff Gentry and the investigation. He met yesterday with Mr. Trask and Mr. Kepler at the Mayflower, and I'm pretty sure that they dispatched their own party or parties to Charleston yesterday evening." "One of Trask's plumbers?" "Yes, sir." "All right. Go ahead, Richard." At approximately 9:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, Sheriff Gentry intercepted a man who'd been following him in a 1976 Plymouth Volare. Gentry attempted to take the man into custody. The man at first resisted and then cut his own throat with a French-made switchblade knife. He was pronounced dead on arrival at Charleston General Hospital. Neither fingerprint identification nor automobile registration have turned up anything. Dental records are being checked into, but it will be a few days. "They won't find anything if it's one of Trask's plumbers," mused Barrett. "Was the sheriff hurt?" No, sir. Not according to our surveillance team." Barrett nodded. He pulled a silk tie from a rack and began knotting it. He let his mind reach out and touch the consciousness of Special Agent Richard Haynes. He could feel the shield that made Haynes a neutral, a solid shell surrounding the surge of thoughts, ambitions, and dark urges that was Richard Haynes. Like so many of the others with the ability, like Barrett himself, Colvin had chosen a neutral as his closest aide. Although unable to be conditioned, Haynes was also free from the threat of being turned by someone with a stronger ability, or so Colvin thought. Barrett slid along the surface of the mind shield until he found the inevitable crack, slid deeper through the maze of Haynes's pitiful defenses, ran his own will along the warp and weave of the FBI man's consciousness. He touched Haynes's pleasure center, and the agent closed his eyes as if a current were flowing through him. "Where is the Fuller woman?" asked Barrett. Haynes opened his eyes. "Still no word since the screw-up at the Atlanta airport Monday night." "Has there been any luck tracing the phone call?" "No, sir. The airport operator thinks it was a local call." "Do you think Colvin, Kepler, or Trask will have access to any other information about where she is, or Willie?" Haynes hesitated a second. "No, sir," he said at last. "When either one is found, I think it'll have to come up through the Bureau the usual way. I'll know about it as soon as Mr. Colvin does." "Before, preferably," said Barrett with a smile. "Thank you, Richard. As always, I find your company most stimulating. Lester will be available at the usual place if you need to contact me. I want to know the instant you have any information on the whereabouts of either the Fuller woman or our friend from Germany." "Yes, sir." Haynes turned to go. "Oh, Richard." Barrett was pulling on a blue cashmere blazer. "Do you still feel that Sheriff Gentry and this psychiatrist—" "Lasky," said Haynes. "Yes." Barrett smiled. "Do you still think that these gentlemen's contracts should be formally cancelled?" "Yes." Haynes frowned and framed his response carefully. "Gentry's just too smart for his own good," he said. "At first, I thought he was upset about the Mansard House murders because they made him look bad in his own county. But by the time I left, I was convinced that he took them personally. Stupid fat redneck hick cop." "But smart," said Barrett. "Yeah." Haynes frowned again. "Lasky, I don't know, but he's too involved somehow. He knew Mrs. Drayton and—" Yes, said Barrett. "Well, we may have other plans for Dr. Lasky." He stared at the FBI man for a long moment. "Richard?" "Yes, sir." Barrett steepled his fingers. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Richard. You worked for Mr. Colvin for several years before he joined the club, isn't that right?" "Yes, sir." Barrett tapped his lower lip with the tips of his pyramided fingers. "My question, Richard, is, why?" Haynes frowned his lack of understanding. "I mean," continued Barrett, "why do all of the things Charles asked you to do, still asks you to do, if you have a choice?" Haynes brightened. His smile showed perfect teeth. "Oh," he said, "well, I guess I enjoy my work."
Will that be all today, Mr. Barrent? Barrent stared at the man a second, and then said, Yes. 5 minutes after Haynes had left, Barrent used the intercom to call the pilot. Donald, he said, please take off now. I would like to go to my island. 10. Charleston, Wednesday, December 17th, 1980. Saul awoke to the sound of children playing in the street outside, and for several seconds he could not place where he was. Not his apartment. He was lying on a hide-a-bed under windows with yellow curtains. For a second, the yellow curtains reminded him of his home in Lodz, the children's shouts, Stefa and Joseph. No, the excited shouts were in English. Charleston. Natalie Preston. He remembered telling the story and felt a rush of embarrassment, as if the young black woman had seen him naked. Why had he told her all of that? After all these years, why? Good morning. Natalie poked her head in from the kitchen. She was wearing a red sweatshirt and soft-looking jeans. Saul sat up and rubbed his eyes. His shirt and trousers were neatly draped across the arm of the couch. Good morning. Eggs and bacon and toast all right? She asked. The air smelled of fresh roasted coffee. It sounds wonderful, said Saul, except I'll pass on the bacon. Natalie made a fist and pretended to bop herself on the head. Oh, of course, she said. Religious reasons? Cholesterol reasons, said Saul. They talked about trivial things over breakfast, what it was like to live in New York, to go to school in St. Louis, to have grown up in the South. It's hard to explain, said Natalie, but somehow it's easier being black here than in a northern city. The racism still exists here, but I'm not sure how to explain it. It's changing. Maybe the fact that people here have dealt with the roles for so long and have to change them lets everyone be a little more honest. Up north, things seem raw and mean. I didn't think of St. Louis as a northern city, Saul said with a smile. He finished the last of his toast and sipped his coffee. Natalie laughed. No, and it's not a southern city either, she said. I guess it's just a Midwestern city. I was thinking more of Chicago. You've lived in Chicago? Spent some time there in the summer, said Natalie. Dad arranged a photography job for me with an old friend on the Tribune. She paused and fell silent, staring at her coffee cup. Saul said quietly, It's hard, isn't it? One forgets for a while, and then mentions the person's name without thinking, and it all comes back. Natalie nodded. Saul looked out the kitchen window at the fronds of a palmetto. The window was open a bit, and a warm breeze came through the screen. He could barely believe that it was the middle of December. You're training to be a teacher, Saul said, but your first love seems to be photography. Natalie nodded again and rose to refill both of their coffee cups. It was an agreement Dad and I had, she said, and this time she smiled. He'd continue helping me with the photography if I agreed to be trained in what he called honest work. Will you teach? Perhaps, said Natalie. She smiled at him again, and Saul noticed how perfect her teeth were. The smile was both warm and shy, a benediction. Saul helped her wash and dry the few breakfast dishes, and they poured fresh cups of coffee and went out onto the small front porch. There was little traffic, and the sound of children's laughter was gone. Saul realized that it was a Wednesday. The children would be in school now. They sat on white wicker chairs facing each other, Natalie with a light sweater over her shoulders, and Saul comfortable in the wrinkled corduroy sports coat he had worn the day before. You promised the second part of the story, Natalie said quietly. Saul nodded. You did not find the first part too fantastic? He asked.
The ravings of a lunatic? You're a psychiatrist, said Natalie. You can't be crazy. Saul laughed loudly. There are stories I could tell. Natalie smiled. Yes, but first, the second part of this story. Saul fell silent and looked at the black circle of coffee. You had escaped from the Oberst, prompted Natalie. Saul closed his eyes for a minute, opened them, and cleared his throat. When he spoke, there was little emotion in his voice, at most a faint hint of sadness. Natalie closed her own eyes after several minutes, as if to picture the scenes that Saul was describing in his soft, strangely pleasant, slightly sad voice. There could be no real escape for a Jew in Poland that winter of 1942. For weeks I wandered through the forest to the north and west of Łódź. My foot eventually quit bleeding, but infection seemed inevitable. I swathed it with moss, bandaged it with rags, and staggered on. The long slashes on my side and right thigh throbbed for days, but soon were covered with scabs. I stole food from farmhouses, kept away from roads, and avoided the few bands of Polish partisans operating in those forests. The partisans would have shot a Jew as quickly as the Germans would have. I do not know how I survived that winter. I remember 2 farm families, Christians, who allowed me to hide in the straw heaps in their barns, and who brought me food when they had almost none themselves. In the spring, I went south, attempting to reach Uncle Moshe's farm near Krakow. I had no papers, but I was able to join up with a group of workers who were returning from building defenses for the Germans in the east. By the spring of 1943, there was no doubt that the Red Army would soon be on Polish soil. I was 8 kilometers from Uncle Moshe's farm when one of the workers turned me in. I was arrested by the Polish Blue Police, who interrogated me for 3 days, although I do not think they wanted answers, only an excuse for the beatings. Then they turned me over to the Germans. The Gestapo was not interested in me, thinking perhaps that I was just one of the many Jews who had run from the cities or escaped from a transport. The German net for Jews had many holes in it. As in so many of the occupied countries, only the willing cooperation of the Poles themselves made it next to impossible for Jews to escape their fate in the camps. For some reason, I was shipped east. I was not sent to Auschwitz or Chelmno or Belzec or Treblinka, all of which would have been closer, but was sent across the width of Poland. After 4 days in a sealed boxcar, 4 days in which 1/3 of the people in the car perished, the doors were slammed back and we staggered out, blinking tears against the unaccustomed light, to find ourselves at Sobibor. It was at Sobibor that I again saw the Oberst. Sobibor was a death camp. There were no factories there, as in Auschwitz or Belsen, no attempt at deception, as at Theresienstadt or Chelmno, no ironic slogan of Arbeit macht frei over the gates, as at so many of the Nazi portals to hell. In 1942 and 1943, the Germans were maintaining 16 huge concentration camps, such as Auschwitz, more than 50 smaller ones, hundreds of work camps, but only 3 Vernichtungslager death camps, designed only for extermination. Belzec, Treblinka, and Sobibor. In the brief 20 months of their existence, over 2 million Jews died there. Sobibor was a small camp, smaller than Chelmno, and it was situated on the river Bug. This river had been the eastern border of Poland before the war, and in the summer of 1943, the Red Army was pushing the Wehrmacht back to it once again. To the west of Sobibor was the wilderness of the Parcha forest, the forest of the owls. The entire complex at Sobibor could fit into 3 or 4 American football fields, but it was very efficient at its task, which was simply to expedite Himmler's final solution. I fully expected to die there. We disembarked from the transports and were herded behind a tall hedge down a corridor of wire. They had put thatch in the wire so we could see nothing except one tall guard tower, the tops of trees, and 2 brick smokestacks directly ahead. There were 3 signs to the depot pointing the way: Canteen, Showers, Road to Heaven. Someone at Sobibor had expressed the SS sense of humor. We were sent to the Showers. Jews from the French and Dutch transports walked docilely enough that day, but I remember that the Polish Jews had to be driven on with rifle butts and curses. An old man near me shouted obscenities at every German and shook his fist at the SS men who made us disrobe. I cannot tell you exactly what I felt when I entered the shower room. I felt no anger and very little fear. Perhaps the dominant feeling was one of relief. For almost 4 years I had been driven by a single imperative: I will live. And to satisfy that imperative, I had watched while my countrymen, my fellow Jews, and my family had been fed into the maw of this obscene German slaughter machine. I had watched. In some ways, I had helped. Now I could rest. I had done the best I could to survive, and now it was over. My single regret was that I had not been allowed to kill the Oberst rather than the old man. At that moment, the Oberst had come to represent everything evil which had brought me to this place. It was the Oberst's face which I had in my mind as they closed the heavy doors to that shower room in June of 1943. We were packed in tightly. Men shoved and shouted and moaned. For a minute, nothing happened. And then the pipes vibrated and rattled. The showers came on, and men pushed away from them. I did not. I was standing directly under a showerhead, and I raised my face to it. I thought of my family. I wished I had said goodbye to my mother and sisters. It was at that second that the hatred finally came. I concentrated on the Oberst's face as the anger burned in me like an open flame, and men cried out, and the pipes shook and rattled and spit their contents out at us. It was water. Water! The showers, those same showers that claimed so many thousands each day, were also used as showers for a few groups a month. The room was unsealed. We were let outside and deloused. Our heads were shaved. I was given prisoner coveralls. A number was tattooed on my arm. I do not remember any pain. At Sobibor, where they were so efficient at processing so many thousands a day, they chose a few prisoners each month to retain for camp maintenance and other work. Our transport had been chosen. It was at this moment, still numb, still not believing that I had emerged again into the painful light, that I realized that I had been chosen to fulfill some task. I still refused to believe in God. Any God who betrayed his people so did not deserve my belief. But from that moment on, I believed that there was a reason for my continued existence. That reason could be expressed by the single image of the Oberst's face, which I had been prepared to die with. The immensity of the evil which had swallowed my people was too great for anyone, let alone a 17-year-old boy, to understand. But the obscenity of the Oberst's existence was well within my comprehension. I would live. I would live Even though I no longer responded to any such imperative toward survival, I would live to fulfill whatever destiny awaited me. I would suffer myself to live and to endure anything in order to one day erase that obscenity. For the next 3 months, I lived in Camp 1 at Sobibor. Camp 2 was a way station, and no one returned from Camp 3. I ate what they gave me, slept when they allowed me to, defecated when they ordered me to do so, and carried out my duties as a Bahnhof commando. I wore a blue cap and blue coveralls with a yellow BK emblazoned on them. Several times a day, we met the incoming transports. To this day, on nights I cannot sleep. I see the places of origin scrawled in railroad chalk on those sealed cars. To Robin, Gorskov, Vlodava, Shetelsa, Izbica, Markuzov, Kumorov, Zamusht. We would take the luggage of the dazed Jews and give them baggage checks. Because of the resistance of the Polish Jews, it slowed down the processing. It again became the custom to tell the survivors of the transports that Sobibor was a layover, a rest station before the trip to relocation centers. For a while, there were even signs at the depot giving the distances in kilometers to these mythical centers. The Polish Jews rarely believed this, but in the end they shuffled off to the showers with the others. And the trains continued to arrive. Baranov, Ricky, Dubinka, Biała Pulaska, Uhonia, Demblin, Rejovic. At least once a day, we distributed postcards to those on transports from selected ghettos. The messages were pre-written. We have arrived at the relocation centers. The farm work here is hard, but the sunlight is pleasant and there is much good food. We look forward to seeing you soon. The Jews would address and sign these before they were led off to be gassed. Toward the end of the summer, as the ghettos were emptying, this ruse was no longer needed. Konskovola, Uzefov, Mivuv, Grabovitz, Lublin, Lodz. Some transports arrived with no living cargo. Then we Bahnhof Commando put aside our baggage check forms and wrestled the naked corpses from the stinking interiors. It was like the gas vans at Chelmno, only here the bodies had been locked in their death embrace for days or weeks as the cars sat baking in the summer heat on some rural siding. Once, while tugging at a young woman's corpse which was locked in a final embrace with a child, an older woman, I pulled, and her arm came off in my hands. I cursed God and envisioned the pale, sneering face of the Oberst. I would live. In July, Heinrich Himmler visited Sobibor. There were special transports of Western Jews that day, so he could see the processing. It took less than 2 hours from the arrival of the train to the last bit of smoke rising from the 6 ovens. During that time, every worldly belonging of the Jews was confiscated, sorted, itemized, and stored. Even the women's hair was cut in Camp 2 and made into felt or woven into slipper linings for U-boat crews. I was sorting through luggage at the arrival area when the commandant's party led Himmler and his entourage through. I remember little of Himmler. He was a little man with a bureaucrat's mustache and glasses, but behind him walked a young blond officer whom I noticed immediately. It was the Oberst. Twice the Oberst bent to speak softly in Himmler's ear, and once the SS Reichsfuhrer threw back his head in a curiously feminine laugh. They walked within 5 meters of me. Bent over my task, I glanced up once to see the Oberst looking directly at me. I do not think he recognized me. It had been only 8 months since Helmno and the estate, but to the Oberst I must have been just another Jew prisoner sorting through the luggage of the dead. I hesitated then. It was my chance, and I hesitated, and all was lost. I believe I could have reached the Oberst then. I could have had my hands on his throat before the shots rang out. I might even have been able to seize a pistol from one of the officers near Himmler and fire before the Oberst knew there was a threat. I have wondered since if something besides surprise and indecision stayed my hand. Certainly, I knew no fear at that time. My fear had died with other parts of my spirit weeks before, in the sealed shower room. Whatever the reason, I hesitated for several seconds, perhaps a minute, and the time was lost forever. Himmler's party moved on and passed through gates to the commandant's headquarters, an area known as the Merry Flea. As I stared at the gate where they disappeared, Sergeant Wagner began screaming at me to get to work or go to the hospital. No one ever returned from the hospital. I bowed my head and went back to work. I watched all the rest of that day, lay awake that night, and waited for a glimpse all the next day. But I did not see the Oberst again. Himmler's group had left during the night. On 14 October, the Jews of Sobibor revolted. I had heard rumors of an uprising, but they had seemed so far-fetched that I had taken no interest in them. In the end, their carefully orchestrated plans came down to the murder of a few guards and a mad rush by 1,000 or so Jews for the main gate. Most were cut down by machine gun fire in the first minute. Others made it through the wire at the back of the compound during the confusion. My work detail was returning from the depot when the madness erupted. The corporal guarding us was clubbed down by the vanguard of the mob, and I had no choice but to run with the others. I was sure that my blue coveralls would draw the fire of the Ukrainians in the tower, but I made the cover of the trees just as 2 women running with me were cut down by rifle fire. Once there, I changed into the prison-gray tunic of an old man who had reached the safety of the forest, only to be struck down by a stray bullet. I believe that about 200 of us made it away from the camp that day. We were alone or in small groups, leaderless for the most part. The group who had planned the escape made no provision for surviving once they were free. Most of the Jews and Russian prisoners were subsequently hunted down by the Germans, or discovered and killed by Polish partisans. Many sought shelter at nearby farms and were quickly turned in. A few survived in the forest, and a few more made their way across the Bug River to the advancing Red Army. I was lucky. On my 3rd day in the forest, I was discovered by members of a Jewish partisan group called Carrion. They were under the command of a brave and utterly fearless man named Yechiel Greenspan, who accepted me into the band and ordered their surgeon to bring me back to weight and health. For the first time since the previous winter, my foot was properly treated. For 5 months I traveled with Chayil in the forest of the owls. I was an aide to the surgeon, Dr. Yazik, saving lives when possible, even the lives of Germans when I could. The Nazis closed down the camp at Sobibor shortly after the escape. They destroyed the barracks, removed the ovens, and planted potatoes in the fields where the pits had held the thousands not cremated. By the time the partisan band celebrated Hanukkah, most of Poland was in chaos as the Wehrmacht retreated west and south. In March, the Red Army liberated the area in which we were operating, and the war was over for me. For several months, I was detained and interrogated by the Soviets. Some members of Chayil were sent to Russian camps, but I was released in May and returned to Lodz. There was nothing there for me. The Jewish ghetto had been more than decimated. It had been eliminated. Our old home on the west side of town had been destroyed in the fighting. In August of 1945, I traveled to Krakow and then cycled to Uncle Moshe's farm. Another family, a Christian family, occupied it. They had bought it from civil authorities during the war. They said they knew nothing of the whereabouts of the previous owners. It was during that same trip that I returned to Chelmno. The Soviets had declared the area off-limits, and I was not allowed near the camp. For 5 days I camped nearby and cycled down every dirt road and path. Eventually, I found the remains of the Great Hall. It had been destroyed, either by shelling or by the retreating Germans, and little was left except for tumbled stones, burnt timbers, and the scorched monolith of the central chimney. There was no sign of the tiled floor of the main hall. In the clearing where the shallow death pit had been, there were signs of recent excavations. The butts of numerous Russian cigarettes littered the area. When I asked at the local inn, the villagers insisted that they knew nothing of mass graves being exhumed. They also insisted, angrily this time, that no one in the area had suspected Chelmno of being anything but what the Germans had said it was, a temporary detention camp for criminals and political prisoners. I was tired of camping, and would have stayed the night at the inn before cycling south again, but it was not to be. They did not allow Jews at the inn. The next day, I took the train to Krakow to find work. The winter of 1945 to 46 was almost as hard as the winter of 1941 to 42. The new government was forming, but the more pressing reality was one of food shortages, lack of fuel, black marketeering, refugees returning by the thousands to pick up the torn strands of their lives, and the Soviet occupation, especially the occupation. For centuries we had fought the Russians, dominated them, resisted their invasions in return, lived under their threat, and then welcomed them as liberators. Now we awoke from the nightmare of German occupation to the chill morning of Russian liberation. Like Poland, I was exhausted, numbed, and somewhat surprised at my own survival, and dedicated only to making it through another winter. It was in the spring of 1946 that the letter came from my cousin Rebecca. She and her American husband were living in Tel Aviv. She had spent months corresponding, contacting officials, sending cables to agencies and institutions, all in an effort to find any remaining vestige of her family. She had traced me through friends in the International Red Cross. I sent her a letter in response, and soon there was a cable arriving which urged me to join her in Palestine. She and David offered to cable the money for the voyage. I had never been a Zionist. Indeed, our family had never acknowledged the existence of Palestine as a possible Jewish state. But when I stepped off that overcrowded Turkish freighter in June of 1946 and set foot on what would someday be Israel, a heavy yoke seemed to be lifted from my shoulders, and for the first time since 8 September 1939, I was able to breathe freely. I confess that I fell to my knees and shed tears that day. Perhaps my sense of freedom was premature. A few days after I arrived in Palestine, There was an explosion at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, where the British command was housed. As it turned out, both Rebecca and her husband David were active in the Haganah. A year and a half later, I joined them in the War of Independence, but in spite of my partisan training and experience, I went to war only as a medic. It was not the Arabs that I hated. Rebecca insisted that I continue my schooling. David was then the Israeli manager of a very respectable American company, and money was not a problem. This was how an indifferent schoolboy from Lodz, a boy whose basic education had been interrupted for 5 years, returned to the classroom as a man, scarred and cynical, ancient at the age of 23. Incredibly, I did well. I entered the university in 1950 and went on to medical school 3 years later. I studied for 2 years in Tel Aviv, 15 months in London, a year in Rome, and 1 very rainy spring in Zurich. Whenever I could, I would return to Israel, work in the kibbutz near the farm where David and Rebecca spent their summers, and renew old friendships. My indebtedness to my cousin and her husband grew beyond repayment, but Rebecca insisted that the only surviving member of the Lasky wing of the Eshkol family must amount to something. I chose psychiatry. My medical studies never seemed more to me than a necessary prerequisite of studying the body in order to learn about the mind. I soon became obsessed with theories of violence and dominance in human affairs. I was amazed to learn that there was very little actual research in this area. There was ample data to explain the precise mechanisms of dominance hierarchy in a lion pride. There was voluminous research relating to the pecking order in most avian species. More and more information was coming in from primatologists on the role of dominance and aggression in the social groups of our nearest cousins, but almost nothing was known about the mechanism of human violence as it relates to dominance and social order. I soon began developing my own theories and speculations. During those years of study, I made numerous inquiries after the Oberst. I had a description of him. I knew that he was an officer in Einsatzgruppe 3. I had seen him with Himmler, and I remember that der Alta's last words had been, "Willie, my friend." I contacted the Allies' war crimes commissions in their various zones of occupation, the Red Cross, the Soviet People's Standing Tribunal on Fascist War Crimes, the Jewish Committee, and countless ministries and bureaucracies. There was nothing. After 5 years, I went to the Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency. They, at least, were most interested in my story, but in those days the Mossad was not the efficient organization it is reputed to be today. Also, they had more famous names, such as Eichmann, Murer, and Mengele, which were higher on their list of investigations than an unknown Oberst, reported by only one survivor of the Holocaust. It was in 1955 that I went to Austria to confer with the Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal. Wiesenthal's documentation center was 1 floor of a shabby building in a poor part of Vienna. The building looked as if it had been thrown up as temporary housing during the war. He had 3 rooms there, 2 of them crammed with overflowing filing cabinets, and his office had only bare concrete for a floor. Wiesenthal himself was a nervous, intense person with disturbing eyes. There was something familiar about those eyes. At first, I thought that he had the eyes of a fanatic. But then I realized where I had seen them before. Simon Wiesenthal's eyes reminded me of the ones I stared into each morning as I shaved. I told Wiesenthal an abbreviated version of my story, suggesting only that the Oberst had committed atrocities on Chelmno inmates for the amusement of his soldiers. Wiesenthal became very attentive when I said that I had again seen the Oberst at Sobibor in the company of Heinrich Himmler. "You are sure?" he asked. "Positive," I replied. Busy as he was, Wiesenthal spent 2 days helping me attempt to trace the Oberst. In his cluttered tomb of an office complex, Wiesenthal had hundreds of files, dozens of indexes and cross-indexes, and the names of more than 22,000 SS men. We studied photographs of Einsatzgruppen personnel, military academy graduation pictures, newspaper clippings, and photos from the official SS magazine, The Black Corps. At the end of the first day, I could no longer focus my eyes. That night I dreamed of photographs of Wehrmacht officers receiving medals from smirking Nazi leaders. There was no sign of the Oberst. It was late in the second afternoon when I found it. The news photograph was dated 23 November, 1942. The picture was of a Baron von Bühler, a Prussian aristocrat and World War I hero, who had returned to active duty as a general. According to the caption under the photograph, General von Bühler had died in action while leading an heroic counterattack against a Russian armored division on the Eastern Front. I stared a long moment at the lined and craggy face in the faded clipping. It was the old man, Der Alte. I set it back in the file and went on. "If only we had a last name," said Wiesenthal that evening, as we ate in a small restaurant near St. Stephen's Cathedral. "I feel certain we could track him down if we had his last name. The SS and Gestapo kept complete directories of their officers. If only we had his name." I shrugged and said that I would return to Tel Aviv in the morning. We had all but exhausted Wiesenthal's clippings relating to Einsatzgruppe and the Eastern Front, and my studies would soon be demanding all of my time. "But surely, no," Wiesenthal exclaimed. "You are a survivor of Lodz Ghetto, Chelmno, and Sobibor. You must have much information about the officers, other war criminals. You must spend at least the next week here. I will interview you and have the interviews transcribed for my files. There's no telling what valuable facts you may possess." "No," I said. "I am not interested in the others. I am interested only in finding the Oberst." Wiesenthal stared at his coffee, and then looked at me again. There was a strange light in his eyes. "So you are interested only in revenge?" "Yes," I said, "just as you are." Wiesenthal shook his head sadly. "No," he said. "Perhaps we are both obsessed, my friend, but what I seek is justice, not revenge." "Surely, in this case, they are the same thing," I said. Wiesenthal again shook his head. "Justice is required," he said so softly that I could hardly hear him. "It is demanded by the millions of voices from unmarked graves, from rusting ovens, from empty houses in 1,000 cities, but not revenge. Revenge is not worthy." "Worthy of what?" I snapped back, more sharply than I intended. "Of us," said Wiesenthal. "Of them, of their death, of our continued existence." I shook my head in dismissal then, but I have often thought of that conversation. Wiesenthal was disappointed, but he agreed to continue his search for any scrap of information which fit my description of the Oberst. 15 months later, only a few days after I had received my degree, a letter arrived from Simon Wiesenthal. In it were photostated copies of Section 4, Sonderkommando Subsection 4b, pay vouchers for Einsatzgruppen Special Advisors. Wiesenthal had circled the name of an Oberst, Wilhelm von Borchert, an officer on special assignment to Einsatzgruppen 3 from the office of Reinhard Heydrich. Clipped to these photostats was a newspaper clipping Wiesenthal had retrieved from his files. 7 smiling young officers posed for their picture at a special Berlin Philharmonic performance to benefit the Wehrmacht. The clipping was dated 23/6/41. The concert was Wagner. The names of the smiling officers were listed. The 5th from the left, barely visible behind the shoulders of his comrades, his hat pulled low, was the pale countenance of the Oberst. The name in the caption read, Oberleutnant Wilhelm von Borchert. 2 days later, I was in Vienna. Wiesenthal had ordered his correspondents to research the background of von Borchert, but the results were disappointing. The von Borcherts were an established family with aristocratic roots in both Prussia and East Bavaria. The family fortune had derived from land, mining interests, and exports of art objects. Wiesenthal's agents could find no record of the birth or christening of a Wilhelm von Borchert in records going back to 1880. They did, however, find a death notice. According to an announcement in the Regen Zeitung dated 19/7/45, Oberst Wilhelm von Borchert, only heir to Count Klaus von Borchert, had died in combat while heroically defending Berlin from Soviet invaders. Word had reached the elderly Count and his wife while they were staying at their summer residence, Waldheim, in the Bayerisch Wald near Bayerisch Eisenstein. The family was seeking Allied permission to close down the estate and to return to their home near Bremen for memorial services. Wilhelm von Borchert, the article went on to say, had received the coveted Iron Cross for valor and had been recommended for promotion to SS Oberstgruppenführer at the time of his death. Wiesenthal had ordered his people to follow any other leads. There were none. Von Borchert's family in 1956 consisted only of an elderly aunt in Bremen and 2 nephews who had lost most of the family's money in poor post-war investments. The huge estate in East Bavaria had been closed for years, and much of the hunting preserve there had been sold to pay taxes. As well as Wiesenthal's limited Eastern Bloc contacts could tell, the Soviets and East Germans had no information on the life or death of Wilhelm von Borchert. I flew to Bremen to speak with the Oberst's aunt, but the woman was far gone into senility and could recall no one in her family named Willie. She thought I had been sent by her brother to take her to the Summerfest at Waldheim. One of the nephews refused to see me. The other, a foppish young man I caught up with in Brussels as he was on his way to a spa in France, said that he had met his Uncle Wilhelm only once in 1937. The nephew had been 9 at the time. He remembered only the wonderful silk suit his uncle wore and the straw boater he wore at a jaunty angle. He understood that his uncle had been a war hero and had died fighting communism. I returned to Tel Aviv. For several years I practiced my profession in Israel, learning, as all psychiatrists do, that a degree in psychiatry merely qualifies one to begin learning about the intricacies and foibles of the human personality. In 1960, my cousin Rebecca died of cancer. David urged me to go to America to continue my research into the mechanics of human dominance. When I protested that I had access to adequate materials in Tel Aviv, David joked that nowhere would the spectrum of violence be more complete than in the United States. I arrived in New York in January of 1964. The nation was recovering from the loss of a president and preparing to drown its sorrow in adolescent hysteria at the arrival of a British rock group called the Beatles. Columbia University had offered me a one-year visiting professorship. As it worked out, I would stay on there to finish my book on the pathology of violence and eventually to become an American citizen. It was in November of 1964 that I decided to stay in the States. I was visiting friends in Princeton, New Jersey, and after dinner they apologetically asked if I would mind watching an hour of television with them. I owned no television of my own, and assured them that I would enjoy the diversion. As it turned out, the program was a documentary commemorating the first anniversary of President Kennedy's assassination. I was interested in the program. Even in Israel, obsessed as we had been with our own priorities, the death of the American president had come as a great shock to us all. I had seen photographs of the president's motorcade in Dallas, been touched by the oft-reproduced picture of Kennedy's young son saluting his father's coffin, and had read accounts of Jack Ruby's murder of the probable assassin. But I had never seen the videotape of the actual shooting of Oswald. Now, the documentary showed it. The smirking little man in a dark sweater, the Dallas plainclothes officers with their Stetsons and quintessential American faces, the heavy-set man lunging out of the crowd, a pistol shoved almost into Oswald's belly, the sharp, flat sound which reminded me of white, naked bodies falling forward into the pit. Oswald grimacing and clutching his stomach. I watched as police officers grappled with Ruby. In the confusion, the television camera was jostled and swept across the crowd. "My God! My God!" I cried out in Polish and leaped to my feet. The Oberst had been in that crowd. Unable to explain my agitation to my host and hostess, I left that night and took the train to New York. Early the next morning, I was at the Manhattan offices of the network which had aired the documentary. I used my contacts at the university and in publishing to gain access to the network's films, videotapes, and what they called outtakes. Only in the few seconds of tape I had seen in the program did the face in the crowd appear. A graduate student I worked with kindly took still photographs from the network editing monitor and blew them up as large as possible for me. Viewed that way, the face was even less recognizable than during the second and a half it was on the screen. A white blur glimpsed between the brims of Texas cowboy hats. A vague impression of a thin smile, eye sockets as dark as openings in a skull. The image would not have served as evidence in any court in the world, but I knew it had been the Oberst. I flew to Dallas. The authorities there were still sensitive from the criticism of the press and world opinion. Few would speak to me, and even fewer would discuss the events in the underground garage. No one recognized the photographs I showed them, either the one taken from the videotape or the old Berlin news photo. I spoke to reporters. I spoke to witnesses. I tried to speak to Jack Ruby, the assassin's assassin, but could not receive permission to do so. The Oberst's trail was a year old, and it was as cold as the corpse of Lee Harvey Oswald. I returned to New York. I contacted acquaintances in the Israeli embassy. They denied that Israeli intelligence agencies would ever operate on American soil, but they agreed to make certain inquiries. I hired a private detective in Dallas. His bill ran to $7,000, and his report could have been distilled into a single word: nothing. The embassy charged me nothing for their negative report, but I'm sure that my contacts there must have thought me mad to be searching for a war criminal at the site of a presidential assassination. They knew from experience that most ex-Nazis sought only anonymity in their exile. I began to doubt my own sanity. The face that had haunted my dreams for so many years had clearly become the central obsession in my life. As a psychiatrist, I could understand the ambiguity of this obsession. Burned into my consciousness in a Sobibor death chamber, tempered by the coldest winter of my spirit, my fixation on finding the Oberst had been my reason to live. Erase one, and the other disappears. Acknowledging the Oberst's death would have been tantamount to acknowledging my own. As a psychiatrist, I understood my obsession. I understood, but I did not believe my own rationale. Even if I had believed it, I would not have worked to cure myself. The Oberst was real. The chess game had been real. The Oberst was not a man to die in some makeshift fortification outside Berlin. He was a monster. Monsters do not die. They must be killed. In the summer of 1965, I finally arranged an interview with Jack Ruby. It was not productive. Ruby was a sad-faced husk of a man. He had lost weight in prison, and loose skin hung on his face and arms like folds of dirty cheesecloth. His eyes were vague and absent, his voice hoarse. I tried to draw him out of his mental state that day in November, but he would only shrug and repeat what he had said in interrogations so many times before. No, he did not know that he was going to shoot Oswald until just before the act was performed. It was an accident that he was allowed to enter the garage. Something had come over him when he saw Oswald, an impulse he could not control. This was the man who had killed his beloved president. I showed him the photographs of the Oberst. He shook his head tiredly. He had known several of the Dallas detectives and many of the reporters on the scene, but he had never seen this man. Had he felt anything strange just before he shot Oswald? When I asked this question, Ruby lifted his tired, basset-hound face for a second, and I saw a flicker of confusion in his eyes. But then that faded, and he responded in the same monotone as before. No, nothing strange, just fury at the thought that Oswald should still be alive while President Kennedy was dead, and poor Mrs. Kennedy and the children were all alone. I was not surprised a year later, in December of 1966, when Ruby was admitted to Parkland Hospital for treatment of cancer. He had seemed to be a terminally ill man, even when I had interviewed him. Few mourned when he died in January of 1967. The nation had expiated its grief, and Jack Ruby was only a reminder of a time better forgotten. During the late 1960s, I became more and more involved with my research and teaching. I tried to convince myself that in my theoretical work I was exorcising the demon which the Oberst's face had symbolized. Inside, I knew better. Through the violence of those years, I continued to study violence. Why was it that some people could dominate others so easily? In my research, I would bring small groups of men and women together, strangers assembled to complete some irrelevant task. And inevitably, a social pecking order would begin to be established within 30 minutes of the group's creation. Frequently, the participants were not even aware of the establishment of a hierarchy, but when questioned, almost all could identify the most important member of the group, or the most dynamic. my graduate students and I conducted interviews, pored over transcripts, and spent endless hours watching videotapes. We simulated confrontations between subjects and figures of authority, university deans, police officers, teachers, IRS officials, prison officials, and ministers. Always the question of hierarchy and dominance was more complex than mere social position would suggest. It was during this time that I began working with the New York police on personality profiles for homicide subjects. The data was fascinating. The interviews were depressing. The results were inconclusive. What was the root source of human violence? What role did violence and the threat of violence play in our everyday interactions? By answering these questions, I naively hoped to someday explain how a brilliant but deluded psychopath like Adolf Hitler could turn one of the great cultures of the world into a mindless, immoral killing machine. I began with the knowledge that every other complex animal species on Earth had some mechanism to establish dominance and social hierarchy. Usually this hierarchy was established without serious injury. Even such fierce predators as wolves and tigers had precise signals of submission which would immediately end the most violent confrontation before death or crippling injury ensued. But what of man? Were we, as so many assumed, lacking this instinctive submission recognition signal, and therefore doomed to eternal warfare, a type of intraspecies madness predetermined by our genes? I thought not. As I spent years compiling data and developing premises, I secretly harbored a theory so bizarre and unscientific that it would have ruined my professional standing if I had so much as whispered it to colleagues. What if mankind had evolved until the establishment of dominance was a psychic, what some of my less rational friends would have called a parapsychological phenomenon? Certainly the pale appeal of some politicians, that thing the media calls charisma, for want of a better term, was not based upon size, breeding ability, or threat display. What, I surmised, if in some lobe or hemisphere of the brain there were an area devoted to nothing else but projecting this sense of personal domination? I was more than familiar with the neurological studies suggesting that we inherited our hierarchical sense from the most primitive portions of the mind, the so-called reptile brain. But what if there had been evolutionary advances, mutations, which endowed some humans with an ability akin to empathy or the concept of telepathy, but infinitely more powerful and useful in survival terms? And what if this ability, fueled by its own hunger for dominance, found its ultimate expression in violence? Would the humans who manifested such an ability be truly human? In the end, all I could do was theorize endlessly about what I had felt when the Oberst's force of will had entered me. As the decades passed, the details of those terrible days faded, but the pain of that mind rape, the revulsion and terror of it, still sent me gasping out of sleep. I continued to teach, to research, and to move through the gray realities of day-to-day life. Last spring, I awoke one day to realize that I was growing old. It had been almost 16 years since I had seen the face on videotape. If the Oberst were real, if he were still alive anywhere in the world, he would be a very old man by now. I thought of the toothless, quaking old men who are still being revealed as war criminals. Most probably, the Oberst was dead. I had forgotten that monsters do not die. They must be killed. Less than 5 months ago, I almost walked into the Oberst on a New York street. It was a sweltering July evening. I was near Central Park West, walking, thinking, mentally composing an article on prison reform, when the Oberst emerged from a restaurant not more than 50 feet from me and hailed a cab. There was a woman with him, an older lady, but still beautiful, whose white hair flowed down over an expensive silk evening dress. The Oberst himself was dressed in a dark suit. He looked tanned and fit. He had lost much of his hair, and what was left had faded from blonde to gray. But his face, although heavier and ruddier with age, remained chiseled in the same sharp planes of cruelty and control. After several seconds in which I just stood and stared, I ran after the cab. It pulled out into traffic, and I dodged vehicles in a frenzied attempt to catch it. The occupants in the back seat never looked back. The cab pulled away in traffic, and I staggered to the curb in near collapse. The maitre d' in the restaurant could not help me. Yes, there had been a distinguished older couple dining there that evening, but he did not know their names. No, they had not had a reservation. For weeks I haunted that area of Central Park West, searching the streets, watching for the Oberst's face in every taxi which passed. I hired a young New York detective, and again I paid for no results. It was at this time that I experienced what I now recognize as a massive nervous breakdown. I did not sleep, I could not work, and my classes at the university were canceled or covered by nervous teaching assistants. I wore the same clothes for days on end, returning to my apartment only to eat and pace nervously. At night, I walked the streets and was questioned several times by police. Only my position at Columbia and the magical title of doctor must have saved me from being sent to Bellevue for examination. Then one night I was lying awake on the floor of my apartment when I realized what I had been ignoring. The woman's face had been familiar. For the better part of that night and the next day, I fought to retrieve the memory of where I had seen her before. It had been in a photograph, I was sure of that. Along with her image, I associated vague memories of boredom, uneasiness, and bland music. At 15 minutes after 5 that afternoon, I hailed a cab and rushed uptown to my dentist's office. He had just left for the day. The office was closing, but I prattled some story and bullied the receptionist into allowing me to pore through the stacks of old magazines in the waiting room. There were copies of 17, GQ, Mademoiselle, U.S. News and World Report, Time, Newsweek, Vogue, Consumer Reports, and Tennis World. The receptionist was becoming truculent and more than a little alarmed by my manic state by the time I began going through the issues a second time. Only the depth of my obsession and the near certainty that no dentist would change his stock of magazines more than 4 times a year kept me searching, while the shrill woman threatened to call the police. I found it. Her photograph was a small black and white insert near the front of the thick sheath of glossy ads and breathless adjectives which was Vogue. The picture was at the head of a column on purchasing accessories. It had a byline, Nina Drayton. From there, it took only hours to trace Nina Drayton. My New York private detective was pleased to work on something more accessible than my elusive phantom. Harrington reported back in 24 hours with a thick dossier on the woman. Most of the information was from public sources. Mrs. Nina Drayton was a rich, well-known name in the New York fashion industry, the owner of a chain of boutiques, and a widow. She married Parker Allen Drayton, one of the founders of American Airlines, in August of 1940. He had died 10 months after the wedding, and his widow had carried on, investing wisely, inserting herself into several boardrooms where no woman had previously been. Mrs. Drayton was no longer active in business other than her boutiques, but she served on the boards of several prestigious charities, had a first-name acquaintance with numerous politicians, artists, and writers, was rumored to have had an affair with a famous New York composer-conductor, and kept up a large 16th-floor apartment on Park Avenue, as well as several summer and vacation homes. It was not too difficult to arrange an introduction. Eventually, I thought of going through my patient lists, and I soon found the name of a rich, manic-depressive matron who lived in the same building as Mrs. Drayton, and who moved in at least some of the same circles. I met Nina Drayton on the second weekend of August at a garden party arranged by my ex-patient. There were few guests. Most people with sense had fled the city for their cottages on the Cape or summer chalets in the Rockies, but Mrs. Drayton was there. Even before I shook her hand or stared into those clear blue eyes, I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was one of them. She was like the Auberst. Her presence seemed to fill the courtyard, making the Japanese lanterns glow more brightly. I felt the certainty of my knowledge like a cold hand at my throat. Perhaps she sensed my reaction, or perhaps she enjoyed baiting psychiatrists, but Nina Drayton verbally fenced with me that evening, with a mixture of amused contempt and mischievous challenge as subtle as a cat's claws sheathed in velvet. I invited her to attend a public lecture I was giving that week at Columbia. To my surprise, she appeared, trailing behind her a malevolent-looking little woman named Barrett Kramer. My talk was about the deliberate policies of violence in the Third Reich and how they related to certain Third World regimes of today. I tailored the lecture to suggest a premise contrary to current thinking, that indeed the inexplicable brutality of millions of Germans was due, at least in part, to the manipulation of a small and secretive group of powerful personalities. All through the talk, I could see Mrs. Drayton smiling at me from the 5th row. It was the type of smile the mouse must see on the face of the cat which is about to devour it. After the talk, Mrs. Drayton wished to speak to me privately. She asked if I was still meeting with patients and requested to see me professionally. I hesitated, but each of us knew what my answer would be. I saw her twice, both times in September. We went through the motions of initiating therapy. Nina Drayton was convinced that her insomnia was directly related to the death of her father decades ago. She revealed that she had recurrent nightmares wherein she pushed her father in front of the Boston trolley which killed him, even though she was actually miles away at the time. "Is it true, Dr. Lasky," she asked at one point in our second session, "that we always kill the ones we love?" I told her that I suspected that the opposite was true, that we sought, at least in our minds, to kill those we pretended to love, but secretly despised. Nina Drayton only smiled at me. I had suggested that we use hypnosis during our third session in an attempt to relive her reaction to the news of her father's death. She agreed, but I was not surprised when her secretary called in early October to cancel any further sessions. By this time, I had assigned a private detective to full-time surveillance of Mrs. Drayton. When I say private detective, I should clarify the image. Rather than the cynical ex-policeman one would imagine, I had, on the advice of friends, hired a 24-year-old ex-Princeton dropout who wrote poetry in his spare time. Francis Xavier Harrington had been in the private investigation business for 2 years, but he had to buy a new suit in order to enter the restaurants where Mrs. Drayton spent her lunch hours. When I authorized 24-hour surveillance, Harrington had to hire 2 old fraternity friends to round out his agency. But the boy was no fool. He worked quickly and competently, and had a written report on my desk every Monday and Friday morning. Some of his accomplishments were not strictly legal, such as his knack of obtaining copies of Nina Drayton's telephone billing statements. She called many people. Harrington tracked down the listed numbers on the statement and made a list of the names and addresses. Some were well known, others were intriguing. None led me to the Oberst. Weeks passed. By this time, I had used most of my savings to document Nina Drayton's daily doings, her luncheon preferences, her business dealings, and her phone calls. Young Harrington understood that my resources were limited, and he kindly offered to intercept the lady's mail and tap her telephone. I decided against it, at least for a few more weeks. I wanted to do nothing which would tip our hand. Then, only 2 weeks ago, Mrs. Drayton called me. She invited me to a gala Christmas party to be held at her apartment on the 17th of December. She was calling personally, she said, so that I would have no excuse for not attending. She wanted me to meet a dear friend of hers from Hollywood, a producer who was so looking forward to meeting me. She had just sent him a copy of my book, The Pathology of Violence, and he had raved about it. "What is his name?" I asked. "Never you mind," she responded. "You may recognize him when you meet him." I was shaking so badly when I hung up that it took a full minute before I could punch out Harrington's phone number. That evening, the 3 boys and I met to discuss strategy. We went through the phone bills again. This time we called all Los Angeles numbers listed which were not in the city directory. On the 6th call, a young man's voice answered, "Mr. Borden's residence." "Is this Thomas Borden's home number?" asked Francis. "You've got the wrong number," snapped the voice. "This is Mr. William Borden's residence." I wrote the names on the chalkboard in my office. Wilhelm von Borchert, William Borden. It was so true to human nature. The adulterer signs a close version of his own name on the hotel register. The wanted felon goes by 6 aliases, 5 of which have the same first name as his own. There is something about our names which we have great trouble abandoning completely, no matter how great the justification. That Monday, 4 days before the events here in Charleston transpired, Harrington flew to Los Angeles. I had originally planned to go myself, but Francis pointed out that it would be better if he went ahead to check out this Borden, to photograph him, and to ascertain that it was actually von Borchert. I still wanted to go, but I realized that I had no plan of action. Even after all those years, I had not confronted the details of what I would do once I had found the Oberst. That Monday night, Harrington called to report that his in-flight movie had been mediocre, that his hotel was decidedly inferior to the Beverly Wilshire, and that police in Bel Air had the tendency to stop and question if you drove through the neighborhood twice, or had the temerity to park your car on the winding streets to stare at a movie star's home. On Tuesday, he called to check on what was new with Mrs. Drayton. I told him that his 2 friends, Dennis and Selby, were a bit sleepier than him, but that Mrs. Drayton was going about business as usual. Francis went on to tell me that he had been to the studio with which Borden had been most often associated. The tour was mediocre, and although Borden had an office there, no one knew when he might be in. The last time anyone had seen him work there was in 1979. Francis had hoped to get a picture of Borden, but none were available. He had considered showing the studio secretary the Berlin photograph of von Borchert, but decided, in his words, that wouldn't have been too cool. He was planning to take his camera with the long lens out to Borden's Bel Air estate the next day. On Wednesday, Harrington did not call at the appointed time. I phoned the hotel, and they reported that he was still registered, but had not picked up his key that evening. On Thursday morning, I called the Los Angeles police. They agreed to look into it, but on the limited information I had given them, felt that there was little reason to suspect foul play. "This is a pretty busy town," said the sergeant I spoke to. "A young guy could get involved in a lot of things and forget to call." All that day, I attempted to get in touch with Dennis or Selby. I could not. Even the telephone recording device at Francis's agency had been disconnected. I went to Nina Drayton's Park Avenue apartment building. The lobby security man informed me that Mrs. Drayton was on vacation. I was not allowed above the first floor. All that day Friday I sat alone in my locked apartment waiting. At 11:30, the Los Angeles police called. They had opened Mr. Harrington's room at the Beverly Hills Hotel. His clothes and luggage were gone, and there was no sign of foul play. Did I know who would be responsible for the hotel bill of $329.48? That night, I forced myself to go to a friend's house for dinner as scheduled. The 2-block walk from the bus stop to the townhouse in Greenwich Village seemed interminable. That Saturday evening, the night your father was killed here in Charleston, I was part of a panel on urban violence at the university. There were several political candidates there, and over 200 people attended. All through the discussion, I kept looking out at the audience, expecting to see Nina Drayton's cobra smile, or the cold eyes of the Oberst. I felt that I was once again a pawn. But in whose game? This past Sunday, I read the morning paper. For the first time, I heard about the Charleston murders. Elsewhere in the paper, a short column announced that Hollywood producer William D. Borden had been aboard the ill-fated flight which had crashed early Saturday morning in South Carolina. They included a rare photograph of the reclusive producer. The picture was from the 1960s. The Oberst was smiling. Saul stopped talking. Their coffee cups sat cold and unnoticed on the porch railing. The shadows of the railing slats had crept across Saul's legs as he talked. In the sudden silence, distant street sounds became audible. "Which one of them killed my father?" asked Natalie. She had pulled her sweater more tightly around her, and now she rubbed her arms as if she were cold. "I don't know," said Saul. "This Melanie Fuller, she was one of them?" "Yes, almost certainly." "And it could have been her?" "Yes." "And you're sure this Nina Drayton woman is dead?" "Yes, I went to the morgue. I saw crime scene photographs. I read the autopsy report." "But she might have killed my father before she died?" Saul hesitated. "It is possible," he said. "And Borden, the Oberst, he's supposed to have died when that plane blew up Friday?" Saul nodded. "Do you think he's dead?" asked Natalie. Saul said, "No." Natalie stood up and paced back and forth on the small porch. "Do you have any proof that he might still be alive?" she asked. "No." "But you think he is?" "Yes. And either he or the Fuller woman could have killed my father?" "Yes." "And you're still going after him, after Borden, von Borchert, whatever he's called?" "Yes." Jesus H. Christ.
Natalie went into the house and came back out with 2 glasses of brandy. She gave one to Saul and drank the other in one long gulp. She pulled a pack of cigarettes out of the pocket of her sweater, found matches, and lit a cigarette with shaking hands. "Those are not good for you," said Saul quietly. Natalie made a short, sharp sound. "These people are vampires, aren't they?" she said. Vampires?" Saul shook his head, not quite understanding. "They use other people and then throw them away like plastic wrappers or something," she said. "They're like those goddamn corny vampires you see on The Late Show, only these people are real." "Vampires," said Saul, and realized that he had spoken in Polish. "Yes," he said in English. "It is not a bad analogy." "All right," said Natalie. "What do we do now?" "We?" Saul was startled. He rubbed his hands on his knees. "We," said Natalie, and there was something like anger in her voice. "You and I, us. You didn't tell me that whole story just to kill time. You need an ally, all right? So what's our next step?" Saul shook his head and scratched at his beard. I am not sure why I told you all of this," he said. But what?" "It is very dangerous. Francis, the others—" Natalie crossed the space, crouched, and touched his arm with her right hand. "My father's name was Joseph Leonard Preston," she said softly. "He was 48 years old, would have been 49 next February 6th. He was a good person, a good father, a good photographer, and a very poor businessman. When he laughed—" Natalie paused a second. "When he laughed, it was very hard not to laugh with him." For several seconds she crouched there silently, touching his wrist near the faded blue number tattooed there. Then she said, "What do you do next?" Saul took a breath. I'm not sure. I need to fly to Washington this Saturday to see someone who might have some information that might let us know if the Oberst is still alive. It is improbable that my contact will have such information." "Then what?" pressed Natalie. "Then we wait," said Saul. "Wait and watch. Search the newspaper." "The newspapers?" said Natalie. "Search for what?" For more murders," said Saul. Natalie blinked and rocked back on her heels. The cigarette she was holding in her right hand had burned low. She stubbed it out on the wooden floorboards. "You're serious? Surely this Fuller woman and your Oberst would leave the country, go into hiding, something. Why would they get involved in this sort of thing again so soon?" Saul shrugged. He suddenly felt very weary. "It is their nature," he said. "Vampires must feed." Natalie stood and walked to the corner of the porch. "And when we find them, what do we do?" she asked. "We will decide then," said Saul. "First, we must find them." "To kill a vampire, you have to drive a stake through its heart," said Natalie. Saul said nothing. Natalie took out another cigarette, but did not light it. "What if you get close to them, and they find out you're after them?" she said. "What if they come after you?" "That could make it much simpler," said Saul. Natalie was about to speak when a tan automobile with county markings stopped at the curb. A heavy-set man with a florid face under a creased Stetson stepped out of the driver's side. "Sheriff Gentry," said Natalie. They watched as the overweight officer stood staring at them, and then approached slowly, almost hesitantly. Gentry stopped at the porch step and removed his hat. His sunburned face held the expression of a young boy who has seen something terrible. "Morning, Ms. Preston, Professor Lasky," said Gentry. "Good morning, Sheriff," said Natalie. Saul looked at Gentry, so much the caricature of a Southern cop, and sensed there the same keen intelligence and sensitivity he had felt the day before. The man's eyes belied much of the rest of his appearance. "I need help," said Gentry, and there was an edge of pain to his voice. "What kind of help?" asked Natalie. Saul could hear affection in her voice. Sheriff Gentry looked down at his hat. He creased the crown with a graceful motion of his chubby pink hand, and looked up at both of them. "I've got 9 citizens dead," he said. "The way they died doesn't make a damn bit of sense, no matter which way you put it together. A couple of hours ago I stopped a fellow with nothing in his wallet but a picture of me. Rather than talk to me, this fellow cuts his own throat." Gentry looked at Natalie, and then at Saul. "Now, for some reason," he said, "for some reason that doesn't make any more sense than any of the rest of this god-awful mess, I have a hunch that you two folks might be able to help." Saul and Natalie returned his stare in silence. "Can you?" asked Gentry at last. "Will you?" Natalie looked at Saul. Saul scratched his beard for a second, removed his glasses and put them back on, looked back at Natalie, and nodded slightly. "Come inside, Sheriff," said Natalie, holding open the front door. "I'll make some lunch. This may take a while." 11. Bayerisch Eisenstein, Friday, December 19th, 1980. Tony Harrod and Maria Chen had breakfast in the small hotel dining room. They were downstairs by 7 a.m., but the first wave of breakfasters had already eaten and left for the ski trails. There was a fire crackling in the stone fireplace, and Harrod could see white snow and blue sky through the small paned window on the south wall. "Do you think he will be there?" Maria Chen asked softly as they finished their coffee. Harrod shrugged. "How the fuck would I know?" Yesterday he had been sure that Willie would not be at the family estate, that the old producer had died in the jet crash. He remembered the mention of the family estate from a conversation he and Willie had held 5 years before. Harrod had been quite drunk. Willie had just returned from a 3-week trip to Europe, and suddenly, with tears in his eyes, he said, "Who says you cannot go home again, Tony? Who says?" And then gone on to describe his mother's home in southern Germany. Naming the nearby town had been a slip. Harrod had seen the trip as a way to eliminate a disturbing possibility, nothing more. But now, in the sharp morning light, with Maria Chen sitting across from him with the 9mm Browning in her purse, the improbable seemed all too possible. "What about Tom and Jensen?" asked Maria Chen. She was dressed in stylish blue corduroy knickers, high socks, a pink turtleneck, and a heavy blue and pink ski sweater that had cost $600. Her dark hair was tied back into a short ponytail, and even with makeup on, she looked fresh and well scrubbed. Harrod thought she looked like a young Eurasian Girl Scout out for a day's skiing with her dad's friends. "If you have to eliminate them, take Tom out first," he told her. "Willie tends to use Reynolds more easily than he does the nigger, but Luhar is strong, very strong. Make sure that if he goes down, he stays down. But if push comes to shove, it's Willie you have to take out first, in the head. Eliminate him, and Reynolds and Luhar aren't any threat. They're so well conditioned that they can't take a piss without Willie's okay." Maria Chen blinked and looked around her. The other 4 tables were filled with laughing, talking German couples. No one appeared to have heard Harrod's soft instructions. Harrod gestured the waitress over for more coffee, sipped the black brew, and frowned. He did not know if Maria Chen would carry out his instructions when it came to shooting people. He assumed she would. She had never disobeyed an order before, but for a second he wished he had a woman along who was not a neutral. But if his agent was not neutral, then there was always the chance that Willie could turn the person for his own use. Harrod had no illusions about the old Kraut's ability. The mere fact that Willie had kept 2 catspaws around him, showed the strength of the bastard's power. Herod had believed that Willie's ability had indeed faded, dulled by age, drugs, and decades of decadence. But, in light of recent events, it would be foolish and dangerous to continue to act on that assumption. Herod shook his head. God damn it, that fucking island club already had him by the balls. Herod had no interest in getting involved with that ancient Charleston broad. Anyone who had played that goddamn game with Willie Borden, Von Borchert, whatever the fuck his name was, for 50 years, was not someone Tony Herod wanted to mess with. And what would Barrett and his asshole buddies do when they found out that Willie was alive? If he was alive. Herod remembered his reaction 6 days earlier when the call came about Willie's death. First, there had come the wave of concern. What about all the projects Willie was developing? What about the money? Then, the rush of relief. The old son of a bitch was dead at last. Herod had spent years containing his secret terror that the old man would find out about the Island Club, about Tony's spying. I imagine paradise as an island where one can hunt to his heart's content, eh, Tony? Had Willie really said that on the videotape? Herod remembered the sensation of being immersed in ice water that had hit him when Willie's image had spoken those words. But there was no way that Willie could have known. And besides, the videotape had been made before the airline crash. Willie was dead. And if he wasn't killed then, thought Herod, he soon would be. Ready? He said. Maria Chen dabbed at her lips with a linen napkin and nodded. Let's go, said Tony Herod. So, that's Czechoslovakia? Asked Herod. As they drove northwest out of town, he caught a glimpse past the train station of a border-crossing barrier, a small white building and several guards in green uniforms and oddly shaped helmets. A small road sign read, Übergangsstelle. That's it, agreed Maria Chen. Big damn deal, said Herod. He drove up the winding valley road, past turnoff signs to the Grosse Arbor and the Kleine Arborsee. On a distant hill he could see the white slash of a ski run and the moving dots of a chairlift. Small cars with tire chains and ski racks darted up roads that were little more than corridors of packed ice and snow. Herod shivered as cold air blew in the rear windows of their rented car. The tips of 2 sets of cross-country skis Maria Chen had rented that morning at the hotel protruded through a gap in the rear window on the passenger side. Do you think we'll need those damn things? He asked, jerking his head toward the back seat. Maria Chen smiled and raised 10 lacquered nails. Perhaps, she said. She looked at the Shell road map and cross-checked with a topographic map. Next left, she said. Then 6 kilometers to the private access road. The BMW had to slip and slide the last 1.5 kilometers up the access road that was nothing more than 2 ruts in the snow between trees. Someone's been up here recently, said Herod. How far to the estate? 1 more kilometer after the bridge, said Maria Chen. The road took a turn through a thick cluster of bare trees, and the bridge came into sight, a small wooden span behind a striped barrier more solid-looking than the roadblock on the Czech border. There was a small, alpine-looking hut 20 yards downstream. 2 men emerged and walked slowly toward the car. Herod half expected everyone in these rustic parts to dress in the winter equivalent of lederhosen and felt caps, but these 2 wore brown wool pants and bright goose-down jackets. Herod thought they looked like father and son, the younger man in his late 20s. The son carried a hunting rifle loosely in the crook of his arm. Guten Morgen, haben Sie sich verfahren? Asked the older man with a smile. Das hier ist ein private Grundstück. Maria Chen translated. They wish us good morning and ask if we're lost. They say this is private property. Herod smiled at the 2. The older man showed gold caps in a return grin. The son showed no expression. We're not lost, said Herod. "We've come out to see Willie, Herr von Borchert. He invited us. We came all the way from California." When the older man frowned his incomprehension, Maria Chen translated in rapid-fire German. "Herr von Borchert lebt hier nicht mehr," said the older man. "Schon seit vielen Jahren nicht mehr. Das Gut ist schon seit sehr langer Zeit geschlossen. Niemand geht mehr dorthin." "He said that Herr von Borchert's no longer living," translated Maria Chen. "Not for many years. The estate is closed. It's been closed for a very long time. No one goes there."
Herod grinned and shook his head. "Then how come you guys are still guarding the place, huh?"
"Warum lassen Sie es noch bewachen?" asked Maria Chen.
The old man smiled. "Wir werden von der Familie bezahlt, so dass dort kein Vandalismus entsteht," said the old man. "Bald wird all das ein Teil des Naschenwaldes werden. Die alten Häuser werden abgerissen. Bis dahin schickt der Neffe uns Schecks aus Bonn. Und wir halten alle Wilddiebe und Unbefugte fern, so wie es mein Vater vor mir getan hatte. Mein Sohn wird sich andere Arbeit suchen müssen."
The family pays us to see that no vandalism occurs," translated Maria Chen. Sometime soon, someday soon, this will be part of the National Forest. The old home will be torn down. Until then, the nephew, von Borchert's nephew, I guess, Tony, the nephew sends us checks from Bonn, and we keep poachers and trespassers out. Just as my father did before me, my son will have to seek work," she added. "They're not going to let us in, Tony."
Herod handed the man a small 3-page treatment of Bill Borden's upcoming project, The White Slaver. A 100-mark note was just visible between the pages. "Tell them that we came all the way from Hollywood to scout locations," said Herod. "Tell them that the old estate would make a great haunted castle." Maria Chen did so. The old man looked at the flyer and the money, and casually handed both back. "Ja, es wäre eine wunderbare Kulisse für einen Gruselfilm. Es besteht kein Zweifel, da es hier spukt, aber ich glaube, da es keine weiteren Gespenster braucht. Ich schlage vor, da Sie umdrehen, so da Sie hier nicht stecken bleiben. Grub gut." "What'd he say?" demanded Herod.
"He agreed that the estate would make an excellent set for a horror movie," said Maria Chen. "He says that it is indeed haunted. He doesn't think it needs more ghosts. He tells us to turn around here so we don't get stuck, and wishes us a good day."
"Tell him to go fuck himself," said Herod, while smiling at both men.
"Vielen Dank für Ihre Hilfe," said Maria Chen.
"Bitte sehr," said the old man.
"Think nothing of it," said the young man with the rifle.
Herod drove the BMW back down the long lane, turned west on the German equivalent of a country road, and drove half a mile before parking the car in shallow snow 15 feet from a fence. He took wire cutters out of the trunk and snipped the fence in 4 places. He used his boots to kick the strands apart. The cut would not be visible from the road because of the trees, and there was little traffic. Herod went back to the car, exchanged his mountain boots for cross-country ski boots with funny toes, and let Maria Chen help him into his skis. Herod had been skiing twice, both times on cross-country tours at Sun Valley, once with Dino De Laurentiis' niece and Anne Margaret, and he had hated the experience. Maria Chen left her purse in the car, slipped the Browning in the waistband of her knickers under her sweater, put an extra clip in the pocket of a goose-down vest, hung a small pair of binoculars around her neck, and led the way through the cut in the fence. Herod pulled clumsily along behind. He fell down twice in the first mile, both times cursing to himself as he struggled back to his feet, while Maria Chen watched with a slight smile. There was no sound except for the soft sloosh of their skis, occasional squirrel chatter, and the ragged bellows of Herod's breathing. When they had gone about 2 miles, Maria Chen stopped and consulted her compass and the topographic map. "There's the stream," she said. "We can cross it down at that log. The estate should be in the clearing about another kilometer that way." She pointed toward a dense section of forest. 3 football fields more, thought Herod, as he fought to catch his breath. He remembered the hunting rifle the young guy had been carrying, and realized how useless the Browning would be in a match-up between the two. And, for all he knew, Jensen and Luhar and a dozen other of Willie's slaves were waiting in the woods with Uzis and MAC-10s. Herod forced in another breath and noticed the tension in his gut. "Fuck it," he thought. He'd busted his ass to come this far. He wasn't leaving until he found out if Willie was there. "Let's do it," he said. Maria Chen nodded, slipped the map in her pocket, and skied gracefully ahead. There were 2 corpses in front of the house. Herod and Maria Chen huddled behind a thin screen of spruce trees and took turns looking through the binoculars at the bodies. From 50 yards away, the 2 dark lumps in the snow could have been anything, bundles of abandoned laundry perhaps, but the binoculars showed the pale curve of a white cheek, the sprawl of limbs twisted at an angle that would have brought excruciating pain to a sleeping person. These 2 were not sleeping. Herod peered again. 2 men, dark overcoats, leather gloves. One had been wearing a brown fedora. It lay 6 feet away on the snow. The snow itself was spattered with blood around the 2 bodies. A trail of red joined the footprints to the large French door of the old manor. Another 30 yards to the east, there were deep parallel gouges in the snow, another trail of footsteps to or from the house, and great circular ridges of powdery snow as if a huge fan had been pointed downward. "Helicopter," thought Herod. There were no signs of automobiles, snowmobiles, or other ski trails. The lane that connected with the entry road where he and Maria had been stopped earlier was little more than a snowy break between the trees. They could not see the Alpine cabin or bridge from here. The main house itself was something more than a typical mansion, definitely something less than a castle. A huge heap of dark stones and narrow windows, the estate broke off into wings and levels, giving the impression it had started out as an imposing central hall and been added onto over the generations. The color of stone and size of windows changed here and there, but the overall effect remained gloomy. Dark stone, little glass, narrow doors, heavy walls painted with the shadow of bare trees. Herod thought that it suited Willie's personality better than the Banana Republic villa in Bel Air. "What now?" whispered Maria Chen. "Shut up," said Herod, and lifted the binoculars to look at the 2 corpses again. They lay not far apart. The face of one was turned away, almost buried in the deep snow, so that Herod caught only a glimpse of dark, short-cut hair stirring slightly when the breeze came up. But the other one, the one lying on its back, showed pale cheek and an open white eye staring toward the line of evergreens, as if awaiting Herod's arrival. Herod guessed that they had not been dead long. It did not look like the birds or animals had been at them. "Let's get out of here, Tony. Shut the fuck up." Herod lowered the binoculars and thought. They could not see the other side of the manor from this vantage point. If they were going to approach the house, it made good sense to stay in the woods and ski in a wide circle so they could survey the manor from all directions. Herod squinted out at the large clearing. The trees were scattered in both directions. It would take an hour or more to backtrack into the forest and approach carefully. Clouds had covered the sun, and a cold wind had come up. It was beginning to snow lightly. Herod's jeans were soaked through where he had fallen, and his legs ached from the exercise. The fading light gave a sense of evening twilight, even though it was not yet noon. "Let's get out of here, Tony." Maria Chen's voice was not pleading or frightened, only calmly insistent.
"Give me the gun," he said. When she pulled it out of her waistband and handed it over, he used it to point toward the gray house and black lumps of bodies. "Go on up there," he said. "On your skis. I'll keep you covered from here. I think the fucking house is empty." Maria Chen looked at him. There was no question or defiance in her dark eyes, only curiosity, as if she had never seen him before. "Get going," snapped Herod, and lowered the automatic, not sure what he would do if she refused. Maria Chen turned, moved aside the screening spruce limbs with a graceful flick of her ski pole, and skied toward the house. Herod hunched over and moved away from the place where they had been standing, finally stopping behind a broad hardwood tree surrounded by young pines. He raised the binoculars. Maria Chen had reached the bodies. She stopped, dug in both poles, and looked toward the house. Then she glanced back toward where she had left Herod and skied toward the house, pausing by the broad French doors before turning right and skiing the length of the manor. She disappeared around the right side of the building, the corner nearest the access road, and Herod snapped off his skis and crouched in a dry area under the tree. It seemed an absurdly long time before she appeared at the opposite end of the house, skied back to the central French doors, and waved toward where she thought Herod was waiting. Herod waited another 2 minutes, hunched over, and moved toward the house in a crouching run. He had thought he could maneuver better without the skis. It was a mistake. The snow only came up to his knees, but it slowed and tripped him. He would cover 10 feet on the frozen crust, and then crash through and have to post-hole his way forward. He fell 3 times, once dropping the automatic in the snow. He made sure the barrel was not plugged, brushed powder off the grip, and staggered ahead. He paused by the bodies. Tony Herod had produced 28 movies, all but 3 with Willie. All 28 of the movies had held ample elements of sex and violence, often with the two intertwined. The 5 Walpurgis Night films, Herod's most successful ventures, had been little more than a succession of murders, mostly of attractive young people before, after, or during sexual intercourse. The murders were viewed primarily through subjective camera, simulating the view of the murderer. Herod had dropped in often during the shooting, and had seen people stabbed, shot, impaled, burned, eviscerated, and decapitated. He had hung around special effects long enough to learn all of the mysteries of blood bags, airbags, gouged eyes, and hydraulics. He had personally written the scene in Walpurgis Night 5, The Nightmare Continues, where the babysitter's head explodes into 1,000 fragments after she swallows the explosive capsule substituted by Golan, the masked murderer. In spite of all this, Tony Herod had never seen a real murder victim. The only corpses he had ever come near were his mother and Aunt Myra in their cosmeticized coffins, surrounded by the buffering distance of funeral home and mourners. His mother's funeral had been when Herod was 9, Aunt Myra when he was 13. No one ever mentioned the death of Herod's father. One of the men lying outside Willie Borden's family estate had been shot 5 or 6 times. The other had had his throat ripped out. Both had bled copiously. The amount of blood present struck Herod as absurd, as if some overzealous director had poured buckets of red paint on the set. Even just glancing at the bodies, the blood and the imprints in the snow, Herod thought he could reconstruct some of the scene. A helicopter had landed about 100 feet from the house. These two had emerged, still in polished black street shoes, and walked to the French doors. They had begun to fight there on the flagstones. Herod could picture the smaller of the two, the one lying with his face in the snow, turning suddenly and jumping at his partner, biting and clawing. The bigger man had backed away. Herod could see heel prints in the snow, then raised the Luger and fired repeatedly. The little man had kept coming, perhaps even after being shot in the face. The smaller corpse had 2 ragged, bruised holes in the right cheek. There was also a chunk of muscle and tissue still locked between the little man's exposed teeth. The larger man had staggered several yards after the smaller man had gone down. Then, as if realizing for the first time that his throat was half gone, his artery severed and pumping blood into the cold German air, his larynx torn out, he had fallen, rolled over, and died, staring at the line of evergreens where Herod and Maria Chen would appear some hours later. The large man's arm was half raised, locked in the sculpted grip of rigor mortis. Herod knew that rigor mortis began and ended a certain number of hours after death. He could not remember how long. He did not care. He had pictured the two as associates, leaving the helicopter together, dying together. The footprints were not absolute proof of that. Herod did not care. Another trough of footprints from the French doors to the depression that may have been a landing site showed where several people had left the house and departed by helicopter. There was no hint of where the helicopter had come from, who was flying it, who from the house had entered it, or where it was going. Herod did not care. "Tony?" Maria Chen called softly. "Just a second," said Herod. He turned, staggered away from the great circle of blood, and vomited in the snow. He bent low, tasted again the coffee and thick German sausage he had had for breakfast. When he was finished, he scooped up some clean snow, rinsed his mouth with it, rose and made a wide arc around the corpses to join Maria Chen on the flagstones. "The door's not locked," she whispered. Herod could see only curtains through the glass. It was snowing hard now, the heavy flakes obscuring the line of trees 200 feet away. Herod nodded and took a breath. "Go on out there and get that guy's gun," he said, "and check for ID." Maria Chen looked at Herod a second and skied out to the bodies. She had to pry open the taller corpse's hand to free the pistol. The tall man carried his ID in his wallet. The other corpse had a billfold and passport in his coat pocket. Maria Chen had to roll both corpses over in the snow before she found what Herod wanted. When she returned to the flagstone, her blue sweater and goose-down vest were liberally spotted with blood. She kicked off her skis and rubbed snow on her arms and vest. Herod flicked through the billfolds and passport. The taller man was named Frank Lee, international driver's license, temporary Munich address, 3-year-old Miami driver's license in the same name. The other man was Ellis Robert Sloan, age 32, resident of New York, visas and passports stamped for West Germany, Belgium, and Austria. $800 American and another 600 German marks remained in the billfolds. Herod shook his head and dropped the three things to the flagstones. They had revealed nothing important. He knew that he was stalling, delaying the entry into the house. "Follow me," he said, and stepped inside. The estate was large, cold, dark, and, Herod fervently hoped, empty. He no longer wanted to talk to Willie. He knew that if he saw his old Hollywood mentor, Herod's first response would be to empty the clip of the Browning into Willie's head, if Willie allowed him to. Tony Herod had no illusions about his own ability in comparison to Willie's. Herod might tell Barrett and the others of Willie's declining powers, and mean some of it, but he knew in his gut that at his weakest, Willie Borden could mentally overpower Tony Herod in 10 seconds. The old bastard was a monster. Herod wished that he had not come to Germany, had never left California, had never allowed Barrett and the others to force him into association with Willie. "Be ready," he whispered urgently, idiotically, and led Maria Chen deeper into the dark heap of stones. In room after room, furniture lay neatly covered with white sheets. As with the bodies outside, Herod had seen this in innumerable films, but, encountered in reality, the effect was unnerving. Herod found himself pointing the automatic at every covered chair and lamp, waiting for it to rise up and come stalking toward him, like the sheeted figure in Carpenter's first Halloween. The main entrance hall was huge, black and white tiled, and empty. Herod and Maria Chen walked lightly, but their footsteps still echoed. Herod felt like a horse's ass walking around in the cross-country ski boots with their square toes. Maria Chen walked calmly behind him, the bloodied Luger held down at her side. Her expression showed no more tension than if she were wandering through Herod's Hollywood home, hunting for a misplaced magazine. It took 15 minutes for Herod to be sure that no one was on the first floor or in the echoing, extensive cellar. The huge house had the feel of abandonment to it. If the corpses outside were not there, Herod would have been sure no one had been in the house for years. "Upstairs," he whispered, still holding the automatic high. His knuckles were white. The west wing was dark, cold, and devoid even of furniture, but when they entered the corridor to the east wing, both Herod and Maria Chen froze. At first, the hallway seemed blocked by some huge pane of rippled ice. Herod thought of the scene where Zhivago and Lara returned to the winter-ravaged country house. But Herod moved forward cautiously and realized that the weak light was reflected off a curtain of thin, translucent plastic hung from a ceiling strip and sealed down one wall. 6 feet farther on, and another clear curtain slowed them. It was a heat baffle, simple insulation to seal off the east wing. The corridor was dark, but pale light came from several open doors along the 50 feet of hallway. Herod nodded at Maria Chen and moved forward stealthily, both hands on the automatic, legs apart. He swiveled around doorways, ready to fire, alert, poised as a cat. Images of Charles Bronson and Clint Eastwood danced in his head. Maria Chen stood near the plastic curtain and watched him. "Shit," said Herod after almost 10 minutes of this. He acted as if he was disappointed, and, in the after-effects of the flow of adrenaline, was a little disappointed. Unless there were hidden rooms, the house was empty. 4 of the rooms along this corridor showed signs of recent habitation. Unmade beds, stocked refrigerators, hot plates, desks with paper still strewn across the top. One room in particular, a large study with bookcases, an old horsehair sofa, and a fireplace with ashes still warm to the touch, made Herod think that he had missed Willie by only a few hours. Perhaps the unwelcome visitors in the helicopter had caused the sudden departure. But there were no clothes left, nor other personal belongings. Whoever had been staying here had been ready to leave. In the study, near a narrow window, a heavy table held a huge chess set, expensively carved figures deployed in mid-game. Herod walked over to the desk and used the automatic to poke through the few papers still lying there. The adrenaline rush was fading, replaced by a shortness of breath, an increasing shakiness, and a tremendous urge to be elsewhere. The remaining papers were in German. Even though Herod did not speak the language, he got the sense that they were of trivial matters, property taxes, reports on land use, debits and credits. He swept the desk clean, poked through a few empty drawers, and decided it was time to leave. "Tony!" Something in Maria Chen's voice made him whirl with the Browning pointed. She was standing by the chess table. Herod stepped closer, thinking she had seen something out the high, thin window, but it was the large chess set she was looking at. Herod looked too. After a minute, he lowered the automatic, went to one knee, and whispered, "Jesus fucking Christ." Herod knew little about chess, had played only a few times when he was a kid, but he recognized that the game being played out on this board was in its early stages. Only a few pieces, 2 black, 1 white, had been lost and moved to the side of the board. Herod edged forward, still on one knee, so that his eyes were inches from the nearer pieces. The chess set had been hand-carved from ivory and some ebony wood. Each piece was 5 or 6 inches tall, chiseled in exquisite detail, and must have cost Willie a fortune. Herod knew little about chess, but what he knew suggested that this was a very unorthodox game. The kid who had beaten Herod in his second and final game almost 30 years earlier had laughed when Tony had moved his queen out early in the game. The boy had sneered something about only amateurs using their queens early on. But here, both queens obviously had been engaged. The white queen stood in the center of the board, directly in front of a white pawn. The Black Queen had been removed from the game and stood alone on the sidelines. Herod leaned closer. The ebony face was elegant, aristocratic, still beautiful despite carefully carved lines of age. Herod had seen the face 5 days earlier in Washington, D.C., when C. Arnold Barrett had shown him a photograph of the old lady who had been shot in Charleston, and who had been so careless as to leave her macabre scrapbook in her hotel room. Tony Herod was staring at Nina Drayton. Herod looked urgently from face to face on the chessboard. Most of the faces he did not recognize, but some leaped into clarity, like the startling zoom into focus that Herod used in some of his movies. The White King was Willie, there was no doubt, although the face was younger, features sharper, hair fuller, and the uniform was no longer legal in Germany. The Black King was C. Arnold Barrett, business suit and all. Herod recognized the Black Bishop as Charles C. Colburn. The White Bishop was immediately recognizable as the Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter. Kepler sat securely in the front row of black pawns, but the Black Knight had jumped over the row of static pawns to join in battle. Herod turned the piece slightly and recognized the pinched and prissy features of Neiman Trask. Herod did not recognize the dumpy old woman face of the White Queen, but he had little trouble guessing her identity. "We will find her," Barrett had said. "All we want you to do is kill the meddling bitch." The White Queen and 2 white pawns were far into the black side of the board. Herod did not recognize the pawn that seemed surrounded by threatening black pieces. It looked to be a man in his 50s or early 60s with beard and glasses. Something about the face made Herod think Jew. But the other white pawn, the little one 4 squares in front of Willie's knight, and seemingly exposed to attack from several black pieces at once, this pawn, when slowly turned, was instantly identifiable. Tony Herod was staring at his own face. "Fuck!" Herod's shout seemed to echo in the huge house. He screamed again and swept the barrel of the Browning across the board once, twice, a third time, scattering ivory and ebony pieces to the floor. Maria Chen stepped back and turned her gaze to the window. Outside, the last of the day's light seemed to have fled as the clouds came lower. The dark line of trees faded into a gray mist, and the heavy snow gently covered the 2 corpses lying like fallen chess pieces on the manor lawn. 12. Charleston, Thursday, December 18th, 1980. "It seems as if it should be snowing," said Saul Lasky. The 3 were sitting in Sheriff Gentry's car. Saul and Gentry in the front seat, Natalie in the back. It was raining softly, and the temperature was in the high 50s. Natalie and Gentry wore jackets. Saul had put on a thick blue sweater under an old tweed sports coat. Now he used his index finger to push his glasses up onto the bridge of his nose and squinted out through the rain-streaked windshield. "6 days before Christmas," he said, "and no snow. I don't know how you Southerners get used to it." "I was 7 years old the first time I saw snow," said Bobby Joe Gentry. "They let school out. Wasn't even an inch on the ground, but all of us ran home like it was the end of the world. I threw a snowball, first one I ever made, and proceeded to bust old Miss McGilvery's parlor window. It almost was the end of the world for me. When my daddy got home, I'd been waiting nigh on to 3 hours, missed my supper and all. I was glad to get the whipping and have it over with." Gentry touched a button, and the wiper blades beat once, twice, and fell back into place with a clunk. The suddenly cleared arcs of windshield once again began to mottle with rain. "Yes, sir," said Gentry in that deep, somehow pleasant rumble that Lasky was getting to know very well. "I see snow, I always think of getting whipped and trying not to cry. Seems to me that the winters are getting colder, the snow coming more often." "Is that doctor here yet?" asked Natalie from the back seat. "Nope. Still 3 minutes before 4, said Gentry. Calhoun's getting old, slowing down a bit, I hear, but he's as punctual as Grandma's old clock, regular as a cat full of prunes. He says he'll be here at 4, he'll be here." As if to punctuate the comment, a long, dark Cadillac pulled to a stop and began backing into a parking space 5 cars in front of Gentry's patrol car. Saul looked up at the building. Several miles from the chic old section, the development was attractive, combining the elegance of age with the allure of modern convenience. An old cannery had been turned into an array of townhouses and offices, windows and garages added, the brick sandblasted clean, and woodwork added, repaired, or painted. To Saul's eye, it looked as if great care had gone into the restoration and redesign. "Are you sure Alicia's parents are willing to do this?" he asked. Gentry removed his hat and ran his handkerchief around the leather band inside. "Real willin'," he said. "Mrs. Kaiser's worried sick about the girl. Says Alicia hasn't been eating, wakes up screaming when she tries to sleep, and just sits and stares a lot of the time." "It has only been 6 days since she saw her best friend murdered," said Natalie. "Poor child." "And her best friend's granddaddy," said Gentry, "and maybe some other folks for all we know." "You think she was at the Mansard house?" asked Saul. "Folks don't remember her being there," said the sheriff, "but that don't mean diddly. Unless they're trained otherwise, most folks don't notice most of what's going on around them. Course some do, notice everything. They're just never the ones who happen to be at the scene of a crime." "Alicia was found close to the scene, wasn't she?" asked Saul. "Right between the 2 biggies," said Gentry. "A neighbor lady saw her standing on a street corner crying and looking sort of dazed about halfway between the Fuller home and Mansard house." "Is her arm healing?" asked Natalie. Gentry turned to look at the woman in the back seat. He smiled, and his small blue eyes seemed brighter than the weak winter light outside. "Sure is, ma'am. Simple fracture." "One more ma'am from you, Sheriff," said Natalie, "and I'll break your arm." "Yes, ma'am," said Gentry, with no apparent guile. He looked out the windshield again. "That's old Dr. C, all right. He bought that darn black bumbershoot when he went over to England before World War II. Summer lecture series at London City Hospital, I think. He was part of the pre-war disaster planning team. I remember he told my Uncle Lee years ago that the British doctors were ready for about 100 times the weekly casualties than they really got once the Germans started bombing them. I don't mean they were all that prepared for more, but they expected more." "Does your Dr. Calhoun have much experience with hypnosis?" asked Saul. "I'd say so," drawled Gentry. "That's what he went over to advise the Brits about in 1939. Seems some of the experts there thought the bombing'd be so traumatic that all the civilians would go into shock. They thought Jack might help 'em out with his post-hypnotic suggestion and all." He started to open the car door. "Comin', Ms. Preston?" "Absolutely," said Natalie, and stepped out into the rain. Gentry stepped out and paused. The soft rain tapped on the brim of his hat. "Sure you don't want to come in, Professor?" he asked. "No, I do not want to be there," said Saul. "I want there to be no chance of my interference. But I do look forward to hearing what the child has to say." "Me too," said Gentry. "I'll try to keep an open mind no matter what." He closed the door and ran gracefully for so heavy a man, to catch up with Natalie Preston. "An open mind," thought Saul. "Yes, I do believe you will have that. I truly do." "I believe you," Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry had said when Saul finished telling his story the day before. Saul had condensed the story as much as possible, reducing the narration that had taken much of the morning and previous evening into a 45-minute synopsis. Several times Natalie had interrupted to ask him to tell a part that he had skipped over. Gentry asked a few concise questions. They ate lunch while Saul spoke. In an hour the story was finished, the lunch was consumed, and Sheriff Gentry had nodded and said, "I believe you." Saul had blinked. "Just like that?" he asked. Gentry nodded. "Yep." The sheriff turned to look at Natalie. "Did you believe him, Miss Preston?" The young woman hesitated only a second. "Yes, I did." She looked at Saul. "I still do." Gentry said nothing more. Saul tugged at his beard, took his glasses off to wipe them, and set them back in place. "Don't you both find what I say as fantastic?" "I sure enough do," said Gentry. "But I find it pretty fantastic that I got 9 people murdered in my hometown here, and not a clue as to how their deaths tie together." The sheriff leaned forward. "Haven't you told anyone about it before this? The whole story, I mean?" Saul scratched at his beard. "I told my cousin Rebecca," he said softly, "not long before she died in 1960. "Did she believe you?" asked Gentry. Saul met the sheriff's gaze. "She loved me. She had seen me just after the war, nursed me back to sanity. She believed me. She said that she believed me, and I chose to believe her. But why would you accept such a story?" Natalie said nothing. Gentry sat back in his chair until his back made the wood creak. "Well, speaking for myself, Professor," he said, "I got to confess 2 weaknesses. One, I tend to judge people by how I feel about what they say, how they come across. Take that FBI man you met in my office yesterday, Dickie Haynes. I mean, everything he says is right and logical and upfront. He looks right. Hell, he smells right. But there's something about that guy that makes me trust him about as much as I would a hungry weasel. Our Mr. Haynes just isn't fully with us somehow. I mean, his porch light is on and all, but nobody's home, if you know what I mean. Lot of folks like that. When I meet somebody I believe, I tend to believe 'em, that's all. Gets me into heaps of trouble. Second weakness, I tend to read a lot. Not married, no hobbies but my job. Used to think I wanted to be a historian, then a popular writer of history like Catton or Tuckman, then maybe a novelist. Too lazy to be any of them things, but I still read tons. I like junk, so I make a deal with myself. For every 3 serious books I read, I indulge in some junk. Well-written junk, you understand, but junk all the same. So I read mysteries, John D. MacDonald, Parker, Westlake, and I read the suspense stuff, Ludlam and Trevanian and Le Carré and Dayton, and I read the scary stuff, Stephen King, Steve Rasnick-Tem, those guys. He smiled at Saul. Your story's not so strange. Saul frowned at the sheriff. Mr. Gentry, you're saying that because you read fantastic fiction, you do not find my fantastic story fantastic? Gentry shook his head. No, sir. I'm saying that what you told me fits the facts, and is the first thing I've heard that ties these murders together. Haynes had a theory about Thorne, said Saul, the old woman's servant, and the Kramer woman conspiring to steal from their employers. Haynes is full of shit. Pardon the language, ma'am, said Gentry. And there's no way in the world that little Albert La Follette, the bellboy who went nuts at the Manson house, was in cahoots with anybody. I knew Albert's father. That boy was barely bright enough to tie his shoelaces, but he was a nice kid. He didn't go out for football in high school, and he told his dad it was 'cause he didn't want to hurt anybody. But my story goes beyond logic into the supernatural, said Saul.
He felt foolish arguing with the sheriff, but he could not accept the Southerner's immediate acceptance. Gentry shrugged. I always hate in those vampire movies where they got corpses stacked up all around them with 2 little holes in their necks and all, and some of them corpses are coming back to life and all, and it always takes the good guy 90 minutes of the 2-hour movie just to convince the other good guys that the vampires are real. Saul rubbed his beard. Look, Gentry said softly, for whatever reasons you have, you did tell us. So now my choices are, 1, you're part of this somehow. I mean, I know you didn't kill any of these folks personally. You were on a panel at Columbia on Saturday afternoon and evening. But you could have been involved. Maybe you hypnotized Mrs. Drayton or something. I know hypnosis doesn't work like that, but people don't usually take over other folks' minds either. 2, you could be crazy as a bedbug, like one of those yahoos that comes out of the woodwork to confess each time there's a murder. 3, you could be telling the truth. Now, I'll go with number 3 for now. Besides, I got some weirdness of my own going on here that fits your story and nothing else. What weirdness? Asked Saul. Like the guy following me this morning who kills himself rather than talk to me, said Gentry. And the old lady's scrapbook. Scrapbook? Said Saul. What scrapbook? Asked Natalie. Gentry took his hat off, creased it, and frowned at it. I was the first law on the scene when Mrs. Drayton got shot, he said. Paramedics was taking the body away. City homicide plainclothesman was still downstairs doing a body count, so I poked around the lady's room for a minute. Shouldn't have done it. Lousy procedure, but what the hell, I'm just a hick cop. So anyway, there was this thick scrapbook in one of her suitcases, and I happened to glance through. All these clippings about murders, John Lennon's and a lot of others, most in New York, went back to last January. Next day, the real police are conducting the investigation, the FBI's all over the place, even though it isn't their kind of case, and by the time I get down to the morgue on Sunday evening, no scrapbook, no one's seen it, no crime scene record of it on the city's books, no morgue receipt, nothing. Did you ask about it? Asked Saul. Sure did, said Gentry. Everybody from the paramedics to the city homicide boys. Nobody saw it. Everything else was taken out at the morgue and listed on Sunday morning. The lady's underwear, clothes, blood pressure pills, but no scrapbook with newspaper accounts of 20 or so murders. Who did the inventory? Saul asked. City homicide and FBI, said Gentry. But Tobe Hartner, clerk down at the morgue, says that our Mr. Haynes was looking at the impounded stuff about an hour before the homicide team arrived. Dickie went straight from the airport to the morgue. Saul cleared his throat. You think the FBI is involved in concealing evidence? Sheriff Gentry gave a look of wide-eyed innocence. Now, why would the FBI want to go and do something like that? The silence stretched. Finally, Natalie Preston said, Sheriff, if one of those creatures was responsible for the death of my father, what do we do next? Gentry folded his hands across his stomach and looked at Saul. The sheriff's eyes were very blue. That's a real good question, Miss Preston, he said. What about it, Dr. Lasky? Say we caught your old Burst or the Fuller woman or both of them. Don't you think it might be sort of hard to get a grand jury indictment? Saul spread his hands. It sounds insane, I agree. If one believes in this, then no logic seems safe. No convicted murderer stands convicted beyond a shadow of a doubt. No evidence is ample to separate the innocent from the guilty. I understand what you are saying, Sheriff. No, said Gentry.
It isn't that bad. I mean, most cases of murder are still murder, correct? Or do you think that there are hundreds of thousands of these mind vampire people running around? Saul closed his eyes at the thought. I sincerely pray that that is not the case, he said. Gentry nodded. So, what we have here is sort of a special case, ain't it? Which brings us back to Ms. Preston's question. What do we do next? Saul took a deep breath. I need your help in watching. There's a chance, a slim chance, that one or the other of the two survivors will return to Charleston. Perhaps Melanie Fuller did not have time to remove things of great importance from her home. Perhaps William Borton, if he is alive, will return for her. And then what? Asked Natalie. They can't be punished, not by the courts. What happens if we do find them for you? What could you do? Saul bowed his head, adjusted his glasses, and ran shaking fingers across his brow. I have thought about that for 4 decades, he said in a very low voice, and I still do not know. But I feel that the Oberst and I are destined to meet again. They're mortal, said Gentry. What? Said Saul. Yes, of course, they're mortal. Someone could walk up behind one of them and blow their brains out, right? Said the sheriff. They don't rise with the next full moon or something. Saul stared at the lawman. After a minute, he said, What is your point, Sheriff? My point is, accepting your premise that these folks can do what you say they can do, then they're the scariest damn critters I've ever heard of. Going after one of them would be like searching around for cottonmouths in the swamps after dark with nothing but your bare hands and a gunny sack. But once they're identified, they're as much a target as you or me or John F. Kennedy or John Lennon. Anybody with a rifle and a good sight could take one of them out easily enough. Correct, Professor? Saul returned the sheriff's placid gaze. I do not own a rifle with a sight, he said. Gentry nodded. Did you bring any sort of gun down from New York with you? Saul shook his head. Do you own a gun, Professor? No. Gentry turned to look at Natalie. But you do, ma'am. You mentioned that you followed him into the Fuller house yesterday and were prepared to arrest him at gunpoint. Natalie blushed. Saul was surprised to notice how dark her coffee-colored skin could become when she blushed. I don't own it, she said. It was my father's. He kept it at his photography studio. He had a permit for it. There had been robberies. I stopped by and picked it up on Monday. Could I see it? Gentry asked softly. Natalie went into the hall closet and removed the weapon from her raincoat pocket. She set it on the table near the sheriff. Gentry used his forefinger to turn the barrel slightly until it aimed away from everyone. You know guns, Professor? Asked Gentry. Not this one, said Saul. How about you, Miss Preston? Said Gentry. You familiar with firearms? Natalie rubbed her arms as if she were cold. I have a friend in St. Louis who showed me how to shoot, she said. Aim and squeeze the trigger. It's not too complicated. Familiar with this gun? Asked Gentry. Natalie shook her head. Daddy bought it after I went off to school. I don't think he ever fired it. I can't imagine he would have been able to shoot at a person. Gentry raised his eyebrows and picked up the automatic, pointing it at the floor and holding it carefully by the trigger guard. Is it loaded? No, said Natalie. I took all of the bullets out before I left the house yesterday. It was Saul's turn to raise his eyebrows. Gentry nodded and touched a lever to release the magazine from the black plastic grip. He held the clip out to show Saul that it was empty. 32 caliber, isn't it? Said Saul. Small frame Llama 32 automatic, agreed the sheriff. "Real nice little gun. Probably cost Mr. Preston about $300 new. Miss Preston, nobody likes advice, but I feel like I should give you some, all right?" Natalie nodded tersely. "First," said Gentry, "don't point a firearm at somebody unless you're willing to fire it. Second, don't ever point an empty gun. And third, if you're gonna have an empty gun, make sure it's empty." Gentry pointed to the weapon. "See that little indicator, ma'am, where the red's showing there? That's called a loaded indicator, and the red's trying to tell you something." Gentry racked the slide, and a round ejected from the chamber and fell to the tabletop with a clatter. Natalie blanched, her skin going the color of old ashes. "That's impossible," she said in a small voice. "I counted the bullets when I took them out. There were 7. "Your daddy must have jacked one into the chamber and then lowered the hammer," said Gentry. "Some folks carry 'em that way. That way they can carry 8 rounds instead of the usual 7. The sheriff clicked in the empty magazine and squeezed the trigger. Natalie flinched slightly at the dry click. One glance at what Gentry had called the loaded indicator told her that the red was no longer showing. She thought of when she had pointed the gun at Saul yesterday, of being so sure the weapon was unloaded, and she felt a little sick. "What's your point this time, Sheriff?" Saul asked. Gentry shrugged and set the small pistol on the table. "I think that if we're going after these killers, then somebody'd better know something about weapons." "You don't understand," said Saul. "Weapons are useless with these people. They can make you turn the weapon on yourself. They can turn you into a weapon. If the 3 of us went after the Oberst or the Fuller woman as a team, we could never be sure about each other." "I understand that," said Gentry, "and I also understand that if we find them, then they are vulnerable. They're dangerous primarily because no one knows they exist. Now we do." "But we do not know where they are," said Saul. "I thought that I was so close. I was so close." "Borden has a background," said Gentry. "A history, a film production company, associates and friends. That's a place to start."
Saul shook his head. I thought Francis Harrington would be safe," he said. "A few inquiries. If it was the Oberst, he might have recognized me. I thought Francis would be safe, and now he's almost certainly dead. No, I want no one else to become directly involved."
"We're already involved," snapped Gentry. "We're in this thing."
"He's right," said Natalie.
Both men turned toward her. The strength had come back into her voice.
"If you're not crazy, Saul," she said, "then these freakish bastards killed my father for no reason at all. With you two or without you, I'm going to find those old murderers and find a way to bring them to justice."
"So, let's pretend we're intelligent beings here," said Gentry. "Saul, did Nina Drayton tell you anything in her 2 sessions with you that can help us out?"
"Not really," said Saul. "She did talk about her father's death. I inferred that she had used her ability to murder him."
"No talk about Borden or Melanie Fuller?"
"Not directly, although she mentioned friends in Vienna in the early 30s. From her description, it could be the Oberst and the Fuller woman."
"Anything useful there?"
"No. Intimations of sexual jealousy and competition."
"Saul, you were used by the Oberst," said the sheriff.
"Yes."
"Yet you remember it. Didn't you suggest that Jack Ruby and the others were suffering from something like amnesia after being used?"
"Yes," said Saul. "I think the people that the Oberst and the others used remember their actions, if they remember them at all, as one would remember a dream.
Well, isn't that consistent with how psychotics remember violent episodes?
Sometimes, said Saul. At other times, a psychotic's regular life is the dream, and he is truly alive only when he is inflicting pain or death. But the people the Oberst and the others used are not necessarily psychotics, only victims.
But you remembered exactly what it was like when the Oberst possessed you, said Gentry. Why?
Saul took off his glasses and cleaned them. It was different. It was wartime. I was a Jew from the camp. He knew that I would not survive. There was no need to spend energy erasing my memory. Besides, I escaped of my own volition, shooting myself in the foot, surprising the Oberst.
I wanted to ask you about that, said Gentry. You said the pain surprised the Oberst into relinquishing control for a minute or two.
A few seconds, said Saul.
Okay, a few seconds. But all of the people they were using here in Charleston must have been hurting a lot. Haupt, Thorne, the ex-thief Melanie Fuller kept around as a servant, lost an eye and kept going. The girl, Kathleen, was beaten to death. Barrett Kramer had fallen downstairs and been shot. Mr. Preston was, well, you see what I'm getting at.
Yes, said Saul. I have thought a lot about this. Luckily, when the Oberst was in my mind, there's no other way to say it, then I caught glimpses of his thoughts. Like telepathy? Asked Natalie. No, said Saul, not really. Not as it is generally portrayed in fiction. More like trying to capture the fragments of a dream one sometimes half remembers during waking hours. But I sensed enough of the Oberst's thoughts to understand that his melding with me when he used me to kill their Alta, the old SS man, was unusual. He wanted to experience it totally, to savor every nuance of sense impression. My feeling was that he generally used others with a simple buffer between himself and the pain his victim was feeling.
Sort of like watching TV with the sound off, said Gentry.
Perhaps, said Saul. But in this case, no pertinent information is lost, only the shock of pain. I sensed that the Oberst enjoyed not only the vicarious pain of those he murdered, but in those he used to commit the murder.
Do you think memories like that can really be expunged? Asked Gentry.
In the minds of those he used? Asked Saul. At Gentry's nod, he said, No, buried, perhaps, much as the victim of some terrible trauma buries the experience deep in the subconscious.
Gentry stood up then, a large grin on his face, and slapped Saul on the shoulder. Professor, he said, still grinning, you've just given us the way we can test to see what's true and what isn't, who's crazy and who's sane.
Really? Asked Saul, beginning to understand even as Sheriff Gentry smiled at Natalie Preston's questioning look.
Really, said Gentry, and by tomorrow we can do that test and know once and for all.
Saul sat in Sheriff Gentry's car and listened to the rainfall. It had been almost an hour since Gentry and Natalie had gone into the clinic with the old doctor. A few minutes later, a blue Toyota had parked across the street, and Saul caught a glimpse of a young blonde girl, left arm in a sling, eyes dark and fatigued, being herded between a couple dressed in the impeccable but predictable style of young professionals. Saul waited. It was something he knew how to do well, some skill learned as a teenager in the death camps. For the 20th time he ran through his rationale to himself for involving Natalie Preston and Sheriff Gentry. The rationale was weak, a sense of arriving at dead ends, a sudden sense of trust toward both of these unlikely allies,
after years of solitary suspicion, and finally a simple need to tell his story. Saul shook his head. Intellectually, he knew it was a mistake, but emotionally, the telling and retelling had been incredibly therapeutic. The reassurance of having allies, of others actively involved, allowed Saul to sit placidly in Gentry's county automobile and be quite contented to wait. Saul was tired. He recognized the fatigue as something more than lack of sleep in the after-effects of too much adrenaline. It was an aching tiredness as painful as a bone bruise, and as old as Chelmno. There was a weariness in him that was as permanent as the tattoo on his inner arm. Like the tattoo, he would take the painful weariness to the grave, surrendering to an eternity of it. Saul shook his head again, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Knock it off, old man," he thought. "Weltschmerz is a boring state of mind, more boring to others than to oneself." He thought of David's farm in Israel, of his own 9 acres far removed from the orchards and fields, of a picnic he and David and Rebekah had there shortly before Saul had left for America. Young Aaron and Isaac, David and Rebekah's twins, no more than 7 that summer, had played cowboys and Indians among the stones and gullies where Roman legionnaires had once hunted down Israelite partisans. Aaron, thought Saul. He was still scheduled to meet with the boy on Saturday afternoon in Washington. Instantly, Saul felt his stomach clench at the thought of another unnecessary involvement in the nightmare. Family this time. How much did he find out? Thought Saul. How do I keep him uninvolved? The couple and the child emerged from the clinic. The doctor followed, shook the man's hand, and the family left. Saul realized that the rain had stopped. Gentry and Natalie Preston stepped out, spoke briefly with the old doctor, and walked briskly to the car. "Well?" asked Saul after the heavy sheriff slid behind the wheel and the young woman was in the back seat. "What?" Gentry removed his hat and mopped at his brow with a kerchief. He rolled his window all the way down, and Saul caught the scent of moist grass and mimosa on the breeze. Gentry looked back at Natalie. "Why don't you tell him?" Natalie took a breath and nodded. She looked shaken, upset, but her voice was brisk and firm. "Dr. Calhoun's office has a small observation room off the consulting room," she said. "There's a one-way mirror. Alicia's parents and we were able to observe without interfering. Sheriff Gentry introduced me as his assistant." "Which, in the context of this investigation, is technically true," said Gentry. "I'm only allowed to deputize folks in the event of a declared emergency in the county. Otherwise, you'd have been Deputy Preston." Natalie smiled. "Alicia's parents did not object to our presence. Dr. Calhoun used a small device like a metronome with a light to hypnotize the girl." "Yes, yes," said Saul, fighting to keep his sudden impatience in check. "What did the child say?" Natalie's eyes became slightly unfocused as she recalled the scene. "The doctor had her remember the day, last Saturday, in detail. Alicia's face had been set, emotionless, almost slack when she had come in before the hypnosis. Now she lit up, grew animated. She was talking to her friend Kathleen, the girl who was killed." "Yes," said Saul, with no impatience this time. "She and Kathleen were playing in Mrs. Hodges' living room. Kathleen's sister Deborah was in the other room watching television. Suddenly, Kathleen dropped the Barbie doll she was playing with and ran outside, across the courtyard to Mrs. Fuller's house. Alicia called after her, stood in the courtyard shouting." Natalie shivered. "Then she quit speaking. Her face went slack again. She said she was not allowed to tell any more." "Was she still under hypnosis?" asked Saul. Gentry answered. "She was still under hypnosis," he said, "but she was not able to describe what happened next. Dr. Calhoun tried different ways to help her through it.
She continued to stare at nothing and reply that she was not allowed to tell any more. "And that was all?" asked Saul. "Not quite," said Natalie. She looked outside at the rain-cleansed street, and then looked back at Saul. Her full lips were pulled tight with tension. "Then Dr. Calhoun said, 'You're going into the house across the courtyard now. Tell us who you are.' And Alicia did not hesitate a second. She said, in a different voice, old, cracked, 'I am Melanie Fuller.'" Saul sat straight up. His skin tingled as if someone had touched his spine with icy fingers. "And then Dr. Calhoun asked her if she, Melanie Fuller, could tell us anything," said Natalie. "And little Alicia's face changed. It sort of rippled. The flesh showed lines and creases that weren't there a few seconds before. And she said in that same obscene little old lady's voice, 'I'm coming for you, Nina.' She just kept repeating that phrase louder each time. 'I'm coming for you, Nina,' until she was screaming it." "Dear God," said Saul. "Dr. Calhoun was shaken up," said Natalie. "He calmed the girl down and brought her out, telling her that she would feel happy and refreshed when she woke. She wasn't. Happy, I mean. When she came out of the trance, she began crying and saying that her arm hurt. Her mother said that it was the first time she'd complained about the broken arm since she had been found on the night of the murders." "What did her parents think of the session with Dr. Calhoun?" asked Saul. "They were upset," said Natalie. "Alicia's mother started to leave the observation room to be with her when the girl began shouting. But when it was over, they seemed very relieved. Alicia's father told Calhoun that even the girl's discomfort with the arm and the tears were an improvement over the emptiness they'd been seeing all week." "And Dr. Calhoun?" asked Saul. Gentry laid his arm on the back of the seat. "Doc said it looks like a case of trauma-induced transference," he said. "He recommends that they set up visits with a full-time psychiatrist, fellow from Savannah, the doc knows, specializes in children's cases. There was a lot of talk about how much of it the Kaiser's insurance will cover." Saul nodded, and the three sat in silence for a moment. Outside, the evening sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated trees, grass, and moisture-jeweled greenery. Saul breathed in the scent of new-mown grass and tried to remind himself that it was December. He felt cut loose in space and time, lost on currents that were taking him farther and farther from any recognizable shore. "I suggest we go out for an early dinner and talk about some of this," Gentry said suddenly. "Professor, you've got an early flight to Washington tomorrow, right?" "Yes," said Saul. "Well, let's go then," said Gentry. "Dinner's going to be on the county." They ate in an excellent seafood restaurant on Broad Street in the old section. There was a line of people waiting, but when the manager saw Gentry, he whisked them into a side room to an empty table that appeared as if by magic. The room was crowded, so the three kept their conversation general, discussing New York's weather, Charleston's weather, photography, the Iranian hostage crisis, Charleston County politics, New York politics, and American politics. None of them seemed overjoyed by the outcome of the national election just passed. After coffee, they returned to Gentry's car to pick up sweaters and raincoats, and then walked along the Battery wall. The night was cool and clear. The last of the clouds had dissipated, and the winter constellations were visible through the ambient glare of city lights. The street lights of Mount Pleasant were bright across the harbor to the east. A small boat, navigation lights glowing green and red, moved west past the point, following the buoys of the intracoastal waterway. Behind Saul, Natalie, and Gentry, the tall windows of a score of stately homes glowed orange and yellow in the night. They paused on the Battery wall. Water lapped at the stones 10 feet below. Gentry glanced around, saw no one else in sight, and said in a soft voice, So, what next, Professor? Excellent question, said Saul. Suggestions? Is your meeting in Washington Saturday pertinent to what we're discussing? Asked Natalie. Possibly, said Saul. Probably. I'll know after the meeting. I'm sorry I can't be more specific. It involves family. What about this guy who was following me? Said Gentry. Yes, said Saul. Has the FBI been able to give you a name? Nothing, said the sheriff. The car was reported stolen in Rockville, Maryland 5 months ago, but nothing matches on the dead man. Not fingerprints, dental records, nothing. Isn't that unusual? Asked Natalie. Almost unheard of, said Gentry. He picked up a pebble and tossed it into the bay. In today's society, everybody leaves records of some sort. Perhaps the FBI is not trying hard enough, said Saul. Is this your theory? Gentry tossed another rock and shrugged. He had been wearing civilian clothes, tan slacks and an old plaid shirt, but before taking the walk along the battery, he had pulled his bulky sheriff's coat and sweat-stained western hat from the trunk of his car, and now he was the image of a Southern sheriff again. I don't think the FBI would use some half-starved jerk off the street like that, he said. And if the fella isn't working for them, who would be using him? And why would he kill himself rather than be arrested? It would be consistent with the way the Oberst would use someone, said Saul. Or, most likely, the Fuller woman. Gentry tossed another pebble and squinted out toward the lights of Fort Sumter 2 miles away. Yeah, he said, but that doesn't make any sense. Your Oberst should have no interest in me. Hell, I never even heard of him till you told me your story, Saul. And if Miss Fuller's worried about who's chasing after her, she'd do a lot better tailing the State Highway Patrol, City Homicide Boys, and the FBI. This guy had nothing in his wallet but a picture of me. Do you have it with you? Asked Saul. Gentry nodded, removed it from his coat pocket, and handed it to the psychiatrist. Saul walked to a nearby pole lamp to get more light. Interesting, said Saul. Is this the front of the city-county building behind you? Sure is. Is there anything in the photograph to suggest when it was taken? Yep, said Gentry. See that Band-Aid along my jawline there? Yes. I used my daddy's straight razor. Used to belong to his daddy, but I don't cut myself shaving too often. But I did last Sunday morning when Lester, one of my deputies, called me real early. I wore the Band-Aid most of that one day. Sunday, said Natalie. Yes'm. So, whoever was interested in following you took this photograph. It looks like a 35 millimeter, correct? Said Saul. Yep. Took a photo of you from across the street on Sunday, and then someone began following you on Thursday. Yep. Could I see the photo, please? Asked Natalie. She studied it under the light for a minute and said, Whoever took it was using a built-in light meter. You see it exposed more for the sunlight on the door here than on your face. Probably had a 200 millimeter lens. That's pretty big. The print was developed in a private darkroom rather than a commercial lab. Well, how can you tell that? Asked Gentry. See how the paper's been cut? Not exact enough for a commercial job. I don't think they cropped this at all. That's why I think it was a long lens. But it was printed in a hurry. Private darkrooms that handle color are fairly common these days. But unless your Oberst or Ms. Fuller are staying with someone who has a setup like that, they didn't process it out of the trunk of their cars. Have you seen anyone recently with an automatic SLR with a long lens, Sheriff? Gentry grinned at her. "Dickie Haynes had a rig like that," he said. "Little tiny Konica with a big Bushnell lens." Natalie handed the photograph back and frowned at Saul. "Is it possible that there are others, more of these creatures?" Saul folded his arms and looked back toward the city. "I don't know," he said. "For years I thought the Oberst was the only one, a terrible freak spawned by the Third Reich, if such a thing is possible. Then our research suggested that the ability to influence other people's actions and reactions was not that uncommon. I read history and wonder if such figures as disparate as Hitler, Rasputin, and Gandhi had this power. Perhaps there is a continuum, and the Oberst, the Fuller woman, Nina Drayton, and God knows how many more are at the far end of it." "So there could be others." "Yes," said Saul. "And for some reason they're interested in me," said Bobby Joe Gentry. "Yes." "Okay, back to square one," said the sheriff. "Not quite," said Saul. "Tomorrow I will find out what I can in Washington. Perhaps, Sheriff, you can continue to look into the whereabouts of Mrs. Fuller and the current status of the investigation into the airline explosion." "What about me?" asked Natalie. Saul hesitated. "It might be wise if you return to St. Louis and—" "Not if I can be of help here," insisted the young woman. "What can I do?" "I have some ideas," said Gentry. "We can talk about 'em tomorrow when we take the professor to the airport." "All right, then," said Natalie. "I'll stay here at least through the first of the year." "I will give you both my home and office numbers in New York," said Saul. "We should talk by telephone every other day at least. And, Sheriff, even if all of our inquiries turn up negative, there's a way in which we can search for them through the news media." "Oh, yeah? What's that?" "Miss Preston's metaphor of them being vampires is not so far from the mark," said Saul. "And like vampires, they are driven by their own dark needs. These needs do not go unnoticed when they are satisfied." "You mean reports of more murders?" said Gentry. "Precisely." "But this country has more murders per day than England has in a year," said Gentry. "Yes, but the Oberst and the others have a penchant for bizarreness," Saul said softly. "I doubt if they can alter their habits so completely that some flavor of their particular sickness does not come through." "All right," said Gentry. "If worst comes to worst, we wait till these vampires begin killing again and track 'em down that way. We find 'em. Then what?" Saul removed a handkerchief from his pants pocket, took his glasses off, and squinted out at the harbor lights as he cleaned the lenses. The lights were unfocused prisms to him, the night diffused and encroaching. "We find them, and we follow them, and we catch them," he said. "And then we do what should be done to all vampires." He put his glasses back on and gave Natalie and the sheriff a thin, cold smile. "We drive a stake through their hearts," he said. "Drive stakes through their hearts, cut off their heads, and stuff garlic in their mouths. And if that does not work—" Saul's thin smile became something infinitely colder. "We will think of something that will." 13. Charleston, Wednesday, December 24th, 1980. It was the loneliest Christmas Eve Natalie Preston had ever experienced, and she decided to do something about it. She took her purse and her Nikon with the 135mm portrait lens,
left the house, and drove slowly into the old section of Charleston. It was not quite 4 p.m., but already the evening light was fading. As she drove past the old homes and posh shops, she listened to Christmas music on the radio and let her mind wander. She missed her father. Even though she had seen less and less of him the past few years, the thought of his not being there, not being somewhere, not thinking about her, not waiting for her, made her feel as if something were collapsing inside her, folding inward and pulling at the very fabric of her being. She wanted to cry. She had not cried when she had heard the news on the telephone, had not cried when Fred drove her to the St. Louis airport, he insisting on accompanying her, she insisting he not, he allowing her to convince him. She had not cried at the funeral or during the hours and days of confusion with friends and relatives that followed. It was not until 5 days after her father's murder, 4 days after her return to Charleston, that she had been hunting for a book one night when she was unable to sleep and, finding a new Dell paperback of Jean Shepherd's humor, the book had fallen open, and there, in the margins, in her father's looping, generous handwriting, "Share with Nat this Christmas." And she had read the page describing a boy's hysterically funny and terrifying visit to a department store Santa, so reminiscent of when Natalie's own parents brought her downtown when she was 4 and waited in line for an hour, only to have their daughter flee in panic at the crucial moment. And when she was finished reading, Natalie had laughed until the laughter turned to tears, and then the tears to sobs. She had cried much of that night, sleeping only an hour or so before dawn, but rising with the winter sunrise and feeling empty, drained, but better, the way a nausea victim feels after the first spasm of being ill. The worst was behind her. Natalie turned left and drove past the stucco townhouses of Rainbow Row, colorful facades muted now as the gas lamps were coming on, and she wondered. It had been a mistake to stay in Charleston. Mrs. Culver came over from next door almost hourly, but Natalie found the conversations with the older widow strained and painful. She began to suspect that Mrs. Culver had had hopes of being the second Mrs. Preston, and the thought made Natalie want to go in the bedroom and hide when she heard the familiar timid knock at the door. Frederick called from St. Louis every evening, precisely at 8, and Natalie could imagine the stern expression on her friend and one-time lover's dark face as he would be saying, "Babe, get back here. You're not doing any good hanging around your father's house. I miss you, babe. Come on home to Frederick." But home to her little apartment in University City no longer seemed like home to her, and Frederick's cluttered room on Alamo Street was little more than a sleeping place for him between 14-hour stints at the computer center, as he wrestled with the mathematics of the distribution of mass in galactic clusters. Frederick, the smart but poorly educated boy she had heard about from mutual friends, who had come back from 2 tours in Vietnam with a murderous temper, a renewed ferocity in defense of dignity, and revolutionary spirit that had been channeled into becoming the extraordinary research mathematician whom Natalie knew, and, at least for much of the previous year, had loved, had thought she loved. "Come on home here, babe," came the voice every evening, and Natalie, lonely, aching from the bruises of loss still inside of her, would say, "A few more days, Frederick, a few more days." A few more days for what? She thought. The big old houses along South Battery were bright with window lights illuminating tiers of porches, palmettos, cupolas, and balustrades. She had always loved this part of the city. She and her father had come up here to walk along the Battery when she was a girl. She had been 12 before she realized that no black people lived there, that all of the fine old homes and fine old shops held only whites. Years later she marveled that such a revelation could come so late to a black girl growing up in the South in the 60s. So many things came naturally, so many of the old ways had to be resisted daily, that she could not believe that she had never noticed that the avenues of her evening walks, the big old homes of her dreams as a child,
were as off-limits to her and her kind as some of the swimming pools, movie theaters, and churches that she would never have considered entering. By the time Natalie was old enough to travel the streets of Charleston by herself, the blatant signs had been removed. The public fountains were truly public. But habit persisted. Boundaries set by 2 centuries of tradition still remained. And Natalie found it incredible that she could still remember the day, a damp, chill November day in 1972, when she had stood in shock not far from this place on Old South Battery and stared at the big homes and realized that no one in her family had ever lived there, would ever live there. But the second thought had been banished as quickly as it had appeared. Natalie had inherited her mother's eyes and her father's pride. Joseph Preston had been the first black businessman to own and run a shop in the prestigious Bayfront area. She was Joseph Preston's daughter. Natalie drove down Dock Street, past the renovated Dock Street Theater with its wrought iron tracery clinging to the second-floor balcony like a riot of metal ivy. 10 days she had been home, and everything that had come before seemed like a different life. Gentry should be off duty by now, bidding good evening and Merry Christmas to his deputies and secretaries and the other whites that inhabited the old hulk of the city-county building. He would be calling her about now. She parked the car near St. Michael's Episcopal Church and thought about Gentry, about Robert Joseph Gentry. After seeing Saul Lasky off at the airport the previous Friday, they had spent most of that day together, and the next. Much of the first day's discussion had been about Lasky's story, about the entire idea of people who could mentally use others. "If the professor's crazy, it probably isn't going to hurt anybody," Gentry had said. "If he's not crazy, it explains why a lot of people got hurt." Natalie had told the sheriff about peeking out from her room when the exhausted New York psychiatrist had been returning from the bathroom to the hide-a-bed in her living room. He had been barefoot, wearing only trousers and what she thought of as an old man's undershirt. She had looked at his right foot. The little toe was missing, old scar tissue visible like white